This week's Sunday session is brought to you by homebrewing source of awesomeness online. More beer at morebeer.com.
Feels like work. Shooting the shit for 2 hours, drinking beer and talking beer. What a wonderful experience.
Can we not have the barf bucket near my mixing board?
I think everybody could read the book.
I knew you were going to use this book as an excuse to quit doing this show.
Mrs. Bub, if you want, I can mail you the Bub Timer.
Yeah, Newcastle. Especially in the can. Have you ever had it in the can? No, I have not had it in the can.
Notice I closed my eyes and I concentrated really hard.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
Yeah. Hello, people in Radio Land. Welcome to The Session.
Thank you.
The show that keeps giving and giving and giving.
To who?
Everybody.
Oh, shit.
It's a very giving show, and we'd like to thank our sponsor, the good folks over at More Beer. You can go to morebeer.com right now and check them out. They are good people there. They've been sponsoring this show since the very beginning, since 2005. Since before Tasty would even go on the air, More Beer has been been a supporter of this program. And we love them for it. Go check them out at morebeer.com. They are now giving away a big trip to Belgium. It's their biggest giveaway ever.
That thing has been in the works for like 8 years.
Oh, is that right?
It takes a lot. Yeah, it takes a lot of planning, and it's been on like the wish list of things to do forever. So I'm glad to see that they're able to get it and get it out there. It's awesome.
It's a pretty rock and roll thing to give away.
Oh, yeah.
A trip to Belgium, flight, the whole deal. So go check them out for details on how to win. You can go to morebeer.com, and we sure do love them for supporting this program all these years. So we got an interesting show for you tonight. We're bringing back round 2 of the Brewcaster Challenge. That's right, Tasty. The winner's bracket and the loser's bracket.
Oh, I see. It's an elimination round for sure.
Now, luckily for your, I know you have a reputation to uphold. Luckily, you're in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, that's right. So I have something at stake here?
I also have a reputation to uphold, so luckily I am in the loser's bracket.
All is well with the world.
You know?
Yeah, the view looks pretty good from the winner's bracket, doesn't it, Tasty?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. I mean, you know.
So we did announce, we can talk more about that. We did announce all of the brackets on our last show.
Right,
we did not announce what beer styles you will be challenged to brew, and that we'll be revealing tonight. And we'll be talking about the different beer styles. But if you'll remember, Tasty, you're up against young JP.
Yeah, that's right.
You know,
that's right.
Who dominated me in the first round.
I bent you over and made you wait for it.
Now, keep in mind, Tasty, that JP, I think, really needs a victory in his life right now. I'm not talking about in general.
I'm not beyond throwing one. No, don't worry about that.
He's had a tough go of things lately, and you might just soften. You might throw him a softball, is all.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought we were brewing a lambic. I don't know.
Right.
This is my entry.
Yeah. I did. What's wrong with you? I didn't do you?
I don't know. Did you? Hello.
There you are.
I got an email from a guy asking if
Moscow sounds good. Listen to that.
Does he?
When he's on. Sounds crisp. Go ahead.
as opposed to when I'm off. Turn me off. Let's see how I sound.
Better.
Oh, he
much
sounds great.
better. Oh, I love this new microphone.
A guy emailed me asking if at least one of the 4 styles will be something that they want to drink so we can serve it at like events and stuff. And I said I wasn't sure.
It's all subjective.
Yeah. You have to tune in later in the program to find out. Moscow there has to go up against Doc.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Also in the winner's bracket. Those are the 2 winner's brackets.
And also in need of a win in his life.
Now, in the loser's bracket, one of these is one heck of a competition.
Right.
Plissé versus Jamil. Now, that's a cool loser's bracket right there. two old friends who have been co-hosts together all these years, finally in a brew-off. So we got Plissé versus Jamil. Both lost in the first round. Plissé lost to Doc. Jamil, believe it or not, lost to Moscow.
I wouldn't believe it, but after his interview on how he brewed, I believe the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Is he going with no handicap? It's just straight up this time, right?
I think we're going straight up on you guys this time. I think everyone's just straight up. We're not throwing in any wrenches. We don't have to take out any ingredients like we did.
Agreed. You're right.
You know, we're just going for it this time around. And that leaves the other losers bracket, which is myself against Nate Smith. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting. Listen, I'm hopeful. I think every dog has his day.
You are an underdog, for sure.
Well, it's a good thing we're not in Russia. Because they're killing stray dogs.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Twice a month, I think.
Once a day? Once a day.
Yeah.
The moon shines on a pig's ass.
If you can't get that right...
I'm taking Nate down.
Wish in one hand and shit in the other.
See how the beer turns out? Right. I think that's how the saying goes.
Serve one or the other for your beer. You'd be great.
So if I can just make a suggestion about your brewing day.
Yeah.
Before every...
Don't do it.
No, just before everything you do, take a step back and think, should I do this?
Okay.
I think it'll actually be one of your better brews if you do that.
Just that simple thing?
Just take a step back and be like...
Think.
What would Chad do?
What should I do here? And then do that.
Huh. Okay.
Don't have one of those moments where you're like, shit, I should have done that.
I might even think about it before the brew day.
I think you should start thinking about it now.
You're going to get all in your head.
Just go for it on the day of.
Just do it.
Yeah.
You know, there's we should maybe make a video on how to brew all grain. And then that way you... Oh, wait.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
If there was such a video, I would watch it. I would watch how to do that. So we're going to go...
JP laugh.
So for today's program, once all the guys get here, they have more important things to do right now than be here at the show.
Well,
we are going to announce everybody's challenge, what types of beer you guys have to brew. We all have to brew, and we will commence with part 2 of the Brewcaster Challenge.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Can't wait. I think we've done very, very well picking beers for these challenges.
Yeah.
And these rounds are no exception.
They are good. Some people are not going to be happy. But I also think we did well picking beers.
Oh, I don't think anybody's going to be happy. I think everyone will be disappointed.
If you think about it, with so many good beer styles out there, so many different beer styles out there, and the fact that we can't just rush through any of these challenges, and that we do basically 2 rounds, we're talking about several years of good content here and good beers. It won't be till the very end that we're like, okay, now you have to brew, like, you know, the...
Spiced
English pale ale. Go. Right? Like, it's going to be a while before anybody has to brew something in their comfort zone. Until then, we've got a good little selection of beers here.
Yeah.
So
agreed.
All right, so we'll get to that tonight. Just stick with us. The Brewcaster Challenge is back, and I think what we'll end up being able to do, if I'm right here, Moscow, we'll be able to wrap up the Brewcaster Challenge Volume 1 and begin Volume 2 in 2014.
Yes, sir.
You know, because we're getting started early here.
Is there a section in Palmer's book about thinking? Did you just lift that from Palmer, Bevo?
No, I lifted that from Common Sense. But I seem to have some... I'm not real book smart, but I think I'm
street smart.
Street smart.
Listen,
you're definitely street.
I have flipped through Palmer's book.
Clearly, Justin's not book smart either.
Cover to cover.
I've flipped through more books than you even know about.
I have stared at that thing on my shelf for longer than most people have read books.
I own a lot of books. Have you read them? No.
You're a full-blown idiot.
So, and I don't remember anything about thinking in that book. And I don't ever remember John Palmer suggesting that I do any thinking in person either.
So I'm not going to.
So I will not heed your advice, Bevo.
Oh.
Okay.
Take that.
Right.
I'll show you.
You will.
Okay. I do have some important announcements, and for those of you who fast forward through this segment, I encourage you to hold tight for a second.
Hopefully they caught that one little part in their
Say it about 10 times.
Hang on a second. It's time once again for the American Homebrewers Association Governing Committee elections. Now, you'll recall, and I'm very proud of this, to be honest with you, over the last several years, that the Brewing Network brings on all the candidates to do interviews, to interview each one of them. And I think that since we've started doing that, we've gotten more people to participate in the elections than ever before. We've given an unprecedented voice to all the candidates here, and I always really like that we do it. That said, we're not doing it this year. But the reason is that there's something like, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20. There's 25 candidates this year.
Wow.
Which is awesome, which is great, because in years past, there has been occasions where we've had trouble getting people to run for the governing committee, and we really want talented people with big ideas and motivation, people not like me, to be on the governing committee.
Which is why I'm not running.
And so this year, the good news is we've got 25 people running for the AHA governing committee.
That's pretty amazing.
What was it last year? Was it like 10?
7.
7.
I think that the most it's ever been, and maybe it was last year, is 10. Maybe that was last year.
It could have been. No, actually 7 sounds more right.
Between 7 and 10, if I remember right, the most they've ever had is something like 10. Wow. There's also several spots open. There were only 2 slots open last term, and I was rerunning, and Fred Bonjour was rerunning. Maybe there's 3 spots. I forget these things. So it was difficult competition. Now there are a lot of spots open, and there are 25 people. Some people rerunning from last year. So the good news is we've got a great talent pool of people running for the governing committee, and we're going to fill a lot of new seats, so we're going to get some new blood in there. The bad news is 25 people was just too many people for us to do interviews. As you know, they're all between 5 and 7. I mean, we would have had to do like one whole show of politics, and who wants that?
So did the governing committee convince these people that there's a lot of fame and fortune involved in being there? Is that why there's so many people running?
That's true. Right. What is the change from last year?
Well, and I did get a few emails from the candidates like, hey, when's my segment on the BN? I'm like, well, I'm sorry to tell you, never. I think it's actually just kind of one of these critical mass moments that there happens to be a lot of seats up for grabs because people are termed out. Like, for example, Jamil, who's been on the governing committee for what seems like decades. Mm-hmm. He's termed out. He can't rerun. And there's a few people like that. There's a couple people not, choosing not to rerun. So it's just kind of this perfect storm. And I think there are more homebrewers and more members of the AHA than ever before.
But they saw you were there and they said, well, I can do that.
Everyone's like, look at where the bar is. I almost tripped on it.
This guy doesn't even read books. I can do that.
I think before I brew.
I could do this.
Yeah. So I see where this is going. And so, a lot of candidates.
That's good. That is good.
But I just couldn't, I didn't want to rush through them. I couldn't fill every episode of the session between now and the end of March with candidate interviews. So you're kind of on your own this year, candidates. But I'm going to mention all the names over the course of the next several weeks. I'm going to keep encouraging our listeners to go over to homebrewersassociation.org and read the bios of these folks. I mean, that's when they're most comfortable anyway and actually saying the things that they mean to say. When they get on the air with me and I ask very difficult questions. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a very good interviewer. I mean, the questions are tough. Like, hey, are you going to put soda machines in the courtyard?
All the drinking fountains will be soda!
I believe I've asked that of every candidate every year.
You know what your trick is for interviewing? You give it, you think before you interview.
Oh, that's a good point. Maybe it would work
we're
for
on to
brewing.
Something here.
You should probably, like what Scott just said, think before you brew. I think that's great feedback, Scott. That's really good.
You guys have good ideas.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot, as it were.
Good job, Scott. That's good that you're here to do that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good job,
Scott.
guys.
Nice
work, Scott. Nice work.
It's enough.
Yes.
It's enough.
Yes.
It's part of my job, all right?
Somebody in here has good ideas.
Yeah. Bevo, you should learn something.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what? I fell asleep.
Right.
Yeah. No, nothing's new.
If you go to homebrewersassociation.org, right there on the homepage, there's a big image. It's a rotating image, but it's right there in the middle. It's the main thing that you see, and you can click right on it and learn all about voting for your governing committee nominees. And I recommend that you do so. These are the people who will really try to speak for you. They run a lot of ideas across us. The AHA runs tons of ideas about how things should be run. You might notice a lot of improvements in how the National Homebrew Competition was run this year, and the conference registration, which is coming up here, I believe, next week. That's stuff that comes from some of the subcommittees on the governing committee, too. A lot of recommendations, a lot of time put in. These are good brains, and it's important that you pay attention to who you're voting for. You might recognize some of the names on the list. Our very own Kim Wood.
Whoa! Wow!
Yay!
Is running.
Well, she's used to teaching retards, so.
So who would be better for our hobby than Kim Wood?
No, dear. Think before you brew. Oh!
There's some people from last year that you'll recognize on there. Mike Sardina.
Oh, good dude.
Yeah.
He's from, what's that shitty brewery called in San Diego?
Those Harlot
Society.
people?
That's right. Society. I believe he's an avid home brewer, and he works at Society there. All sorts of names. Mark Job, Martin Brumgard, Daniel Fick. You can see it all there, and you can read any of their bios. Go check them out. I'll keep mentioning these folks to you because, like I said, it's important that you go do this. So check it out. You do have to be a member. If you're not a member, just click the AHA link right on our homepage, and you can become a member, and we think you should do that.
I just had to become a member to enter nationals.
Oh, I'm
officially a member.
Had your membership lapsed?
Well, the last time I had a membership was when I worked at More Beer, and I got them for free.
Oh, I see.
So I hadn't done it.
Got it.
And then, yeah. So I had to, so I'm officially a member, and I can vote now.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, right?
You can vote. You can get discounts at pubs, all sorts of
magazine.
Stuff. Yep.
I'm stoked about it.
Zimmergy?
Yep.
Yeah, I've read it. Well, I've looked at it.
No, you haven't.
Stared at it on the shelf.
Yeah.
Well, I've thumbed through a lot of them.
Nice
There's a lot of pictures.
Oh, great pictures.
Grain and hops and
their printer must be
beer
great.
and glasses and all kinds of stuff.
I'm not even sure there's text in there. There's tons of pictures.
So you entered some beers this year, JP?
All ciders, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, Warren Beardy and I made a bunch of cider this year.
Wow.
So we're doing one sizer, which I guess is technically a mead, and three ciders.
It's not like you did.
What if you sweep? What if you sweep the category? Can you imagine?
Yeah, I can imagine.
That'd be sweet.
That's all you've been doing.
Yes.
Sitting around imagining that.
Finally, I might actually be able to get some traction here.
Do you want to clue us into any of the names that you've titled your?
I did call. I'm calling one IPAs are boring and stupid.
Hey, wait, but cider's even more trendy these days. So
Is
come
it?
on, man.
Wait, I don't think they still read the beer names.
They don't.
They
But I
don't.
think they either put them on the screen,
Yeah.
or if you win, it'll get printed like in Zimmergy,
Right.
But no, they don't.
You know-
there was a time when I was manufacturing really creative names, so Gary had to read them on stage.
Yeah.
They had
Didn't
to read
you have
like
one that was called Meow, 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 Mead?
I think I did. I know I had.
Meow like 15 times.
Oh, that's good.
I'd love to hear Gary read it.
Wouldn't it be great?
Wonderful.
I did have one called Gary Glass has a nicely shaped skull. That was a trend that I did. I entered like 6 beers, and they were all Gary Glass has a nicely shaped skull. Porter.
You know, I know some people at the AHA. I might be able to get an exception for your names.
That would be great.
See if I can grease the wheels.
Is the person you?
Yeah.
No.
It's me.
All right.
That's my platform this year. Get me to be the guy who reads off the awards.
I would love to do that. I would actually love to stand there and just do that like some sort of jerk. Do you guys remember that one year where they had like some guy up there trying to be funny?
Yeah, it was my first year, so that was Florida.
Oh,
Yeah, that's right.
And so I had never been to a conference before. Maybe a lot of people didn't know if he was trying to be funny or what. And so I just kind of sat there going, what the hell have I gotten myself into? Who are these people? I mean, the guy was really strange.
Yeah, it was like, all right, we're on to this, but first, I'm going to drink this beer. And he would just sit and drink this beer. Then by category 20, people were like, what the fuck, dude?
Is that guy still alive?
I think they found him dead the next day.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Did he read all the names of the beers? They still did that then?
Yeah, I
he
think
did
so.
the first half, and then
Be like Bongwater Pale Ale, Bronze, or whatever, you know?
No, Gary took it over. He stopped. He pulled the guy off.
Oh, that's right.
He did.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Tasty, you won that year, too. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds amazing.
he
But
did
the
eat
the
hooks
thing
in
about
that.
him being slow at it is half the people in the room have an entry, right?
Yeah.
They want to know if they won. They're nervous. They got butterflies. In my stomach.
Absolutely.
And this
Right.
guy's like, what? You're killing me. I don't care what you're talking about.
Where did he come from? Was he like a new staffer at that time? Or something?
Janice had a broken her arm, I think, or something.
Oh, okay.
And she couldn't be
talk.
that. She something. She was back. Yeah, that's right.
It happens.
I think, wasn't back then Gary just doing more of them, and then Janice kind of took over to give Gary a break?
Or maybe it was... somebody... She couldn't be there. I think she was supposed to be reading them. Anyway, this guy...
Yeah. He tried. He tried to change it up a
He tried
little
to liven
bit.
it up a little
Yeah.
bit. Well, that just made people annoyed.
Yeah. Me too.
What are you going to do?
I just was uncomfortable.
Damn, I'm bummed I missed that. That would have been funny.
It
I
was
am
good.
too.
We should have Bruno Mars perform halftime.
All right, so
Yeah, my Dortmunder got a second that year. No,
there you go. Yeah.
Right.
Was that the fruit beer?
the one that she made for I made the fruit beer
The
with.
base
Yeah.
beer for the
13.
fruit.
So, I mean, I thought that's
13
cool.
drops.
That it wasn't just the fruit. It was the
Of
fact
course.
that it was a good Dortmunder too.
Yeah.
With 13 drops, apricot.
I think it's 16. I have to look it up. It's in my Pro Mash document.
So, speaking of the Homebrewers Conference,
Yeah.
I'm ready to make this official.
Facebook official?
We could make it Facebook official. Yeah. Yeah. If you're ready, you want to do it simultaneously? Would you like to live tweet from my announcement?
Live tweet. Yeah, I'd rather do that. Let's go. Here we go.
So we've kind of been joking about it and alluding to the fact that we may or may not have been invited to the Australian National Homebrewers Conference. And I'm here to tell you that everybody, except for JP, has actually been invited to the Australian National Homebrewers Conference.
Wow.
All right.
So at least some of us will be going. JP was actually invited also. He was near the top of the list. Well, it's a long list, but he was very near.
That doesn't reflect the order in which the names were mentioned in the email.
That's correct.
Yes, okay.
You were mentioned early on, but not in the order of their wishes.
Oh.
If that makes sense.
It was, we want everyone except JP to come to this. So I was mentioned quite early.
And if nobody will come without JP because maybe you guys have been lying all this time and you actually like him and there's some sort of camaraderie,
There's a
then
solidarity
JP
there.
can come as well.
Oh.
Nice. What were you, on the phone call?
What was the response to that? I work for the NSA.
We were like, no, it's cool. We can go without JP.
J who?
Everyone was like, what?
J what?
Yeah. I mean, Moscow put up a little fight. He was like, wait, so if JP doesn't go, we all fly business class? Sweet. All right.
They just weren't sure if he was going to complain about it for the next 4 months before we go. Maybe that's why they didn't know if they wanted to invite him.
Sure, because instead of publicity, it goes like this every time. Oh, yeah, that thing.
Oh, I got to get in that aluminum tube and send myself halfway across the world.
Yeah.
I just
Again.
like that.
Yeah.
I'll just prep for being in Australia by watching Romper Stomper over and over again. It'd be great.
I don't know what that is. I guess I'll...
It's a Russell Crowe movie.
Oh, okay.
It's real good.
Okay. So here's what's happening. We've all been invited, but the ANHC budget is a little tight, and they're bringing other qualified people. Vinny Cilurzo is going to be there this year, I see.
Oh, wow.
Our good friend Michael Fairbrother from Moonlight Meadery is going to be there.
Nice.
And they've got a little budget for a couple of us, and the rest we're going to do some fundraising, some crowdsourcing to try to get as many of the team as we can over there so that we could possibly do a show, at least do some partying, so outside of the conference. And there's going to be some presentations. They're really excited to try to get Nate Smith to do one of his famous Hops Talks.
I'm all about it.
Out there.
But they know they have Vinny, so maybe they just don't know he doesn't know that stuff.
Right.
Vinny asks Nate.
Yeah.
That's where we're at right now.
Vinny's got Nate on speed dial.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
Hey, Nate, should I use this big hot bag or what? I forget.
Oh, sure. Just throw it in there.
Yeah. So we're going to try to go. I will be releasing details about how you Australians can help us get there, assuming you'd actually like to see us on your continent. We're going to work on it. And there's going to be a bit of a Kickstarter campaign. There's going to be some cool things for you guys to sponsor and purchase and things like that, all in the name of just getting us tickets and hotels to get there. We're going to use all the proceeds literally just to get as many people as we can there. Everybody on the team, and this no jokes aside, everybody on the team here is interested in going. literally with the exception of JP. He's the only one not interested in going.
No, I'm interested in going, but I wouldn't be able to do it. It would be a terrible experience for me.
Yeah.
I know. I want to go. I would be physically unable to do so.
Okay. So, if we do well fundraising, you will see everybody, sans JP. Mm-hmm. If we don't do well fundraising, there's a hierarchy, which I have.
Of course.
And honestly, the hierarchy is, it does come more from the Australian National Homebrew Conference than it does for me. I'll tell you. Should I just give it? Like, is anybody going to be offended knowing the hierarchy?
Well, I mean, clearly you're going to go last. The hierarchy is Bevo.
Right. These guys know what they're doing.
I mean,
no, you'll probably be surprised. It turns out these Australians are kind of serious brewers over there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's with that?
Believe it or not.
Turns out these islanders really like to hear things.
Whacked out guys.
We'll bring lots of pictures, maybe some beads and shells to trade with them. That'd be great.
Right. Well, that's the first thing I asked. I was like, how are we going to do a show? You guys, you don't have the internet, do you?
How did you know about it? Someone's sitting there in New Zealand, like writing everything down and transcribing each show.
No, that's what I figured it was. I thought it was all by
Telegraph?
SOS? What's it called?
Telegraph.
Telegraph, thank
Morse
you.
code.
Yeah. And someone literally translated all of our shows. But no, it turns out they even have broadband.
Wow.
No way.
So, and by they, I mean the natives.
Yeah,
not
those people.
Not the criminals. The natives have the broadband.
Right, the natives.
Yeah, the criminals are still
native.
Anyway, so the hierarchy is it's me, actually. They were like, but I'm pretty sure that they gave that to me just not to offend me. Like, I'm pretty sure they were like, because they very quickly went, you, and then Nate and Tasty. Is the hierarchy.
Well,
and I'm pretty sure they would have skipped over me if they felt like I wouldn't have been offended and said, well, if I don't go, nobody goes.
Well, you're like the baby in the bathwater, right? They go,
Yes.
well, you're the patty, like the Brewing Network. Well, we have to bring Justin.
Yeah.
And then here's what we really got to,
I think you meant the baby in the dingo's mouth.
Mm-hmm. She's right. That's how that's how the Aussies say it.
Shit.
Yeah. I've read that. And then, really, the only difference between Nate and Tasty is not the appeal to the Australians.
Oh man,
that's the first number that came to mind. I'm sorry,
JP.
Sorry, it was a joke.
That was rude.
Dick.
It's medals at the NHC. No,
it's right. There's that.
Yeah, I have medals.
It's not even the popularity. It's that they know they can also get a lecture out of Nate.
Right.
Whereas Tasty's like me, he just wants to hang out.
That's what I do
Would
best.
be there. But from a hangout perspective, that's why Tasty's next on the list. And then it just goes down from there. Push is actually on the list behind that, only because we couldn't possibly do any live video or audio or any of that without him. So if we get Push in there with the rest of us, we can automatically actually deliver some live content from Australia.
That'd be cool.
And then whatever, it just kind of goes down from there. And it's all money, and it's very expensive, unfortunately, to fly to Australia.
It is very expensive.
Which kind of sucks. Like, I'm a little worried about how the fundraising is going to go, because if you think, it's like, I don't know, it's like almost $2,000 just to fly, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's unfortunate.
So, anyway, we've got some ideas. We're gonna bring them to the table for you. There will be a Kickstarter campaign or whatever the other one. There's the other one that's not like a product, but it's the other
one that didn't get hacked recently.
It's another form of crowdfunding that's more for like a cause like this, rather than an item, a product. You know,
handout or something like that.
I think it's called handout. Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
Cardboard sign.
I think it's called JustinIsStillBroke.com.
I think it's called Obamacare.
Yeah.
FreewayOnRamp.com.
Is it Indiegogo?
Maybe that's it. Yeah. Maybe that's the other one. One of these crowdfunding things.
You need to have a handlebar mustache to go on there, though.
Yeah. So we're going to try to get as many as we can out there. I'm excited to officially announce we're going to Australia.
That's awesome.
I'm stoked. I think it's awesome.
You guys will have a lot of fun.
All right, other quick announcements. The Hop Grenade Tap Room and Bottle Shop is still in progress, hoping to open in April. And things are going well. We started construction, what was it, last week, the week before?
Mid last week, yep.
Mid last week. They started all the demo work, and we're hoping that they start building it back up again by next week. And things are on track to have our very own home. The BN Studios are moving there. You can go to thehopgrenade.com. It's just a landing page right now, but that's where you'll see updates in the very near future. New merch is in the store, all kinds of hats. There's onesies over there. There's grilling aprons with hop grenades on them. You got hop grenades galore. Just hit the store button on the homepage. That's another way to support us. I do know that one of the ideas we have for the Australian Fest is a couple of one-off shirts. Some that only the Aussies can get. We thought we'd make something like only the Aussies get that says something like "fuck the U.S." and something only the U.S. can get that says something like fuck those
the US.
Aussies.
Yeah.
Or,
Comes in like prison stripes or something.
Yeah, something like that. So we're trying to figure that out. But in the meantime, there's other hop grenade stuff over there. You can also support us by shopping at Amazon. You just click on the Amazon link on our homepage, and a lot of you are doing that. We appreciate it. What's our Amazon product of the week?
The Da Vinci Porter 4-in-1 convertible crib.
Convertible crib.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of baby products that were bought. Second, we got a 20 spot from this thing because it was like $250.
Oh,
and I just marvel at people that why nobody has any kids.
Yeah.
You look around and there's like 50 people in the BN crew and there's one kid.
Baby stuff's expensive.
Yeah.
Made from New Zealand wood.
I was actually looking for beds for Abby on Amazon recently, and I was like, man, these things suck.
Yeah.
Like $450.
At that point, why don't you just buy like a full-size bed and then it'll stay with her for 20 years?
Oh, this one's like a miniature VW bus.
Oh, nice.
It's
I like
awesome.
that. I'll throw down a 20 on that for you.
Ridiculous.
Thanks.
I like that.
Yeah,
25, fine, you fucker.
Take the 20 that we got from this thing and put it towards Evo's kids.
Evo's, there you go.
Yeah. Well, it's expensive, but thanks for buying it on the Amazon link there.
I like how one of the selling points is made from New Zealand wood. What do I care? Why is that a selling point of New Zealand wood? Really? The American wood isn't good enough?
It's very rare.
Is it better?
It's rare, and
what does it convert into?
it has a cool accent.
It converts into a big giant mistake.
New Zealand pine, the
Converts into a criminal.
The tree rings go the other way.
Oh, that's one.
Right.
That's cute.
I think that's what it is.
It's a very gentle grain for the babies.
Took me a minute
It's
to
good
get
on their
that.
skin.
All right. Watch all this live on
Why would you want to?
BrewingNetwork.com/TV. That's right. That's our live stream account, and just click on the TV link there, and you can watch all the action happen. Subscribe and join the BN Army. That's a great way to support us as well. Recurring donors are entered into the More Beer monthly donation giveaway, which is gives you the chance to win $100 to spend over at More Beer. Plus, we do several, not several, we do a couple big giveaways. We kind of accumulate some credit with More Beer, and I think we've got a big giveaway coming up. Maybe for NHC out here, but you only get in on that if you're part of the BN Army. So click the donate button. All right, get all this and more over on Twitter and Facebook, and send show ideas to Scott the Jew at thebrewingnetwork.com. Send feedback at thebrewingnetwork.com. Everything else goes to JP at thebrewingnetwork.com. Do we have a Twitter game?
We do have a Twitter game.
Twitter game is brought to you today by our good friends over at White Labs. I was down at White Labs this weekend, or this week.
Right.
And, boy, they got a lot going on down there.
Yeah?
Their tasting room, for one, just gets better every time I see it.
Wow.
It's just beautiful. They're expanding, all sorts of stuff going on. Some top secret stuff going on, a lot of growth going on down there. I mean, White Labs is killing it right now. Our good friends, just go to see them at whitelabs.com or buy their yeast from your local homebrew shop. If it's not available in your local homebrew shop, first of all, something's wrong. Second of all, just ask for it. All right, what's our Twitter game?
Well, I don't want to, speaking of releasing secrets and releasing things that have been under covers and under wraps for a long period of time, like the Australian deal, I'm happy to announce that Tasty
Yes.
and Bevo have had a
consummated their relationship.
Yes.
Constipated it? Yes.
And they have actually born a secret love child. But they're looking for names. They're looking for names for it. So please name Bevo and Tasty's secret love child.
Tasty's still firing off potent shots, huh, buddy?
Once in a while.
The head gasket might be blown, but a couple of cylinders are still pumping.
Yeah. It doesn't sound good.
Tasty, I think we just found you a new T-shirt.
Damn.
All right, the Tasty and Bevo love child. What's it called? Is it a he or a she?
We don't know yet.
We don't know.
It's up to you.
Okay. All right, that's our Twitter game today. I think we got time for feedback, right? A little time for feedback. We had some good feedback this week, so let's do it.
Oh my God!
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
right, feedback's brought to you today by the good folks over at Austin Homebrew Supply. Check them out at austinhomebrew.com. They're good people in Texas that are taking care of your homebrew needs, and they've been supporting us for a long time, and we love them for it. They also have an incredible retail experience, so if you haven't been into Austin Homebrew, I recommend you go check it out. You'll be blown away. But you can shop online too, austinhomebrew.com. All right, Pontus writes in, what's up? I just wanted to give you guys a quick shout out to the huge impact you've had on homebrewing and my own growth within the hobby. I've been listening your newest podcast for about 6 months. I've had so much fun doing so. I'm just reading it, guys. Reading the email. Who am I to talk? I type I just go through emails. I don't care what they say. I figure you get the point. If you don't get the point, fuck off. It's not like an essay every time.
Yeah, you're not getting graded. You're just judged.
I don't know why I make fun of these people every time. I'm exactly the same when I type emails. Anyway, he goes on to say, I decided to start listening to the podcast from the very beginning, and I've never had a better time in traffic. Freaking out, he says, which you have to be a long-time listener.
Yeah, old school.
Yeah, thanks from Pontus. All right, Tour writes in, greetings, brewcasters, semi-brewcasters, and random people in the studio. Straight up, I'm a lazy F, so instead of doing the experiment myself, I thought I'd ask you guys for advice. So here we go. I've been wanting to brew a coconut porter. I find the information plentiful, but also a tad confusing. I have dried coconut shavings available to me, and I was thinking of toasting them in the oven, as most recipes call for, till they're golden. But what's the advantage and disadvantages of putting them late in the boil or whirlpool versus in the fermenter versus in the mash? I cannot quite see how you combat the natural oil in the coconut, even the dried ones, so that you can still get a frothy head. What do you think, guys? Nate?
I wish we had Doc here for this one. He's the master at that, and he's had some of the best coconut beers I've ever tasted. But I think you'd want to add it late in the process. I think you'd want to start there, and then start working backwards if it doesn't seem to work out.
Any experience with the oil? Is he right that there's kind of no way to get around that?
It's sort of like a coffee beer, I think, in some ways. Maybe we've had those that do have good head retention, and we know there's oils in coffee, so maybe the problem is overstated.
Yeah.
Maybe to try it and see if you can get away with it. And then lower the amount if you seem to have issues with it, perhaps.
Do you feel like doing it in the mash is too early because you'll lose out on the flavor?
I think you'll lose some of what you want. I think you're going to volatilize that off during the boil and change it in ways that may not taste that good.
Because you want it to taste essentially kind of like fresh coconut.
Yeah, I think he's onto something maybe with the toasting. That might be cool, too. Then you'd keep some of those aromatics in there. You'd probably lose that if you boiled it off.
Okay.
What do you think, Tasty?
Yeah, I would tend to want to add it in the fermenter just to get the fresh coconut character that you're looking for. As an item, coconut's rarely cooked, right? Like boiling to me is like essentially cooking it to its well done state.
Okay.
So I mean, it's not something you would ever eat that way. So
that's a good point.
Yeah, probably changes the flavor quite a bit.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Without Doc, that's the best we have for you, Tour. One time, Doc probably wishes we did feedback at the end of the show.
What if you brewed with coconut water instead of actual water? Is that possible?
That's a good question.
I don't know. That's an interesting idea. I wonder what you'd get out of it. That's if you take coconut water, it's just kind of sweet.
That'd be the most expensive beer in the world.
It would be pretty expensive.
That's true.
So there's such item as coconut. You're talking about coconut juice, basically.
Yeah. No. Coconut water has become popular recently.
Coconut
you
milk.
can buy it. Okay.
No, coconut water. You mean
actual coconut water? And I mean, let me rephrase that. I don't know that it's actually coconut water, as in drained from this.
That's what it is.
It's called coconut water, and I'm sure that some of it is more pure than others as it becomes a trendy thing. Some of it might literally be bottled water that's flavored with coconut.
But it doesn't really taste like coconut. I've had it before. It's not good.
It's a little coconut.
I don't think it really tastes like coconut.
I've had some good ones that tasted like coconut. Nicole's nodding her head. Nicole's in the studio too. Have you had coconut water and had some that tasted like actual coconut?
Yeah, so the coconut water that's packaged as coconut water comes from literally the water of a young green coconut.
Okay.
So we have to keep in mind there's multiple species of coconut, and there's also multiple preparations. So in the U.S., if you're talking about buying a bag of dried coconut, we're talking about, like fully mature coconut that's brown and shriveled on the outside.
Yeah.
Whereas coconut juice comes from a young coconut that's been freshly picked that's still green on the outside. So if you go to like a lot of Thai restaurants, some Indian restaurants, sometimes you can get a fresh coconut served to you. But the canned stuff is like trying to do that more efficiently than having to bust open a coconut.
Yeah.
And so there's some that are kind of crappy, like super hyper pasteurized, not so yummy, and then there's some that taste more like fresh green coconut juice. But green coconut and fully ripened, dried out coconut are two different flavors.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm with JP that it would be the most expensive batch of beer you ever made. But what if maybe you could mess with the amount that would be enough to give you some coconut flavor.
It would be really interesting to steep grains into it and see.
Oh yeah,
what kind of flavor.
It has a slightly vegetal taste, a little bit like maybe cucumber or something like this. So if you didn't want that, it might accentuate some of the wrong things about a beer too.
Maybe boil it. Maybe boil it first and see how boiled coconut water tastes.
Yeah,
because you're right. I mean,
Well,
it's also complicated because it's so high in minerals. There's like a lot of magnesium, which can be problematic for beer.
It's high in sodium.
But there's also a lot of calcium, which can be good, and then a lot of potassium.
Yeah, potassium.
But the
and
magnesium could be enough to be a big problem for the beer.
What's the problem with magnesium?
Magnesium it kind of contributes to really nasty hop bitterness, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like a pasty-like hop bitterness, apparently.
Okay.
But
interesting.
Yeah.
You think the yeast would go berserk because it's kind of sugary, isn't it?
Yeah, you get some fermentable sugars out of it, certainly. Yeah, and the calcium that Nicole was mentioning would help with yeast health and benefits like that. But the other negatives might outweigh that.
I'd be interested. Someone do an experiment and write in. I'd be interested.
Sounds like a
This
Brewcaster
segment
challenge.
brought to you by Cocoa Water.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Anyway, still good questions all around. All right, here we go. This is from Chris, and what I love about this certain piece of feedback is the generally positive response to an otherwise ridiculous segment that we did a couple weeks ago, which is about the Asian stereotype of how to pronounce L's and R's. And rather than what we normally get when we act like idiots like that, is, what we normally get is you guys are idiots. Yeah. All we've gotten is overwhelmingly positive and reinforcing arguments for one side or the other from our Asian listeners.
Not only that, very scientifically, I might add, too.
And I love it. I think it's fantastic.
Of course it's scientific if it came from Asian listeners.
That was a good segment. I thought about that earlier this week. I was like, well, I personally was like, we are stupid.
But
it stuck with me.
Any of the other stereotypes that we've brought up, even stereotypical language, we've caught nothing but what we should is, you guys are idiots. This one has really sparked some intelligent debate. And...
It is backed up by resources too.
So here we go. Chris writes in this week. Hi, Brewing Network. I just wanted to provide some input on the making fun of Asian people's pronunciation. I speak Japanese fairly well, and my grandmother is a native Japanese speaker, so I can only speak for the Japanese language on this one. Whereas we have two sounds, L and R, Japanese only has one sound. When written in English, they usually choose R. But the reality is that the sound is halfway between an L and an R. If you notice, L and R are actually the same sound with different tongue placement. On the L, your tongue is touching your front teeth, and on the R, your tongue is in the back of your mouth, not touching anything. For the Japanese letter, your tongue goes on the top of your mouth, behind your teeth. So it sounds mostly like an R, but also a little like an L. Mm-hmm. I hope that as you're driving in traffic right now, listeners, you're trying all of these tongue positions. Because someone from Japan has trained their tongue to make this particular sound, it's actually quite difficult for them to make both L's and R's because their tongue naturally wants to go to the middle ground. For this reason, I would side with JP and say that the sounds are often transposed. For example, my grandmother calls it a cellular phone. But then calls my other grandmother Luth instead of Ruth. So you got as a cellular phone and Luth.
Maybe Gabby Hayes was half Japanese.
I'm sure this is way more information than you need, but good to hear that JP's surgery went well anyway. Cheers from Chris.
Right. Cheers
'tis the season to be
jolly. Now those are Chinese.
They are Chinese.
No. Not ra 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 la 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 la.
See, he could do it.
He is a very good elf.
He's very good.
Very well practiced tongue. Anyway, I hope we keep still getting descriptions of the L and the R for weeks. Okay. Paul writes in from Australia. Hello to you all. First, a big thanks for all your shows. It's been a lot of fun. I wish I could get some Chevariga over here in Australia, but I guess it comes from Alabama, so it's pretty exclusive.
Yeah, we can bring it to you.
Yeah, we'll bring you some.
Yeah.
I just thought of an idea for one of your fine shows. That is of beer aging over time and when beer is at its prime. Now, we have talked
Only
about
if
this
it rhymes.
on various shows and definitely done some beer aging topics. The problem, I'll read the rest of his email too, but I will point out that the problem with the aging show is that it depends. Virtually every aspect of the aging topic is it depends on this and that and the other thing. So, but he does say, I find, in his experience, I find that extract beers need more time to develop. But I like my all-grain beers best when they're fresh. And hoppy beers mellow over time, and lagers are best just before the keg runs dry. I would love to hear what Jamil or any of the other brewcasters had to say on the topic. Even Doc, who appears to get fucked up each and every show. Anyway, also thanks for introducing me to Steel Panther. They've given me a new perspective on love and romance. And also, P.S., thanks for not editing out that time that Justin lost his shit about the Hophead calendar. Even I felt embarrassed. Yeah, that was good. We just couldn't edit it out. Anyway, yeah, so the aging show, it just, everything depends. And even, I would not argue with any of his personal experience. If he notices that his extract beers are a little better with some time and his all-grain beers are better fresh and crisp, I think those are probably valid observations. But in other people's beers and in other places and times and environments, all of that just depends on too many factors, right?
Yeah, he wants us to chew up 4 hours and basically say it depends.
It depends.
A bunch of different ways. That'd be kind of fun.
What is it, the Chris White show? Yeah, we can't do that. There are some rules that we've given on our past shows, you know, aging at certain temperatures and things like that.
Strength of the beer and aging it, lower temp, higher temp. Those are all going to be important variables.
As a home brewer, doing your best to keep them oxygen deprived. But other than that, Tasty, I don't know if there's anything we haven't covered.
Well, we have covered. One thing a lot of people forget sometimes is the ingredients make a difference, too. If you use darker grains, they have a natural antioxidant character that preserves the beer. That's why your stouts and stuff, which a lot of times are higher in alcohol, but even if they're lower in alcohol, they have better shelf life.
Got it. Okay.
So like I've made like crystal malt to just an IPA to give it more shelf stability.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like a red IPA, to me inherently will last longer on the shelf than a yellow one or blonde one.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The hop character, too?
It'll have its effect on hops because of its crystal character, obviously.
Yeah, it depends. Is the answer?
Yeah, I'm just saying. It's packaging.
Okay. That's a good tip, though. Yeah. Good tip. The darker grains. All right, a couple more here. Matt from New York writes in, "Hey geniuses, is this the right email, JP?"
It might be my personal one. I don't know.
Okay, I'm just writing in to thank you for my most recent competition success. I entered the New York City Homebrewers Guild Homebrew Alley competition and scored a 42 with my IPA.
All right.
Wow. That's pretty good. Placed first and second in the IPA category out of 54 entries. As I entered it as both an American IPA and an Imperial IPA. The second place entry was called Another Boring IPA in honor of JP and his profound love for the style.
It's a trademark. I'm going to sue your ass.
I also placed third in the fruit beer category by adding coconut extract to the same IPA and calling it, guess what it is? A coconut IPA. Do you like? I just waited to see if. Do you like the suspense?
Yeah, you're a douche.
I actually hated the beer with coconut, though. Could not have done it without the West Coast Beer Masters, Tasty, and Nate. The winning beer was actually Nate's Citrus Bomb IPA that he's posted on his Beersmith recipe cloud page.
It's like my favorite IPA of all time. Such a good beer.
That's why the Aussies want to listen to me jawbone about this stuff for a while. Huh?
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so that's thanks for Matt. P.S. JP, I love you.
Thank you.
I could tell in the textual context that he He meant that one. It was more like it was like a JP. No, JP, listen to me. Listen, buddy.
Yeah.
I love you.
Oh,
I don't like that.
It was one of those.
This is a perfect opportunity to give a shout out to our sponsor, More Beer. You can buy that kit there.
There we go. Excellent. All right, one more here. Anthony writes in, hey, I recently found and subscribed to TBN Jamil Show and Brew Strong. I'm so happy I found it, as I do a bit of driving and it keeps me company. Only problem is that I seem to have over-downloaded the shows and can't get any more. I had no idea there was a limit to the free shows and would have been more selective with my choices. Of course, I'd like to listen to them all, and I have the time when I'm out on the road. So could you please tell me what the allowable amount of downloads is, et cetera, et cetera. So this is a great question. Don't worry about it. He goes on to say, sorry for asking a geeky question, but this is an excellent question. We do have daily download limits, but it's just a daily thing. It's literally a 24-hour period. I think it's something like 6 shows. Code always corrects me, but
I thought it was even 20. I thought it was a pretty allowable amount.
No, it's something like 6 or 8 shows. I think the theory being you're not going to listen to more than 6 or 8 shows in a 24-hour period, so you just kind of stagger it that way. And really the only point was that our server was really getting bogged down, so other people were not allowed, they couldn't download any shows. If everyone was, finding us and then going, oh, I'll download all the old shows, or you buy a new computer and you go, oh, okay, I'm going to download all 8 years of shows right now.
Right.
What was happening is the server was killing it for other people. So all you have to do is wait 24 hours. Your IP address is reset on our server, and you're allowed to download some more. So if you're going on a long trip or something, just you got to stagger it over a week or two to get the most shows. I will say we're looking at ways to move those restrictions, to actually remove them from the whole thing with a server upgrade. But you know how those things go around here. Could take some time. So, yeah, there you go. That's our feedback brought to you today by Austin Homebrew Supply. Go to austinhomebrew.com and check them out. And real quick, let's let you know about our good friends over at Adam & Eve. You can go to adamandeve.com right now. And for a limited time only, use coupon code BNARMY. That's BNARMY. And you get 50% off just about any one item. And then you get free shipping. And then you get 3 free adult DVDs. And you know the genres. All sorts of genres. Right? We've said them all here before.
Oh, yeah.
Have we said all of them?
I'm fairly certain.
JP, can you think of one, this is off the top of your head, can you think of a genre we haven't mentioned on the program? Off the top of your head.
Did we do bukkake? We've done bukkake before, huh?
I would think we would have at least done it once.
Did we do Red Eye?
Oh, I don't even know what Red Eye is, Nate.
My friend Ross told me about that once when he used to work editing porn for a living. He saw lots of interesting things.
What's Red Eye?
That's where you shoot the load in her eye.
Oh. See, I always thought that was just part of bukkake, but it's specifically to the
There's
eye.
There's a specific subgenre for that, apparently.
Is there like an aim thing involved? Like, do you just do it like so close to the eye that you can't miss, or is it like a matter of?
I've never actually seen footage of this. Apparently,
I think it's like an eyedropper, maybe.
You just
got it right in the tear duct.
Because it kind of feels like a sport. If there's like regulations of how far away.
It's like curling.
You got to have distance.
Yeah, because not only distance but aim.
Aim, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
no, it's
like
not
darts.
a sport.
Tasty's offended.
Putting women in humiliating positions. That's what it's about.
Tasty woke up.
It's like the most serious he's been in 8 years.
Yeah.
No, that's not a sport.
Wait a goddamn minute.
Jesus.
It would be if he was from across the room.
Oh yeah,
could do it. Then it would be a sport.
Hell yeah.
Well, round of applause for Nate for bringing up a category we never.
Yeah.
All right.
Parodies.
Oh, parodies, yeah.
That's not off the top of my head. I'm on adamandeve.com.
Like the Flint Bones?
Yeah, I suppose. You want to hear? I want to hear some parody.
Yeah, why not?
Right, hang on.
We got a minute.
Yeah,
parodies. Well, Big Bang Theory.
No,
that just writes itself.
Right.
The A-Team. The A-Team XXX, a parody.
Is that about anal or something?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Oh.
Let's watch the trailer.
When Bree Olsen has a problem with a biker gang and a corrupt politician, she can't find anyone to help except the A-Team. After listening to her problems, the guys put together a foolproof plan that ends with all of them getting captured.
Do they really listen to her problems? That's what I want to know. Right,
no, but there's a guy instead. Oh, what the fuck is his name? It's Moorcock. Is his name now instead of
B.A. Baracus?
No, B.A. Baracus, but Murdoch is the real guy's name. Here it's Moorcock.
Did they say, like, I love it when a plan comes together and they're all coming at the same time?
Nice, Nate! Nate! Nate's like the porn king right now.
Well, he's got a new career as a writer.
Yes! Hang on, Nicole. Try again.
Well, he has been away for like 3 weeks. So.
Oh, yeah.
Now you know what I've been doing.
He's been watching Red Eye for 3 weeks. Any good parodies in there?
I thought the A-Team was pretty decent. Scooby-Doo.
Oh.
It's just called Scooby-Doo?
Scooby-Doo, a XXX parody.
Oh.
OMG, it's the Duck Dynasty XXX.
It's just a bunch of rednecks.
Not the Wizard of Oz XXX. Grease.
Yeah. Good one.
Grease XXX parody, yeah. Let's see, I had to change.
Hot Shots in there?
Part doo-doo. Not the Brady's. Star Wars. I would watch that.
I don't like that they're not manipulating the name.
Yeah,
I want funny names.
Like shouldn't it be Cock Dynasty, not Duck Dynasty? Like you're working genitals into
right? Not Animal House XXX. Okay, great. I can't wait for that one. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Xena.
Buffy the Vampire Layer? Come on.
Yeah, that one's easy.
The Lone Ranger.
Oh, that's fine. It's a masturbation one.
This ain't Avatar XXX2.
That's not, I mean...
Hustlers Nailin' Palin. That's a parody.
There's a lot of Palin porn. You notice that?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't noticed it, but I mean...
Yeah. I mean, got the collection.
It's just whatever on the flyer that I get.
Yeah.
Clerks, XXX, Parody Pollute. Yeah, there's a lot of other
Clerks has to be boring.
Love Boat.
Oh, you don't have to change
Love
that.
Boat one.
That one's good. I'll watch that.
Jane Blonde, DD7.
All right. AdamandEve.com. Use coupon code BNArmy. You can choose from any of those parody movies. You get 3 DVDs, a free gift, So Sensual, It's Sensual, and BN Army, Adam and Eve. Believe it or not, they actually support us, and they're good at it. So go support them and get your porn on. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we got some beer news for you and a little SF Beer Week update. So hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zanishev, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zanishev. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
The 21st Amendment. Watch out! Do you like beer? They make beer. Watch out! Do you like friends and fun? They make friends and fun. Watch out! Do you still like to have a good time? The The 21st Amendment.
Watch out!
The 21st Amendment in San Francisco, located at 563 2nd Street, 2 blocks from the building where baseball is seen and played. Try their beers in the pub or try them in the can. Featuring Monk's Blood. Made with real monk.
Watch out!
So why not have the best time of your life? Go to the 21A and Sean O'Sullivan will personally greet you with a can of Monk's Blood. The 21st Amendment.
Watch out!
This advertisement is not in any way affiliated nor associated with the 21st Amendment Bar and Pub, nor its subsidiaries or affiliates. This telecast is not copywritten by the 21st Amendment for the private use of the Brewing Network. Any use of this telecast without Jamil Zainashev's consent is prohibited. Suck it, JP.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeasts, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. Whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial. A few things happened 30 years ago.
ARPANET migrated to TCP/IP, and the Internet was born. Revenge of the Jedi was renamed Return of the Jedi and opened in theaters. Mila Kunis and Emily Blunt were born, beginning a rad fantasy in my mind.
But all of that pales next to the fact that HopTech opened its doors and began blowing homebrewers right out of their mash tuns. HopTech doesn't fuck around. Real people shipping awesome shit straight to you. Their new website is fast and easy to navigate. Or just call 800-379-4677 and let badass bitch Jade and Bruin brother Roberto blow their warm load of customer service all over you. So visit the site or visit the store in Dublin, California, and support those that support you. Get your brewing on at hoptech.com.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
The session.
Brewing up our next batch of Radio Gold.
Right now.
All right, getting back to it. Thanks for sticking with us and hanging out. We got a good crew today. Got Nate back in the studio after a little absence there. We had Beardy filling your shoes.
Oh, cool. Beardy was here. Nice.
Beardy was here for a little while. We got Nicole hanging out with us, too. That's a nice surprise.
Yo.
Like having Nicole. Then we got the rest of you idiots, you know.
Yeah, Bevo.
You know what I'm saying? Did I hear a rumor about Nate and Nicole that's worth mentioning?
Maybe.
I finally decided to propose after almost 10 years. And her mom said, you can guess what her mom said.
Fuck off.
About fucking time.
Really?
Yeah.
It's about fucking time!
Yeah. I was like, whoa, thanks, Mom.
Wait. Now, not to diminish how important that is, but honestly, when I heard that there was a rumor, I didn't know what it was. I thought you knocked her up. It's just that you proposed?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, well. That's... Wait, have you guys been together for more than 10 years?
Almost
10
I
years.
don't think I knew that either.
Yeah.
What did you propose?
That Nicole watch a lot of Bridezilla and start taking notes.
Oh. I told you this was no big deal.
Because Nicole has excellent taste on almost everything, and then all of a sudden she's watching Bridezilla every day.
Yeah.
I want to be real bitchy and white, too.
I know. They need a show for this?
Yeah.
Wow. Congratulations.
Yeah,
and I assume Nicole said yes, then.
Well, I had to think about it, but no, yes, I said
She was like, "Get down on your knees, motherfucker."
Oh, yeah.
I had to think about it.
Did you try to do it all casual?
I did.
Like?
That didn't work.
And she's like, what the fuck is this?
What's wrong with you?
Well, it was like on the beach. It was like on my 30th birthday. It was down in San Diego. We
This was a
just
couple years
visited.
ago?
No, this was
Right? Yeah.
Right.
So that was in the 90s.
On my 30th birthday, you should say, "Isn't that in the future?"
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
It was
yeah.
JP, I think.
Whoa, don't give up. Don't give me up like
Right.
that, you dick.
Well, we've given Tasty enough shit today.
Yeah.
I figure now he's about to get it from Nicole.
I haven't said anything.
Oh, it was JP. I should have known.
That was me.
So, it was on my birthday, which was on December 16th, and Nate took me down to San Diego. We had,
It's my birthday.
Great. Yeah, it was really fun. I did a lot of that. We went to all these, checked out all these breweries, had a bunch of fun, and then it culminated in that. And we were going to tell everybody after the Christmas party.
Oh yeah.
Like right before we went to break, I was like, at break, I'm going to talk to Nate, and we're gonna do this in the next segment. And then you guys started doing feedback, and then JP's like, I got cancer.
I ruined it.
Oh, Nicole, you should have done it. Then it would have been great. We would have been like, all right, hey, good job, JP. Nicole and David. Would have just gone.
We're like, yeah, not today. All right.
How did the proposal go? I mean, it sounds like you had a false
Well,
start.
first I dropped the ring in the sand. We had to dig for it,
Oh, no.
and then like this dog buried it.
Sounds like Sam and Vivo.
Well, I could tell Nate was getting kind of nervous while we were walking on the beach, and that we came up this like knoll, and when we got up there, it was like all like seaweedy and gross. It was like not really bad. And then as we went over the top, there was this like half naked chick in a thong bikini with doing a photo shoot.
Yeah, and Nate's like,
I'm like, I gotta leave this all behind.
I'm sorry, Nicole. Hang out here. I gotta go talk to her real fast.
Was she just taking selfies, or was there an actual?
No, there was a guy. Yeah, it's a photographer with he had lights. And
You stumbled upon a modeling shoot.
Oh, it was awesome. Yeah. I think she was going to strip too. It looked like it was going to go that direction.
But on a beach in San Diego, I mean, it's probably 1 in 10 that you're gonna chance you're gonna find it.
So you didn't stop there then? You kept going? Or?
No, we kept going. I figured I should have done it right there.
Nate's getting all sweaty.
Yeah.
It's all smelly. There's like this naked chick, 19-year-old chick.
Well, she would have jumped up applauding and given you a hug.
That's true. See, Moscow, I needed your help.
Yeah. I like how the proposal would go like this too. Like he's staring at her but talking to Nicole. So Nicole, it's been 10 years, and he's looking 90 degrees the other direction.
You're like, check out that ass. Damn.
It was kind of small, actually.
Was actually still good though.
So, did you not actually get down on one knee before you were told to?
I was told to, and then I figured I better listen up.
Yeah,
because that's how it starts. I just got to listen up from now on.
Right.
Wait, no. So I'm honestly curious. So you pull the ring out.
Yeah.
And then, Nicole, do you see what's happening? You better fucking get on one knee before you start talking to me?
He kept fumbling with his wallet because he wears tight pants, so he didn't have room for a ring box.
Skinny jeans.
Yep.
Skinny
tight pants.
He kept fumbling with his wallet, and I was like, what is he doing? Why is he acting so nervous? Because we started turning around and walking back the other way.
Awesome.
I was like, I don't know if I can do this here.
After almost 10 years, he's all nervous. After we walked past the naked chick, we were on Dog Beach. It was really cute because there were all these cute puppies everywhere.
Dog shit beach.
Yeah.
It's called Dog Beach. I don't want to tell people that I got proposed to on Dog Beach.
Right.
It's almost like a last resort island.
Yeah. It's the only dog I can find on Dog Beach. There you go, Nicole. How would you like this?
So we were walking back up the sand dune, and Nate goes, he all of a sudden he hugs me, and then we kept walking. He's like fumbling with his wallet, and then he stops and he hugs me really close, and he whispered in my ear.
Ah.
And then I made him get on one.
And then you said,
and then the commandments started.
Because I wanted all those bitches to know what was about to happen.
I know, right?
Laying claim to all that blonde and the tight jeans.
Did you get an applause? Were there other people around then?
You know what? We were just so happy we didn't even care if anybody saw us, and then we ran off and drank beer at Pizza Port.
Nice. Were you sober? Were you both sober at the time?
Yeah, it was in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, Nate, you are a noble gentleman.
Time of day has no meaning.
Yeah,
were you sober
that's
or not?
true. Yeah.
It was at 6 a.m.
We got up and drank
Were
6
you
packs.
sober?
Had to get some liquid courage up, and then I finally did it. Yeah.
Wow.
That's a cute story.
Yeah.
Huh. Congratulations.
I always thought maybe I had a chance with you, Nicole. You want to last? If you want to last little romp before you're not married yet, you know.
Hey, there's still the bachelorette party.
Still the best. I could be the guy who jumps out of the cake.
Oh,
all your dreams are coming true, Nicole.
Oh yeah.
Just bring her to the Giants game or something.
Yeah.
Locker room.
All right, guys. Here I am. My last run through. Now
Time
run through.
for a red eye. Nicole, stand on the other side of the locker room. We're all going to shoot.
Oh, wow.
You guys going to have the reception at the Hop Grenade?
Oh.
Is that an invite? It
No
sounds like it.
pressure.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Sounds like the worst decision you could ever make in your whole marriage.
Oh yeah, can you imagine? When is the plan for the funeral? Wedding.
The funeral.
Wedding.
Sometime 2015.
Next year.
Yeah, next year.
Oh, so we might still be open by then.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
Probably not, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to time that. I'm glad you mentioned that because we'll have to time it right after the opening before you go under.
Right.
So you can get the most out of it.
Yeah, you might want to speed things up.
Right.
You're going out of business sales / bachelor party.
We're going to have a lot of beer on sale.
Because you know what they say about new bars and restaurants. It's all downhill from the first day.
Yeah.
So we got to get in the first month and then we're good.
That's right. And isn't it only 50% of us actually make it, too? So.
Yes, exactly. Don't listen
We
to
know how
any of
my
those
luck is.
statistics. They don't matter.
Right.
Just keep going.
Which would, if you had $1 billion, would you rather invest in a marriage or a bar?
A bar.
Neither.
Oh, man. JP, sage advice.
Congratulations, you two. That's
Thank you,
really
Justin.
awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you both. I'm happier for Nate because he's the real winner in this thing.
I think so, yeah.
Nicole, you're clearly settling. But whatever, you're getting old.
You can sell yourself short. It's okay.
Yeah. Well, at this point, years beyond common law, it's like, well, why not?
Yeah. She's like, whatever. Hey, Nate.
Hey, Nate, make me some beer.
What's
Oh,
up,
Nate, you're still here? Well, sure.
Shouldn't you be cleaning or something, Nate? What's up?
Hey, Nate, make me something vegetarian, will you?
Yeah.
Fast.
Lazy.
Vacuum, dust, or do something.
All right, well, that's exciting. Look at the BN family. You get babies,
It's all
and
growing up.
marriage, and cancer. It's like everything's happening at once.
They're all equal. Everyone has something bad happen to them.
It's like a movie.
Yeah.
It's like we should call Lifetime and have them do a movie about
Oh,
that.
we could definitely have a Lifetime movie, and JP, you could play yourself, I think.
We're doing the radio show. He's already playing himself.
Right.
It's
It'd be
close.
like VH1 behind the mic. And show all the fights and stuff that happen at the breaks. It'd be great.
understand me.
You never listen.
You never hear.
That's just Bevo and Sam. All right. Let's move on. As exciting as that was, I'm happy for you. Did you get a ring on your finger? Let me see this thing.
No. I had to. We need some cash at the pawn shop. I'll get it back real soon.
So, like, after the weekend was over, you're like, so I'm going to need that back.
Yeah.
It's actually my mom's. I'm borrowing it.
Yeah.
I had to hawk my guitar for that. If we
Yes.
have a show coming
Exactly.
up.
See, you know.
I'm going to need that guitar back.
And I said by the end of March I would have the money back.
It's
so
2020.
Once the March tour is over, I will get the ring back
Yes.
out of Hawk.
We're playing this big venue. There's gonna be a lot of people. The pre-sales look good.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I guarantee this time is going to be. We're really going to
for
do
real.
it.
Yeah.
There might be upwards of 20 people there.
Yeah.
It'll be amazing.
There will be tens of people.
Yeah. We're
And they
touring
might-
with the trophy fire.
We'll sell merch. It'll be great.
So no ring.
Well, no, I'll have it back tomorrow. We had to get a little resizing done there. But
Size.
Resizing. Yeah, that's what I told her to say. It's working.
it was too big.
That's the last time Nate will ever hear that.
Yeah. What do you think? My fingers are fat, Nathan?
Well, that was my original plan, was to grow into the ring.
Oh, yeah.
That's a terrible choice.
I'm getting married now. I'll just grow into the ring.
Yeah, the sizing was like permission.
Yeah, it's all Velveeta and bonbons from here on.
Yeah. Nicole goes from a healthy vegetarian lifestyle to Velveeta and bonbons.
Bacon. Lots of it.
But don't want that thing to fall off.
Yeah, no, you're just doing your part.
Yeah.
All right, we got a little beer news to do, brought to us by our good friends at homebrewstuff.com.
It's the Brewing Network's Beer News, brought to you by homebrewstuff.com.
Well, the Olympics are happening in Sochi, Russia, as I speak, and there is a beer fridge there that is being deemed the coolest thing at the games, even cooler than tandem bathroom stalls and half-built roads. It's set up in the Canadian Olympic House. It's a beer machine a marketing gimmick by Molson Canadian, but it only opens for holders of Canadian passports. So Olympic athletes simply swipe their passport. It's a big red and white beer fridge. You can't miss it. And the door opens magically to shelves lined with Molson beer.
Despite the beer selection, I really love this idea. This
amazing.
Is genius marketing, and I feel like there should be a BN Army beer fridge somehow to use this technology at the Hop Grenade. But that aside, this is really good marketing.
Yeah, it is.
It's brilliant.
And it's not the first time they've used this particular campaign. They rolled it out across Europe last summer. There was a series of videos showing befuddled locals in mostly rural settings, some urban too, like in northern France and Belgium, trying to open the fridge door, of course, in vain. And toward the end of the video, there's finally a Brit who shouts out, "Is anybody Canadian?" And sure enough, there's a backpacker with a maple leaf on his bag, and he opens the fridge.
Nice.
And now they're just kind of rolling it out for the Olympics, and the athletes are stoked because there's been food shortages in Sochi. I mean, among the ridiculousness happening over there, it's hard to find a beer, I guess.
Right. And so the Canadian team is well fed with carbohydrates.
Yeah.
Even the beer selection, and Tasty, I'd be curious if you agree with me. If you're the only one with the key to the refrigerator, and there's something about it, I would drink the Molson. I'm happy to have, because it just makes it taste better that you're
make it taste great. Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're the only one with the key. You're serving the team. Even the Molson is good.
And apparently, it's really easy to get laid as an athlete there anyway. Can you imagine if you had the key to the beer fridge?
Yeah. You and I should have gone. I think we could pass for athletes.
Whoa, curlers. Sure, dude. Yeah. Ice dancing. We can do twizzles all day long. It'd be great.
Maybe not ice dancers. There must be other winter sports we could pass for.
Maybe bobsledding, but
we could be skeleton. Skeleton, I think we could run for sure, dude.
Why don't you just adopt a really steely glare, and then you can be one of Putin's cronies?
Oh, that's good. Yeah, see, that works.
Yeah,
I mean, you're not going to pass for an athlete. It's not be ridiculous.
No, he's a curler. A curler though, who apparently get paid well,
$60 to $100,000, dude.
How about that? Anyway, I like the marketing. Good job, Molson.
Indeed, and good job, 21st Amendment. As we well know in this studio, our friends there at 2NA have been doing most of their packaging, or all of their packaging of their now ubiquitous cans in Minnesota over the last 6 years. Well, the news is now that they're coming home. I don't know if you guys heard this, but this year, 2NA plans to open a 95,000 square foot facility in our backyard down in San Leandro in the East Bay. In fact, it's the old former Kellogg cereal factory building where they used to make Pop-Tarts and Raisin Bran and Eggos, but now it's going to be a 2NA building. It's a blockbuster for the city of San Leandro, really the whole East Bay. It's going to be a campus, including a production brewery, tasting room, restaurant, and event space a la Lagunitas.
Wow. Yeah, I bet you they're going to do it up. I mean, I didn't know that it was going to be a full-on campus like that, although I'm not surprised one bit. Sully likes to do it up. I think that they want to put on a good showing for their hometown, their home Bay Area anyway. And now I'm pretty fired up to see what they do.
Oh, they're going to blow it out. It's going to be great.
Yeah. It kind of makes sense. Now, Nate, you must be super stoked.
The Dro, what the heck?
It kind of makes San Leandro like a destination. We all already know and love Drake's, right?
Yeah.
And to me, this isn't like a competition thing. That's not how craft beer works. When there is more than one place to go, we tend to go to those places, right? So now you might find us in San Leandro more often if we can just go next door to 2NA.
There aren't a whole lot of places or reasons to go to San Leandro, but if we got Drake's and we have 21A, I was getting a couple more reasons. No, it's one of those cities that's had a lot of light industrial space, a bunch of empty buildings for quite a while. And I think folks like Sean know that, and it's probably been on the short list for an East Bay location, so it's cool to hear.
When's it supposed to be done?
They're saying that the tasting room and retail area and brewing facility are planned to open this fall in 2014, and that in 2015 they will roll out the full restaurant, pub, beer garden, and meeting rooms and the rest of the space.
Okay.
The initial brewing capacity 100,000 barrels, but it'll be scalable to over 250,000. The plan for 2NA this year is around 70,000.
Yeah, I know the building they're talking about. It's huge. It's huge, so it's very cool.
70,000 is a lot of barrels already. Yeah. What they plan to do this year is a lot of beer.
Yeah.
So to grow into something like 260, is that what you said, 260?
Yeah, it's an enormous number. Just by comparison, Anchor, who distributes to all 50 states, does about 180,000.
Okay.
Although they are looking to boost their capacity to 680,000 when they expand to their Mission Bay facility nearby.
Wow.
So lots more beer and beer everywhere.
Oh, the Bay Area is kicking ass on beer. Good job, Sully. Glad to see it.
Indeed, and here's one more from North Texas, where 2 residents who say they were injured when a fermentation tank exploded during a brewery tour are suing the brewery for approximately $1 million.
Oh, boy.
2 people, John Rudin and Aaron Kirby, Aaron, E-R-I-N, the chick, both of Denton County, are suing Franconia Brewing Company in McKinney, Texas. It's north of Dallas in the suburbs. Specifically named in the lawsuit owner Dennis Werman and head brewer Richard Horn. The explosion happened back on February 18, 2012, while the group was touring. It didn't. They described it as an explosion, but basically the valve burst off a fermentation tank while there was a tour group of about 100 people in the space.
Yeah.
And it blew through an adjacent wall and knocked a kegerator into some of the people from the tour group.
Okay.
Yeah, and so now those people here, 2 years later, are suing.
Oh, God.
I saw this, and I see that they're essentially suing for negligence. They're not suing for the accident. They're saying that the tank wasn't maintained properly. So they're suing for negligence. Now, I want to talk about this for a second, because my gut reaction to this is, and it's what I think it's the same reaction I'm hearing from you, JP, even though you haven't expressed any words yet. I feel it's the same gut reaction, which is, come on, you went on a brewery tour, why are you going to sue on this? So I started to think about what would make me sue a brewery. And my gut reaction is, I go on a brewery tour, I expect everything to be safe, but it's also my choice to go into what is otherwise a factory. I'm going into a factory. So I feel like accidents happen, I'm not going to sue. But what if I started to think, what would cause me to sue? What if I brought my young daughter along with me? And what if there actually was negligence on the tank? And what if she was mangled? Now, I don't have an actual answer to this that I decided that's why I would sue. Mm-hmm. But I do try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I was trying to put myself in these guys' minds. And I don't know how badly they were injured. And I also don't know if there was any real negligence. But if there was real negligence, I wonder if they're justified in suing. First of all, that's what insurance is for, so hopefully the brewery will come out relatively unscathed. That would be my hope. But if there was real negligence on the tank, do you see what I'm getting at? This crowd in here, we're not a sue-happy crowd. In fact, we're pretty critical about Americans in general. And I would think our gut reaction is to say, F you should never sue. But what if...
Critical of people. I don't think it has to do with being American or not.
Well, that's fine, but Americans are always the ones that are accused of all the suing. So that's why I say it that way.
Okay.
But do you see what I'm getting at here, Moscow?
Absolutely. And there are instances where you do get into impossible spots, as much as I do like the, basically never sue. Like, for example, in the National Hockey League in 2002, a puck flew into the crowd and hit like an 8-year-old girl in the head, and she died. And now, there's the big nets that are on each end zone that prevent the puck from flying out, if you miss the net high or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's an impossible situation because on the one hand, they've 100 years of NHL tradition. There's never any nets, souvenirs for the fans. They love catching the pucks, and it's just this freak accident that this little girl died. And I don't know that obstructing the view of all the people in the nets and taking away the souvenirs
justifies the thing. Yeah.
Right, but then again, if your daughter is the one who died, what are you going to do? Not take action? I mean, it becomes your life mission.
The thing about that specifically is they actually blame her death on people on the hospital in Oklahoma not understanding concussions.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. It's like a whole thing that I recently read an article about it, and so they didn't treat her for a concussion, and they let her, I guess, sleep or something.
She choked on her tongue,
and
or
then
something?
and then she died from I forget the details, but it was on the hospital not treating it properly because they didn't understand because it's a relatively new hockey town. So the net has nothing. The concussion had nothing to really do with it, I guess. But in this situation, what could possibly be faulty on a tank that would have been prevented from proper maintenance? I mean, maintenance is unscrewing and screwing in. It's not,
no, that's not necessarily true. Any number of things, for one, that I couldn't even begin to think of. But one I could think of, for example, is that there's some weld issues. And maybe you've had
but
a
that's
leak.
not maintenance issue. But that's what I'm saying. That's a manufacturing.
But
issue.
let me finish.
Okay.
Maybe you knew about the weld issue. Maybe the thing's kind of been leaking or seeping for some time. But you know what? You're on a budget. You're a small brewery. You got to nurse this thing along. You never imagine that it's going to explode, and you're just kind of doing what you can. It's just one scenario. There could be any number of scenarios. Maybe it really could be any of these things. Because if it were just like you're talking about screwing things in, then it wouldn't have blown the way that it did.
Yeah.
So you could have kind of cut a corner or two because you're nursing it along, but you just genuinely never imagined that the thing would blow. You know, a person died right at Red Hook from using the plastic kegs, and I think no one ever imagined that the thing was going to blow. But these things happen. So this is why I'm saying
the other issue is 2 years later. That's when you decide to.
Oh, it could have just been going on for 2 years, actually. I don't think it said that they're just now suing.
I do think that's the case. They're just
is
now
that
filing
right?
the lawsuit. Yeah. Well, so as far as the extent of the injuries, here's how it was reported back then.
Yeah.
2 visitors were injured. One female was mostly in shock. The other was hospitalized with a broken rib. He was not hit directly by the tank, but by another beer cooler that was along the wall where the tank fell through.
They're in good conditions. Both are released out of the hospital.
So that the voice at the end there was the owner, and the report. There you go, a broken rib for the dude, and the chick was mostly quote in shock.
But that's fine. Then it's the cost of touring a factory. But I take it all back.
Based on that reporting, a valve didn't come off. The tank fell through the wall.
Well, because the valve blew, it broke one of the legs on the tank, and then it fell through the wall it was next to.
Ah, okay.
The whole pressure, everything.
Yes, Bevo.
Well, basically, like, you don't have to sign anything to go on a brewery tour now.
Well,
I guarantee you that's what's going to happen.
That's about to change,
right,
I'm sure.
Exactly.
You know,
I always wondered when something like this might happen. I guess we're here.
Like, you're going to have to sign away saying that you take full responsibility.
Yeah.
You're aware of it.
Well, you'll hear the owner here address that right at the end of his quote.
Franconia Brewery owner Dennis Werman is now talking about the incident that injured 2 people during a tour of the business.
It was a freak accident. I mean, the beer came out of the tank and it put a lot of force behind the tank that allowed the tank to dislocate, but there wasn't any explosion going on. I think for us, what we are going to do is we rethink and reconsider the program of the tours. I have seen some really weird things happening in the brewery, but I have never seen a tank moving like that out of his spot through a wall.
Yeah, so forget the waivers. They're just canceling it altogether.
Yeah, that's what I would do too.
For now.
It's just a shame, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cosmically, it's a shame.
Shame is there's a lot of breweries today giving tours just like he is. And
yeah, it sets a precedent. They all stop.
Yeah, they all, reading about his example, a lot of them may, in fact, stop giving tours.
Yeah.
Let's hope not. Sad.
It is sad, and it's bound to happen. We're going to start seeing more and more of this in our industry. Not explosions, but you know what I mean. Stuff that we never thought you'd really hear about.
Yeah, well, and it's an instance where I really want to interview the 2 people, because I think no person would disagree with them going, well, look, I was in the hospital, I had a broken rib, I missed a week of work, my medical bills are $18K, I missed $2.5K worth of work. Sue for the $21,000, recover your... would anybody oppose that? It's so reasonable.
Right.
$1 million?
Yeah.
I want to interview them, and I'm sure they would say, oh, well, we have to prevent this from happening to future. Some BS that their attorney fed them. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's something there that I'm missing.
Well, and I don't know either. And that's the only reason I wanted to bring up the broader topic, is that my gut always jumps to that, too. But who knows? It does say here in the article, here's what they're suing for. And not that this answers any of those questions, but it's just here. Damages, suffered injuries and damages, including medical expenses, loss of earnings, pain and anguish, physical impairment, and here's the one I like, disfigurement.
Right, now that's...
I want to know what it is.
Exactly. It's
I
got to
see it.
Attorney BS. Like,
is it a scar on the rib?
Well, broken rib, no, right? But the woman went through shock. That's
when it starts getting sketchy. Distress? Get out of here.
I'm shocked. I went through so much shock, and then...
Right.
It took me 2 years.
Ham it up.
Oh, you should sue.
Who can I sue?
I don't know.
Cancer.
You should sue cancer.
Cancer has deep pockets, man.
Yeah, cancer
Every
is
other
everywhere.
thing is a research
big
fund.
industry.
Yeah.
It's a corporation.
I'll talk to Susan G. Komen. Oh, wait.
Cancer LLC.
Can we do a quick great moment from local news before I end this here? This is awesome.
Visitors reporting hearing a loud boom.
We heard a loud noise, bang, bang, and then the door flew open and beer came flying in.
A
bang,
boom.
bang.
Whoa,
I love
is
it.
it a boom or is it a bang?
Oh, we heard a noise.
That was like that could have been our end of show moment of Zen right there. Little John Stewart.
That is the news brought to you by homebrewstuff.com, where our friends are in the last few days of lager season. Go to homebrewstuff.com/promotions and find all sorts of great lager stuff on sale.
Noise, bang, bang.
Bang. Homebrewstuff.com. Bang, bang.
All right, I was going to get us to some SF Beer Week coverage, but I'm going to push it back to just a little bit later in the show, and that's because we've got to speak to double IPA winner Sven, our very own Sven from Kinetic Brewing Company. He's waiting. When we come back, we'll talk to Sven. We will announce a couple of our Brewcaster challenges, and Sven's going to help us do it. So we'll do that. Then we'll do SF Beer Week coverage later in the program. Hang in there. It's the session, and we'll be right back.
Bang, bang.
Listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
That's it. I've had it. I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contracts, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states. Plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small. Single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere.
Holy shit!
NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters. This is Jamel Zanishev, and I want to tell you about my favorite heretic beer, Shallow Grave Porter. I love the rich, malty character of this beer. While full and rich, Shallow Grave has an easy drinking finish that isn't too sweet. I've always loved my homebrew porter recipe, so when it's time to brew Heretic Shallow Grave, I started with that in mind. But I tweaked it with all my latest recipe ideas. Just like in homebrewing, I made sure we used only the finest malts that would produce the ideal flavor for this beer. We used select British malts to get the rich chocolate and caramel flavors, and we spared no expense. The result is a beer as dark as a moonless night, with hints of vanilla, coffee, and chocolate, perfect for a cool evening out in the woods. Cheers.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and the freshest ingredients, backed by the best customer service in the business. New items include the Big Oxygen Kit for economical wort aeration using common welding oxygen tanks, and the Unistat line of external thermostats for easy control of both electric heaters and refrigerators. In addition, they've just mashed their new oatmeal stout malt extract, so you can make those tasty winter oatmeal stouts and porters without mashing. Go to williamsbrewing.com today and browse their vast selection. That's williamsbrewing.com. Orders placed by 4 p.m. Pacific Time weekdays, shipped the same day. Brewing is easy, the Williams way.
Hey, Wooly, I'm beat. Can we find a nice tree to just hang out in for a while? You're beat. I've been swinging through this forest for 50 years, ever since we first escaped from the circus. I know, but there's got to be more to life than exploring this creek and trying to populate the valley by copulating with loose, hairy girls.
Mark, we stop. Look!
What is that? It looks like a man-made treehouse with fresh food and craft beer.
Welcome to the Creek Monkey Tap House, boys. Grab a seat. Creek Monkeys drink free.
Awesome! The Creek Monkey Tap House in Martinez, California takes their mission of fresh food and beer seriously. They only serve locally raised beef and chicken, as well as local sustainable produce. It's better for you and the planet, and it just tastes better. The beer and wine at Creek Monkey Tap House are chosen with the same care for the highest quality and rotate frequently to make each visit an adventure. Swing on into the Creek Monkey Tap House and enjoy a new legend of amazing food, beer, and wine. The Creek Monkey Tap House, online at creekmonkey.com.
Hey, Jack, what you doing? Playing Warcraft?
No way, it's TBG time, buddy.
TBG?
Get with it. I'm playing that brewery game.
What brewery game?
No, that's the name of the site, thatbrewerygame.com.
What?
Yeah, check it out, man.
If you've ever brewed beer in your dreams or wish you could mash in right from your desk at work, you can. Kind of. With That Brewery Game. You can brew up a great batch of beer from anywhere virtually. Then you can sell it because in That Brewery Game, it's legal to sell your beer to the public. Create recipes, brew virtually, upgrade your equipment, upload labels, and test market your brand at thatbrewerygame.com.
You still slinging pissed off birds into buildings from your phone? Forget that. Try making beer.
Sweet.
Register right now for your free account at thatbrewerygame.com. Brew, drink, play. Thatbrewerygame.com.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer, and it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session. Tuned into this session because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
Right, welcome back. Hey, I haven't told you in a while about our good friends over at That Brewery Game.
You know, I've been wondering about that.
It's the only virtual game where you can go on and make virtual beer, hang out with other virtual brewers. You can drink beer, send beer, be in the bar. I went there today. There was a beer waiting for me from the owner, Rob.
Really?
I got to sit there virtually and drink a beer and check out the whole thing over at thatbrewerygame.com. They're coming up on their second anniversary. That's right. They're celebrating it now. That Brewery Game is celebrating second anniversary. It's an online game that's completely dedicated to brewing beer and to brewers. So forget this Facebook, this candy balls, this invite me to every... You want to invite me to a game that's worthwhile?
Yeah.
Invite me to something I'm interested in. Like beer. Yes.
Not candy.
It's an online game dedicated to brewing beer and brewers. This week, they expect to hit the 1 million virtual beers brewed and sold.
Wow.
Think about that. That's an enormous number.
That's a lot.
Well, just make sure you don't go virtually driving
after that.
But you can go surfing.
But just the amount of people using it, like the community, 1 million is a big number.
That's a giant number, absolutely.
But they're just about, this week, they're going to reach 1 million virtual beers brewed and sold. So the countdown is on. The players who brew and drink that millionth beer are going to win some cool stuff. They're giving away prizes. So Rob keeps making the game better all the time. There are style competitions now where players can enter their beer for judgment by other players.
Huh.
And by the way, to be a good judge, you have to prove your knowledge of making beer. So it's not like just any Yahoo, goes on there and judges beer. You actually got to pass some things to become a qualified and effective beer judge.
Just like in real life.
You got to know what you're doing, yeah.
All right.
So the game is not for the average yokel. It's complex, it's difficult, and it's about making good beer down to really the smallest detail. If you think about it, since you're doing it virtually, you really got to know about the ingredients, the process, how to make a good recipe.
So it's not just a bunch of people goofing off. It's actually legitimately hardcore beer nerds.
Yeah.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
So it doesn't cost a thing to get started. You can go check it out at thatbrewerygame.com, and it's a good time to do it. It's their second anniversary. There's a lot of people using it, and go check it out. If you go there right now, thatbrewerygame.com, you'll see all about it. Like I said, when I went earlier today, I got a beer out of it, which is kind of cool.
What kind was it?
I think it was, I don't know. It didn't tell me, but it looked tasty.
Oh, that's good.
And now I can. Oh, and already now, because I've had the page open, now I can buy another beer. And why wouldn't I?
You can double fist it.
I can do
a real one and a virtual one.
There's some cool labels and beer names over there, too.
Oh, really? You can do your own labels?
Yeah, different contestants. Looks like they're doing different things. So go check it out, thatbrewerygame.com.
And
cool.
you know, it can even get one further removed, because you got real beer, right? And then you got awesome virtual beer, like in this game.
Yes.
My buddy Ryan works for Electronic Arts. He's working on the new Sims game, where you can have your virtual character play games. So I wonder if you gave your character that brewery game to play, you'd be virtually making a virtual beer. You're like 3 times removed from reality. Could it get any better than that?
Talk about metagaming.
Sounds like Inception.
Yeah,
I think I just gained like 8 pounds.
Right.
You're well on your way.
Well, good. Your non-existent ring will fit.
Got to get out of hock first.
Got to play your gig first.
Yeah. As soon as I return the Flying V, I'll get
the 82 Gibson's got to go.
Nate, you should not play anything other than a Flying V.
I know.
If no one's ever told you this, it's a crime.
It's true.
No, Nate's one up from that. His guitar looks like a melted candy bar.
Yeah, it's like the cheap ass Flying V for the dude who couldn't afford it. The Gibson RD.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I love it. It's great.
All right, so we've got a few things to do left in the program, but the important ones now are the Brewcaster Challenge update. On the line with me to help introduce the beer that Doc versus Moscow, that they're in the winners bracket, have to brew. Are you ready, Doc?
Got a drum roll or something.
No, I don't need it. You're gonna hate it enough. You're gonna hate it almost as much.
You're not gonna give me anything I like.
Almost as much as like JP would.
Can we do the drum roll snap?
But yes, thank you, Nicole.
No.
Actually,
everybody does it. It sounds like it's raining.
No. Doc.
Yeah. What?
We're gonna make you brew
an
Imperial IPA.
Oh.
Yes. Now, Doc doesn't despise them quite like JP, but he certainly doesn't like them.
Yeah.
When's the last time you...
look at his face. You kidding me right now?
He's a little stumped.
Yeah.
Make 25 gallons of it.
When's the last time you brewed one?
Have you ever brewed?
Never.
Perfect!
Yes!
Never? Perfect!
Never.
Wow.
All right, we've got our good friend Sven from Kinetic Brewing Company on the line to introduce the style to us, so you can learn a few things, Doc, before you have to go brew this beer you've never brewed.
Sven!
You guys want to drink some Pliny while we talk to Sven?
Yeah.
No.
All right.
Absolutely.
I don't want to open it for all you sour pusses. Do you guys want Pliny?
Yes.
Of course.
All right.
Yes. Hey, Sven.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hi, friend.
Now, Sven, longtime friend of the BN, but now the proprietor of Kinetic Brewing Company in Lancaster, California. If you may remember that they won a couple of medals at the Great American Beer Festival this year, and Sven just took the gold at the Bistro Double IPA Festival.
All right.
Thank you.
Sven's brewing, right? You brewed that beer, right, Sven?
I did, yeah, I did. I'm back in the seat and I'm making the beer now.
Nice.
See,
that
this
must
is
be a good return, like a good feeling, you know.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. That was I'd been back in the saddle for 6 weeks when we made that. So yeah, it was it was cool doing that. I was shocked and surprised.
The old man still got it.
Guess so.
What did you call the beer?
It's called Afterburner.
Okay. Is it still on tap at the pub?
We tapped the last 5-gallon keg an hour ago.
Nice, very nice.
Great time.
So at this moment, it is.
Did anybody in this room go to the Double IPA Festival?
Oh, sure.
Why would I?
I know Tasty and Nicole were there.
Tasty and Nicole,
Right.
Did you guys have this beer?
Yes, I did.
You did have it.
Yeah.
I did.
See, that's the thing about the double IPA. It's not only a long day; it's a long day of double IPA.
Yeah.
So it is hard to distinguish one from the next.
It's a lot of work
by the end, isn't it?
Right.
However, the judging is not done that way. The judging is done in the basement. Nathan's reported on it for us before, before the festival itself. So those guys, they're not just out there drinking all day. So, Sven, why don't you tell us a little bit about your beer? Moscow and Doc, I recommend you guys pay attention. Maybe there's some pointers in here for one of you to get the edge over the other one. Tell us about the beer.
All right. It's a... hold on, let me pull up my actual log here so I can see. I said log.
There he is. There's my boy.
Yeah. All right. So it's we use we'll talk in percentages. So 47.8% two row, and we use RAR, and we actually use the Alex RAR, which is the Canadian.
That's good
malt.
stuff.
It's the fatter kernel on that one. It's a little. It's the priciest of the RAR two rows, and it's the premium malt. We don't skimp around with our malts here.
Attaboy.
And then we also put a really large percentage of wheat into that. 40% wheat goes into that.
40%.
I mean, I'm sorry, I'm skimming. I just crossed my lines there. 43% of pills. I'm jumping ahead.
Okay.
That's meant to say no. There's not 40% wheat. There's 43% of pills. We use a lot of pills in that beer.
Why the pills? Why so much pills? What do you get out of that?
It gives a dryness to the beer that I think a lot more brewers are changing over to. I'm sorry about that phone in the background.
No worries.
It lends a crisp dryness and drinkability. Sorry to say drinkability to the beer. I think a lot of brewers are switching over to using Pils malt in their IPAs.
Yeah. We've heard some of that on the show here. I think I always question about it too, because I do think it's a relatively new trend, and I always like to hear about it.
We made an IPL back in. We went on tap in November, and that was pure Pils, and it was created like an IPA. Just used Pils malt and lager yeast, and it turned out wonderfully. But the question is why do this beer with a lager yeast? I mean, it was a little cleaner, a little drier, a little more refreshing, but for the extra effort of the 6 to 8 weeks of lagering, although it was less than that, you can accomplish the same thing, we think, with ale yeast. But the Pils does help just give it that cleaner, a little bit of an edge, I think.
All right.
We do use wheat. We don't use 43% though. We use 2.4% wheat. And again, we use the. But going back to the Pils, we also don't just use we use Weirmann, and we don't use the Pilsner malt. We use the Bohemian Pilsner malt, the highly modified Bohemian Pilsner. Again, that fatter kernel, the better diastatic power and conversion.
And does that make it? Do you feel that makes it so you don't have to do a multi-step mash because it's so highly modified, or does that even matter to you?
No, it's the modification has nothing to do with it. It's the flavor profile that you get out of it. The Bow Pils just lends so much more biscuit character.
Okay.
So we're just looking for that. Then we go to the pale wheat, the Weirmann pale wheat, 2.4%. And then we use 2.4% of Simpson's, the premium English Care malt. The Simpson's malts, if you're familiar with them, they don't come in 10 Lavabond, 40 Lavabond, 60 Lavabond. They're more vague or nebulous with their numbers. So they have 10 to 15, 30 to 37, 50 to 60. The premium English malt is actually a relatively new malt that they've introduced, and it's the 17 to 23 Lavabond. And it again adds a little bit more of that biscuit character to the beer.
Okay.
And then we finish it out with a 50-pound bag of dextrose, which says it's 4.3% of the grist. So we do incorporate a 90-minute boil because of the Pils, and we use Bravo at 60 minutes. I don't know how I'm going to transfer these hopping rates, but we use a lot of Bravo, but not too terribly much. About 40 BUs of Bravo at 60 minutes, and then only because we had it sitting around. We put in, and we're trying to go through it. We used some Palisade at 5 minutes. And again, this has to do with our kettle and the way our system is built. A 5-minute addition on our system is kind of like a 20-minute. And because when we flame out and start whirlpool, typically we won't, in very hoppy beers like this, we don't add the hops until 10 minutes after the whirlpool has started, because our kettle is so efficient in holding heat, and we don't have a separate we don't have a separate whirlpool.
Yeah.
So we've had to learn to adjust the times. So
that 5-minute addition just ends up sitting in there for quite a long time at high temperature.
Right, because when we flame out at 0 and we do the whirlpool, we add our whirlpool hops 10 minutes after we've started the whirlpool. We let those sit for another 10 minutes, and then we do our knockout. So our knockout is 20 minutes after the end of the boil.
Okay.
And then it takes us about a half hour to knock out.
All right, so you're still getting some IBUs from those additions because they're sitting.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
So that's why we have it listed as a 5-minute addition, but it would be really more like a 20 or 25-minute addition. And then we have.
And let me ask you this, just while we're on the topic, for something like an Imperial IPA, where you have, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have a higher gravity beer as well, right? You're not just doubling the hops, but you got some more gravity in there.
Oh yeah, quite a bit. Our gravity is 20.4 Plato, which that's 1085.
Okay. So from a homebrew perspective, since our whirlpool wouldn't be longer, we talk a lot on this show about just, not doing those kind of middle additions, like 20 minutes or something. But maybe, I guess what I'm asking is maybe it's important for something like a 20-minute addition or a 15-minute addition with an Imperial IPA, because you've got the sweet higher gravity, and you might actually need more bitterness and not just hop flavor like we talk about all the time.
Yeah, well, that's what the 60 minutes for is, for your bitterness. We try to push our hops as late as we can, and this is just what we found works.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of putting as many hops in as late as possible.
Okay.
And we keep trying to push the hops back further and further.
But you're essentially doing a 20-minute addition, is what you're saying. So maybe maybe it's better posed to Nate, who's not really translating it from one thing or the other. If you're doing an Imperial IPA, Nate, are you thinking about doing middle editions like this, or are you still doing this thing we always talk about where it all just comes at the end? You do a big, strong bittering because of the higher gravity at the 60-minute, and then you'll do everything at 5 minutes. Or are you kind of going back to that traditional middle hopping with a beer like this?
Scooping it out as time goes on and doing less and less in the middle.
Okay.
And adding more and more at the end, sort of like what Sven is saying. And I think part of the reason why some of the commercial guys are doing it is they're finding they're getting better bang for the buck for all the money they're investing in hops. By doing it that way, I'm speculating. I don't know if that's part of why he's doing it, but you get a really nice impact that way without kind of muddying it up with extra vegetal matter. And it just seems to work. It just seems to balance everything out fairly well if you can get that going. I mean, it's like a hybrid of the bursting methods we used to do these additions in like these old school homebrew recipes for double IPA where it's like 20 minute, 15, 10, 5, 0, right?
Yeah.
Kind of finding that it's better if you wait and do maybe 1 or 2 at the end, maybe only 1, and then like a whirlpool or a hop back, and then that's it.
Right.
And then kind of load up on that, and then the dry hop, and you get a better impact.
And I guess even in Sven's case, as you're mentioning, Nate, the kind of more bang for your buck as a pro, even though he's calculating it as a 20-minute addition, it's only vigorously boiling for 5 minutes of that. Then it's kind of... So, yes, it's spending a lot of time at a high temperature, but it's not this super volatile, everything's being thrown around. So he's getting both bitterness and the flavor kind of staying in it, I guess is what I'm getting at.
This is something I know Tasty's done some research at the homebrew level as well. Like, you're still getting a isomerization with something at whirlpool temps.
Yeah, as long as it's above 195, you're going to get it. And it's hard to, especially if you're doing it in the kettle, for it to get down below 200.
Right. Maybe just something would be said for the liquid not actively turning over and pushing out
there's a lot of thermodynamics in a 195 degree liquid.
Right.
It may not be obviously as violent as a boil, but things are moving around enough that it's not so much different in terms of the boiling. And especially if you're whirlpooling, you're
still
spinning
moving
it around.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right.
Okay.
And for us, because we're at altitude, our boil is 207. And like I said, we are 20, 30 minutes after we're done, we're still at 205. So we've only fallen 2 degrees in 30 minutes.
Okay. All right.
Also, I think you also missed one thing that I said there, which was that Palisade edition. I only put that in because I'm trying to use the hop. I've got 44 pounds of Palisades I don't know what to do with, so I'm just trying to use the hops.
Well, keep using it like that. Apparently,
well, that's a good place to hide it when there's a lot of other hops in there.
Right.
Too.
Right. So I didn't want to put them in late because I didn't want them to show through.
Yeah.
But I just want to use the hop, and I don't want to waste them as a bittering hop, so I put them in 5 minutes edition. So they're doing something, but not too much.
Okay.
So after that, we get a little classic with a nice blend of Cascade, Chinook, and Citra, and that's the Whirlpool edition. That's our minus 10 minutes. So they're in contact. They're 10 minutes until we start knocking out, and that's we did 11 pounds of Cascade, 6 pounds of Chinook, and 3 pounds of Citra. If you want to work out those ratios,
yeah, that's all right. That's good enough. Sticking to them C hops, I like it.
Right. Then after that, that's where we start getting a little kind of technical. So when we get to, we do force ferment and then figure out what our terminal gravity is going to be. We cap and do a derest when we're 1 degree over Plato, and we let that sit for 3 days. And then we do an 8 degree Fahrenheit jolt. We drop the temperature of the fermenter down 8 degrees to kind of encourage our yeast to start going into to pull in their glycogen reserves and start to fall out. 24 hours after that, so what our fermentation temperature would have been 68 on this beer, so we would take it down to 60 degrees. 24 hours later, we then add our first dry hop. In the dry hop, we put HBC 430, an experimental hop, 7 pounds of that, 4.5 pounds of Simcoe, and 4 pounds of Citra. And then 6 days later, we put in our second dry hop. We put in 4 pounds of Simcoe, 7 pounds of Amarillo, and 11 pounds of Centennial. 2 days later, we cold crashed it. And then 4 days later, we transferred and carbonated it. 2 days later, I kegged it. And the next day, people were drinking it at the festival.
Have I counted something like 6 or 7 different varieties of hops in this beer?
Yeah, the Bravo, the Palisade, which is just in there for the hell of it, HBC 430, Simcoe, Citra, Amarillo, Centennial. Yeah.
7.
Good numbers.
Lucky number 7.
It worked.
Well, I do wish I had this beer in front of me, so I'm just going to trust the judges because I know that they're good over there. But, you know, my gut tells me, God, Sven, you really threw the kitchen sink at this beer. It sounds like a kitchen sink hop beer. But somehow these hops really worked well together if you were able to dial in the best double IPA there.
That Centennial Amarillo Simcoe combination is pretty classic and safe.
Yeah.
Throw some Citra in there and Cascade, and it's been done before. It's not.
Yeah, you're right.
And you could, not to throw under the bus, but I suppose you could ask Nicole. I'm pretty sure she had this beer in a relatively sober state.
Did you have it, Nicole?
I did, yeah. It's a great beer.
It was good. So you didn't find
very
it
deserving of an award for sure.
Excellent.
Were you in a relatively sober state?
I sure was. Actually, I was one of the judges this year at Double IPA. So.
Are you sure you're not knocked up? You got a coffee over there.
It's actually a tea.
A tea.
No, I'm not.
All right.
It was deserving of an award.
I'm
Maybe not this one.
I'm the designated driver.
I see. Okay, well that's good. I actually am pregnant.
Question for you, Sven, about 430. You've done a pale ale with that hop as well, or is that the first time you've used it, or some kind of other beer with that?
That's actually the first time we used that beer. No, I take that back. That beer was that hop was also used in the IPL that we made back in November. So we've only used that hop as a dry hop, and we did not use it by itself. We used it in combination with our other hops, so we never actually got to play with it solo to find out what it really does.
So do you, just in smelling it in the bag, do you find it's kind of one of the Citra realm things, or is it more classic, like a Cascade kind of deal?
It was Citra, and then had some melon qualities to it.
Oh, nice.
Can you tell us what kind of yeast, or at least the homebrew equivalent that you used?
001.
Okay, very nice.
It's very microscopic.
Yeah, it is.
Sven, right. I had your beer, but it was very dry. What was the final gravity on your beer?
It was 2.5 Plato, so 10.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So it went from 81 to 10.
It's nice.
Wow. What's the alcohol on that?
11.
Is that like 11%?
It's 9.
Sounds like 9.
It's 9.
Actually, I believe we called it 975 because I think it was actually turned out to be like 10.2, 10.1.
Just by the end of the double IPA festival? Oh,
it should have actually been in the triple category.
Get out of the way. If you entered it at GABF, you mean you would have had to go triple?
No, at the Bistro. The Bistro is a double IPA and a triple IPA festival.
Oh, okay.
And we had a beer in, but we had a double and a triple entered.
I see.
So the triple category actually started at 10%. But we've made that beer in the past, and we just got a little bit extra attenuation out of it this time. So typically in the past it's been 9.5 to 9.75, but we got 10.1 out of it this time.
Okay.
So I lied and put it in double anyway.
Yeah, whatever. No one's going to call you a liar.
Yeah.
Liar.
Well, now they will.
Right. All right, Sven. Well, congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the information. Moscow's never brewed like practically anything, and Doc's never brewed an Imperial IPA, so your input is very valuable. Thank you, my brother.
Thanks a lot, Ben.
All right. We'll see you soon, I hope.
Yeah, definitely.
Cheers. Good luck with more Kinetic beers, man.
Thanks a lot.
All right. There you go.
Definitely. I was just up there and didn't contact you at all, but definitely.
You know what I realized? Sven was not on the invite list for Winter Brews Fest. Total oversight,
For
just an
shame.
accident. And I felt like an asshole afterward. Push mentioned it to me.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, what do you mean he wasn't on the list? Of course he's on the list. He's Sven. He's one of those guys that you so just expect him to be on the list because he's our friend.
Well, more importantly,
that you don't put him on the list.
Well, he so doesn't need to be on the list because he's just included. He's just one of those guys that's always going to be there anyway. So you don't.
No, but he was like, well, I wasn't invited, and he's right. He should get a formal invite.
Yes.
He's a brewer like everybody else, but
Yeah.
he's on that friend list that you don't ever invite because you're invited.
Yeah, you're expected to be there.
I felt like a dick.
Well, you look like one, probably.
Sven, you got time. You have all the beers you want at Winterfest next year.
Yeah. Actually, it'll all be just your beers.
Right. It's Svenfest.
Yes.
Svenfest.
So now after that, I have formulated my plan for my double IPA. What I'm going to do is buy as many different hop varieties as I can find
Yes.
and put them in there. Because, I mean, if 7's good,
right,
26 has got to be better, right?
Oh, yeah, just shotgun that thing.
Why not?
Well, now...
Clearly.
Definitely a good joke, but also... I do want to point out that Sven made an excellent point to that question, and Nicole could. I would like it if you would attest to this in terms of your palate, and Nate in terms of your knowledge of hops. Sven's point was those still were all hops that play very nicely together.
Definitely.
Right, there wasn't like some random hop thrown in there, except for maybe the Palisades, right?
Yeah. You got to have, everyone has some hops like that. They're trying to find a place to use them, and they typically end up in the middle edition of a beer like that.
Yeah. But any other of those hops that he mentioned, Nicole, and other beers that you've had, anytime, that combination does tend to play well.
Well, I mean, he's using kind of like classic things and then playing with them, kind of like a chef might take a classic recipe and bump the pepper up or do this or do that. But you'll also notice that it's not like equal parts of 7 different hops. It's, really focused on the contribution of the Centennial, really focused on things like Amarillo that work really well with Centennial, and then other hops that are going to uphold and bring out the flavors from those 2 hops.
Right.
So, it's even though there's 7 hops in the beer, there's still a lot of focus in terms of what the flavor outcome is going to be.
Yeah.
And that's why it can be successful. You can brew a beer with 37 ingredients and make it successful as long as every ingredient is positively contributing to the flavor outcome, and it's all kind of going in a trajectory, and it's not all just like blowing up out of...
Sure. Now, let me direct the question another way, and I'm not making fun of you here, Master, because I know you were making a joke about the many ingredients, but I think this is a good point that we could learn from. A brewer like Moscow, and for that matter, me, because I don't know a lot about different hops, brewing an Imperial IPA, would you recommend that we use multiple hops, or couldn't you dial in a beer like this just with a couple of different hops?
You could do it just 2 or 3, maybe even
right?
2, but there's a reason why you don't see like. There's no Mount Hood and Vanguard and some other hops like that on this list. Sven chose these deliberately because they're tried and true great IPA hops.
So a guy like me could really just choose some no-brainer hops, some good Cascade, some good C hops that are tried and true, use a lot of them late, and not mess around with like, do I know if it plays well with this quantity of another hop or this quantity of Simcoe or some of these other even popular IPA hops, right? You see what I'm getting at? Like stacking the deck in a brewer like My Favor.
Yeah, you could do like take CTZ, Simcoe, and Citra, and you could make a killer IPA and express those three in very different ways.
Yeah. Okay.
Go with the tropical from Citra and kind of that crazy citrus signature character and slight pine from Simcoe, and then the dank and citrus from CTZ, and then play up each of those to the proportions that you like.
Would you dry hop with the same proportions as you put in the beer, like the same hops and the same proportions, or would you change it up in the dry hop for a beer?
Not necessarily. You could once again, if you like that tropical thing a little more, you could lean on Citra a little heavier than the other two, for example.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
What do you think, Tasty?
Well, if you're doing a flavor/aroma edition, which is going to be obviously something like a Whirlpool or a 5-minute edition, you want the dry hop to bring that out, right? Because you don't want to cover it up with another aroma.
You want to reinforce what happened there.
So you should pair at least one of those hops up. Say you do 2 hops that flame out. You may want to include one of those in the dry hop, like Amarillo or something like that,
to complement what you did.
Yeah, to marry those up, to get the flavor and aroma. To finish the flavor spectrum at least on that one hop.
Okay.
Because they can cover each other up if you use them in good amount of 2 hops.
Yeah.
At the same time, there's reasons why like a single hop double IPA is not the norm. It's because you want there to be some complexity of the flavor. You don't want it to be too one note. And Nate and Tasty can talk more about that from the recipe formulation side. But
yeah, okay.
But you don't need 7.
Yeah.
Necessarily. 7 can be great, but you can probably do really awesome stuff with just a few. But 1 is probably not enough for a double IPA. You're probably going to want to do at least 2.
Especially with low quality homebrew hops that we sometimes get.
Sometimes, yeah, it depends. I mean, there's still some really great ones out there. And apparently, luckily for Doc and Moscow, it's a really good year for hops from what the folks who know about this stuff are saying. So that's on your side.
But this is an Imperial IPA, not a double IPA.
Right. Imperial or double, about the same.
About the same, although we did talk about this offline, Scott and JP and I, and JP brings up a good point, that at the GABF, for example...
it's Imperial IPA.
It's Imperial IPA. There's only that category. And
or at least NHC.
And NHC is what we said.
I think GABF has both, don't they? They have double and Imperial?
I think
so, but NHC was what we were talking about.
The BJCP guidelines, Imperial IPA and double IPA are the same thing.
It doesn't say double, though, in the guidelines. It's called Imperial.
Yeah. It's just called Imperial.
Yeah, I remember talking about that with Gordon Strong at one point, though, and because I kind of got the impression that we sort of can use them interchangeably. Be fairly safe.
I think there's a perceived difference in the two, though. I think Imperial is I don't know. I think double means it's more strong, more higher gravity than like an Imperial IPA. But
yeah, that's what I thought you said in our meeting about it was, and this is why I thought maybe there was a distinction that an Imperial IPA would be both higher gravity and higher bitterness, but that a double IPA doesn't necessarily have to have higher gravity. That's what I think, JP, was you were describing.
That's my perception about kind of what the community has said in the past.
Is that correct?
I don't know if that's still correct.
There's no correct, because I feel like I've heard the exact opposite from other people on their perceptions. So, I mean, there's no definition out there. I know the BA has a completely different set of guidelines about this, and I'm actually not sure. I know they have several categories because they're all about giving out awards to awesome craft breweries in the U.S. So they make as many categories as they can make for these really popular beer styles, because otherwise there'd be like 8,000 entries in IPA.
So they have things like American Strong Ale, and you sometimes see beers like maybe a Racer 5 or something show up in American Strong Ale with an award, right?
So for the sake of this competition here on the BN, if we interchange Imperial with double IPA, nobody cares. It's the same sort of thing?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, for modern discussion of beer, like I haven't seen a compelling definition. Now, if we go back like 50 years to see if those words were used, I think double IPA probably is the modern nomenclature.
Okay.
But I see them being used interchangeably.
Okay.
I also see Imperial IPA being applied to like beers that people might call triple IPA that are like really, really elevated alcohol. But
I wonder.
I don't know.
I think using them interchangeably is relatively new I think it was Imperial IPA first, and then it was double IPA, and then people are using them interchangeably. But my
now
thing
people
was
are saying triple IPA. And,
yeah, so my thing is, I think if you're using them interchangeably, you're kind of muddying up the meaning of the words, and I don't know if there actually is a proper definition of a double versus an Imperial, and that's been a hotly kind of debated thing within the homebrew community. For
I think in the homebrew
so.
world, if you want to be the most technically accurate, would be to stick with category 14C BJCP guidelines that says Imperial IPA.
I like
it doesn't say double anywhere.
I like being technically so.
And we have to remember, though, that like all these changes in nomenclature, there isn't a definition because the beer is a living thing. This is happening now. We're making this style. It's happening.
Right.
I mean, think about in the hotbed of brewing porters in England, stout was just originally an adjective. It means short and squat. It was an adjective that they used to describe certain kinds of porter. And then over 100 years, it turned into its own beer style, and the Irish kind of reinvented it, and really, that's how we preserve it in the style guidelines now.
Okay.
We have to remember that when beer is really happening right now in the U.S. We're making all these new styles. This is going to be in the history books, and the way we're talking about beer is constantly changing. It's constantly shifting because of that.
I can't wait to be in the history books. I'm sure we're going to be referenced all the time with our professionalism, our on-point nomenclature.
Yeah, and our fucking technically
correctness.
Right? Fucking A right. Right.
So Moscow and Doc.
Belch really well.
All right.
Yes.
Now let me ask a different question then to Doc. Now, Doc, you haven't brewed an Imperial IPA, but you do have some hops know-how from all the other beers you brewed. Will you stick to, do you think, the C hops and some of these tried and true, or might you throw in some ringers to make yours stand out from Moscow, something outside the box? Something you might use in a beer that you do make often.
I'm probably going to start with the tried and trues and then branch out a little bit. I'm going to tap some people and see if they've got something new that they're kind of got in their little nest egg there.
Are you angry with me that I'm making you brew an Imperial IPA?
He doesn't look happy.
Well,
he's working around his anger right now. Leave him alone.
I can't get myself to brew 5 gallons of it. Maybe 10.
Yeah.
And you're going to get a keg of it, so. That's probably why you did it.
That's right, Tasty, and I think you should brew 25.
You might as well.
You should do a really killer malt liquor double IPA.
Oh.
That'd be really good.
Is there a category for that?
No, like Nicole was saying, you can define it and make history happen.
The other thing right. The other thing we're screwing you over on is you like to, a lot of your beers you can age for some time and maybe bring them to Burning Man or this event or that event. I'm asking you to brew a beer that you better give away quick.
Yeah, I know. Or it's going to be, I wouldn't even want to give it away after it starts to fade.
Give it to the sewer system.
Yeah.
Doc, what about just IPA? Have you just brewed a regular IPA?
Nope.
Really?
You never have you?
Wow.
Why would I want to? Yeah. I mean, the closest I've come is, a big pale ale.
As if this is giving me some kind of advantage. I'm like flipping out over it. Oh, he's never. So what?
See, the thing
He'll
is,
still kill it.
Really, the only difference between JP and Doc on this stance is that Doc's just not vocal about it.
Right.
It's not that he cares that there are tons of IPAs. He just doesn't want to drink one. What I mean? That's really the difference. So he's never brewed one.
He's just real picky about them. I've had a Union Jack with him here and there a couple times.
Yeah. I'll drink them here and there.
Yeah.
But
I just had some Pliny. I could do it.
Oh, this Pliny, by the way, is amazing.
JP chugged straight from the bottle with the Pliny.
It's gross.
Oh, he's
God,
amazing.
it's gross.
I guess he figured if he's
Use
diving
a
in.
goddamn glass, JP.
Why? It's like
we might get cancer.
If I put dishwater in a tulip glass, it's still dishwater, right?
There is nothing. I don't care how much you don't like the style. There's nothing dishwatery about Pliny.
No, it was an algorithm, right?
Do you hate orange juice? Do you drink orange juice in the morning?
No, I don't drink.
Do you
orange
drink
juice
any
in the morning.
fruit juice at all?
No, I can't afford fruit juice. I drink water and tea.
Never mind.
Fruit juice.
Lost cause.
Who can't afford fruit juice? It comes in a little packet of powder.
And you
just
pay
add
for it.
water to it. That's fruit juice, right?
Yes.
I think your mom just went out to the desert and scooped up some dirt.
Yeah. What, fruit juice isn't brown and gritty?
Yeah. Oh, I don't want to buy this orange juice. It's orange. It's too orange for me.
Moscow, last time with your victory against Jamel, you brewed extract.
Yes.
Will you move to all grain this time?
No.
You're sticking with what works.
I got a contest to win.
Okay. That's right. Oh, he's gunning for you.
Like
Doc.
what he said.
Well, I'm already starting to OCD about this, and okay, I've got to make sure this is great beer, great IPA, and then I think I only got to beat Moscow. Come on.
That's what Jamil thought.
You have some dirt dishwater.
Yeah.
I recall Moscow's. It wasn't just that Jamil sort of did some random and weird brewing. I recall Moscow's beer being pretty good.
It wasn't bad, that's for sure.
So
could have been that good because the keg is still full in the corner.
Because it's black IPA, which nobody wants.
True,
but it was a good version of black IPA.
You're correct.
Now I used a little Paul Sangster trick with the roasted grain, if I recall. So I don't know what sort of trick I'm going to employ here. I'll see if I can tap the same people you're tapping for the hops varieties. And see if there's an ace up my sleeve, you know?
Yeah, I'd go sleep at Nate's house for a couple weeks if I were you. And just listen to their newlywed things happening and to Nathan brewing beer.
Right.
I mean, that's just me, though.
Right.
Getting some hop knowledge in there somewhere.
Bring some earplugs.
That's just what I would do.
You're getting it all in before the wedding actually takes place?
Bring a target. Okay. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Good luck to both of you. We will do brackets, I think, on the next episode to start talking about the, what's it called? The betting on the two of you. And see where the ratio is.
When's this beer due?
I don't know yet, but you two and the next two that I'll announce when we come back are in the same time frame. So here's what we're doing is a winner bracket and a loser bracket simultaneously. You guys are first up. The loser bracket that I will announce when I come back from the break is doing it simultaneously with you. We'll figure out the exact dates off air, but you're pretty much starting now. You're getting to it. So get ready to brew, my friend.
Doc sounds like you just assigned him a term paper.
Yeah.
When's it due?
Who can I get to write it for me, and where can I get the drugs to do it?
Yeah. He's like, all right, listen, I got a hand job at 4, and
I only have to beat the kid with Down syndrome.
Yes, that's who you are to Doc, by the way. I don't know. You just discovered that, didn't you? You're the kid with Down syndrome.
We're grading on a curve, and he's just, one guy to beat.
We're just walking by and letting you out of the locker just to brew this.
Because Doc's like, I really like him. He's a nice kid. He's challenged. But
he's really happy.
I'm not going to hang out with him or anything, but if he talks to me in the hallway, I'm not going to run away.
I won't take him to a concert, but I'll high five him.
Yeah, that's who you are to Doc. Amazing.
I hope he's not too crushed when it's all over.
All right, I'm excited for this. When we come back, I'll announce the losers bracket and what those two brewers are brewing. Hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
All right, BN Army, it's trivia time. What's the only homebrew shop with over 1,000 recipe kits, $4.99 shipping on orders over $100, and is also home of the Wolf Shirt? The one and only answer is Austin Homebrew Supply. For over 20 years, they've specialized in creating recipes such as the best-selling Texas Blonde Ale, Apocalypso, Hop Bomb 2.0, and Double Chocolate Stout. And they just recently unveiled their small grain kits that produce 1 gallon of beer. Visit AustinHomebrew.com to browse their extensive catalog of equipment and ingredients. They also have many clone recipes of your favorite commercial beers. They're the exclusive retailer of BrewVent yeast fuel as well, Yeast Nutrient, and the all-new Bodybuilder. Follow Austin Homebrew Supply on Google Plus to participate in video hangouts on popular brewing topics. So visit AustinHomebrew.com today and make sure you sign up for their weekly email with news and specials. Austin Homebrew Supply, AustinHomebrew.com. Do you know the 3 most important rules in brewing? Sanitation, sanitation, and sanitation. And no one does it better than 5-Star Chemicals. 5-Star knows sanitation. You can only sanitize clean equipment. And 5-Star knows how to clean, too. For craft brewers and home brewers, 5-Star has what you need to keep your fermenters, serving tanks, kegs, and draft lines sparkling and free of any beer-spoiling bacteria. PBW, caustic, acid cleaners, Star San, Santa Clean, lubricants and defoamers, pH stabilizers, and more. 5-Star Chemicals has cleaning supplies, safety supplies, heat exchangers, pumps, hoses, and valves. And 5-Star is proud to offer eco-friendly products that exceed customer expectations. If you have a cleaning problem, you need the 5-Star solution. Visit 5starchemicals.com or call 800-782-7019. 800-782-7019 and get the 5-Star treatment today.
Tonight is the night.
We bring the creature to life, Dr. Blickmanstein?
Yes, J.P. Gore. Everything is perfect for my next fermented creation.
My doctor, the storm is too far away. We'll never have enough power to isomerize the creature's alpha acid.
Yes, J.P. Gore, we will. For I have in my possession the Tower of Power.
Blickman's new Tower of Power is the evolution of automation. Control hot liquor, sparge, and mash temps like a pro. The Tower of Power is a high-quality gas-fired rim system that works with your current brewing setup. With ultra-precision, the tower can hold your mash to 1/2 of a degree Fahrenheit. Precision and repeatability. The Tower of Power is the answer to automatic, fast ramp times. See more at BlickmanEngineering.com. Bring your next creation to life with the Tower of Power.
Dr. Blickmanstein, with the Tower of Power, you can probably give me an afternoon at the pub to enjoy a pint.
Don't be silly, J.P. Gore. We have beer to brew.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for any beer style. I want a Cicerone. The Cicerone certification program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious, Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
Brewers, anyone can resell homebrew equipment and recipe clone kits. Get original at Adventures in Homebrewing. Adventures in Homebrewing has the knowledge and expertise to craft their own gear and original recipe kits that you'll love. Home of the Serial Killer Grain Mill, 220,000 BTU propane burners, custom stainless steel false bottoms, as well as custom-built brew stands and systems. These are just some of the items Adventures in Homebrewing designs and manufactures in-house. And the brewers at Adventures in Homebrewing keep designing, too. Original extract and all-grain recipe kits that are tried and tested and proven to be of the best quality. Most popular are the Blueberry Tangerine Porter, the Nor'easter Cranberry Fest, and the Peanut Butter Conspiracy Stout. Once you try one of Adventures in Homebrewing's original recipes, you'll keep coming back for more. And don't forget to use the coupon code BIG10 when you place your order to save 10%. That's coupon code BIG10, BIGTEN. Visit Adventures in Homebrewing at homebrewing.org right now and get original today. Homebrewing.org. Join the adventure.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
Radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
888-401-BEER. This is The Session.
Yes. Now we got the loser bracket to announce. Still a good bracket, but it's the loser bracket.
Losers!
Before we get there, let me remind you that Beersmith homebrewing software is available to you. And look, you're going to have better success than I have with it. That's tried and true. You should use the Beersmith homebrewing software and not use me as an example.
Well, you bet I'm going to be using it.
See? Doc's going to use it.
Really soon here.
And he's in the winner's bracket. That's right. Winner's bracket uses... The winner's bracket is brought to you by Beersmith.com. Beersmith homebrewing software. Go check it out. You get a free 21-day trial. It does everything you need it to do and things you didn't even know you needed it to do, and probably some things you don't need it to do because Brad's always working hard on it over there. By the way, he has a podcast that he does that you can watch. It's a video podcast. He does lots of great interviews. The guy his studio's better than mine, and I'm getting a little uncomfortable about that. He freely shares the information about it with me, hoping that I'll upgrade my own studio, and I don't understand. He's above me.
Where did you are upgrading your studio.
I am. That's true. Yeah, yours isn't in a bar, Brad.
Yeah, exactly.
Where'd he get all his equipment?
He just gets it. I don't know. He's smart.
Yeah. It's his nice way of saying you better upgrade the people on the other side of the table.
Oh, he gets new equipment and he sends me. He's like, check this out. Look at the video quality of my new thing, and I'm like, great, Brad. Jerk. Look at our live stream. It's sort of definition.
Imagine how he would feel.
We call it. I patented sort of deaf.
Imagine how he would feel if you came out with a beer software program that was even better than his.
Oh, he'd be devastated.
You're like, it's not even my gig, but
this is what he's doing to me with his high quality video podcast.
It'd be called Brewcaster.
You're exactly right, Moscow. This is what he's doing to me. Go check it out. Beersmith.com, free 21-day trial. You don't have to take our word for it, although you should take our word for it because we're all using it. It's really good stuff. It works on your iPad. There's mobile apps, Android, you name it. It's there. Just go to beersmith.com and check it out. All right, the losers bracket. You were traveling in Minnesota, so maybe you heard it on the Twatosphere or whatever it's called.
I heard a rumor.
It's called the internet, Scott. Don't worry about it.
I heard a rumor I was going to be going up against Carpet Porter Boy. That would be you.
Oh, is that my nickname now?
I don't know. I'm just making up crap.
It's better than Thin Dick.
It's me and you, Nate. So listen,
man. Really?
You've got your work cut out for you. I mean, that was the rumor when we announced it, wasn't it? You
got the brewing industry on your side. I just got a ragtag group of homebrewers who listen to my crap every once in a while.
Oh, I got resources and other things that make me
you're the king.
I'm pretty sure you're the underdog in this losers bracket matchup.
Yep, it's true.
Man, at least you'll get a brewing disasters segment out of it.
It's been the last 8 years.
Listen, of all the brackets, Nate's the one you don't want to go up against, right? Even in the winner's bracket.
Agreed, because the fucked up thing about Nate is he can do pale beers real well.
Yes.
And he can do dark beers real well.
Yes. And even like Doc's busy, so you're hoping you catch him on a bad day. Tasty is tasty.
If it's not real hoppy, it's a kind of, you don't know.
But Nate's like, he's always focused.
Saison? Sure.
He's going to do all the research. Like
Double IPA? Sure.
So I'm gonna overthink it. You're gonna go real simple, and you're just gonna nail it. No, it's not
real
true.
Simple.
I've been in Minnesota too long. I'm trying to be like Minnesota nice or something here.
Right.
I'm gonna own this one. And you're going down.
There you go. All right. Well, here is our challenge, Nate. You and I have to brew Schwarzbier.
I like Krostritzer. That's cool. I can do this.
Oh, you do?
No, Doc and I have already said we're gonna trade.
He's going to swap.
He's going to nail it.
It was going through my head. I just didn't want to say it out loud.
Ghost brew.
We're going to ghost brew.
So here's what we thought that you don't often brew lagers. In fact, I've never had a lager of yours, so we wanted to go that route.
The first gold I ever had in NHC was a lager.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Shit.
What do you mean first?
Category 1A.
Great. Then it's just another disadvantage for me because I have never brewed a lager. Never. But our thought was this also. We're trying to pick a style that might not be in your wheelhouse. So many of them are. But that if nothing else, me brewing a completely new type of beer, a lager, will at least give me some new dumb questions to ask everybody along the way.
Right.
So, have you brewed a Schwarzbier?
It's been a long time.
But you have.
It's been quite a while.
It's been 4 months. By a long time, he means 4 months.
No, probably more like 8 or 9 years. I brewed one of them only.
Okay.
And it wasn't that good. I had DMS issues with it. It kind of sucked.
Okay.
I love DMX.
Yeah.
There's some Full Sail Session Black floating around if you wish to try some
let's review.
Let's crack it open. So you and I got to brew a Schwarzbier. Let me give a quick rundown of the style for us. And I don't have experience like getting this from Sven or a recipe or anything, but I'll just give you kind of the specifics. Actually, Beer Advocate, I found, had a nice description of it. And I'll give you some of the BJCP stuff, too. But after reading the BJCP and then reading the short description over on Beer Advocate, I thought it was a pretty fitting description. So Schwarzbier is really just German for black beer. All right, it's a very simple translation. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily heavy or light in body, although they tend to lean towards light, unlike other dark beers. They're not overly bitter with, and I think this is probably the important part about a Schwarzbier, is that they're not overly bitter with burnt and roasted malt characteristics that the others, maybe other dark beers, tend to depend on. Instead, hops are used for a good portion of the bitterness, like you'd expect out of a German beer. Beer Advocate says very refreshing and soul-lifting beers, which I found to be I like that description.
Yeah.
Why not?
We should feel better about the world.
You hear that, Moscow?
Yeah.
Soul lifting.
Soul lifting, that's right.
I don't understand.
I know.
You don't have one.
I prefer to let my soul glow.
You're a ginger, right?
So, Beer Advocate went on from some other sentences that I didn't agree with necessarily, but I thought that was a nice description, focusing on the fact that whereas maybe other darker beers, porters, stouts, things like that, some of that bitterness comes from more of a roasty characteristic. The Schwarzbier doesn't necessarily have that.
Right.
BJCP kind of backed that up a little bit. In aroma, they put down... by the way, it's BJCP category 4C. Low to moderate malt in aroma with low aromatic sweetness and or hints of roast malt. The malt can be clean and neutral or rich and Munich-like and may have a hint of caramel. The roast can be coffee-like, but should never be burnt. Right. And I think that's one of the keys about the Schwarzbiers, that it shouldn't have any of these burnt.
Yeah, we're not going to want a lot of stout or porter type characters in this beer. It shouldn't have a really big, aggressive chocolate, or definitely not a huge roast character.
Yeah, it's tough to get it that dark and not come out too roasty.
Right.
Well, now that's another thing. In terms of the color, I'm glad you bring that up too, Doc, because overall, the general impression of this beer is that it should be rather light and crisp, even though its color is dark. But the BJCP says that its appearance is medium to very dark brown in color, almost never truly black. And they talk a lot about it being very clear and somewhat transparent. Nicole, you're the master here, but am I about right? I'm just reading from the BJCP anyway, but this is my recollection of a good Schwarzbier anyway, even in my personal experience of it, that it's very much like a clear beer.
Like a nice glass of Kostritzer. Kostritzer glass is a huge glass for a reason. They want you to see the clarity. Right?
It's a lager. It's a traditional German lager. Clarity is extremely important to the quality. I mean, it's a major goal of the traditional lager brewers. So yeah, having clarity in the beer is important. It's not supposed to be a rich, opaque, thick, chewy beer. It's black in color maybe, but not so rich, not imperial stout.
What about help me with this roast part, this delicate balance of the roast part, Nicole, because all of it is saying that it shouldn't have this burnt characteristic, but you're also using dark malts, and the BJCP, even in the aroma, says it could have some hints of roast, and in obviously in terms of the ingredients, it's somewhat of a roasted malt. How much of roasty am I allowed to have in this beer?
From a BJCP kind of purist and like German brewing perspective, I think it's actually supposed to be very restrained. But at the same time, if you even look at the BJCP commercial examples that are listed, there's a really big range there.
Okay.
And I've definitely tasted some that are in that commercial examples list that do have kind of richer toasted flavors and a little bit fuller. But I think that the trend, the baseline of the beer style is actually a lot lighter than I find that most homebrewers and most even American brewers think about it. Being more like a Pilsner with or a Dunkel with just a little bit of roast going on.
Okay. So the 2 to 3 killers that I'm picking up out of reading through the descriptions and doing some research on this, one we've already mentioned would be this kind of burnt roast characteristic, that shouldn't be there.
Right.
The other killer would be that it's not dry.
Yes.
That it actually should be dry, like you said, like a Pilsner, one of these other lagers, that it should finish clean and dry.
Yeah, you don't want a big caramel character in this beer.
Yeah.
You don't want you want some nice mouthfeel, but it's got to be pretty dry and drinkable.
The third killer, and the one that scares me the most,
Clear.
Diacetyl.
Ooh.
Diacetyl?
Yeah.
Nicole, help me.
Diacetyl.
Yeah.
Diacetyl, which, fuck you, diacetyl. That's
Really?
what I have to say to you.
You think you'll be able to have? You think you might have problems with that? I think you can nail that part.
I've done both. It's one of those problems that comes up out of nowhere for me.
High shag filters out.
I'm not saying that I consistently have some problem with it, but I don't know what I would have done differently when I do have a problem with it. I think that's my worry about it.
Right.
Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, lager yeast can be tricky, and that's what we're going to be working with here. And I mean that a lot of people on the homebrew level have a difficulty working with lager yeast effectively. And will pick one that they have a little bit better track record of their friends do. I know in talking to Tasty about brewing lagers years ago, 833 was one that had come up in our discussions. Try that one, the Bach lager yeast being one that is a little bit easier to work with for new lager brewers.
Yes.
Things like that might be the way to go.
Well, and then since you're bringing up yeast, the other description in the BJCP is talking about sulfur. Right, which is something, my understanding, not my experience, because I've never done it. Sulfur is these characteristics are a byproduct of lager yeast. Apparently, in this style, it should be very, very low to non-existent.
Yes,
I guess a very little bit is acceptable.
But we're thinking like a good Helles or a good German Pils, right?
Yeah.
You might find a little bit of that, but you don't want it to be distracting.
Right.
So this being the same.
Right. Why did I pick a stupid lager with Nathan?
Because you're a smart person.
You're gonna kill it.
I felt like it was not in his comfort zone, but it's a fucking lager.
I don't know.
I was thinking that with you. You thought, I climbed a few hills, but hey, let's take on Everest.
Well, here's what I do like about this challenge. I love this style of beer. If I've had a good Schwarzbier, I really love it. I love it. I'm a lager guy anyway. I like Pilsners. I love a good Helles.
Oh, yeah.
I've had a homebrewed Schwarzbier from Jamil.
Yes.
Blew my socks off. Kohlstritzer.
Yeah, Kohlstritzer.
Love that beer. I like a good Schwarzbier. So I thought, well, if I do nail it, I'll be damn proud to drink.
Then you got 10 gallons of it to drink.
Yes.
You'll put something together. I think it'll be pretty good.
Well, here's the cool thing, too. So I'm going to go check out Jamil's book.
Me too.
Brewing Classic Styles, because if I remember correctly, he has two in there. One that he knows is a little bit more chocolatey and a little bit more roasty than it probably should be.
Okay.
But it's the one that he brewed with E.J. Fair after doing very, very well at local competitions and I believe at the NHC. He's taken medals and best of shows and done really well with that recipe.
Yes.
But he knows it's on the edge of the style.
Yes.
And then he also has, if I remember correctly, kind of a more middle-of-the-road Kostritzer recipe also.
And
you can kind of read the two.
That he's also won awards with.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it'd be cool to kind of read the two and say, okay, based on what I like and what is available, let's merge the two and come up with something unique.
Yeah, I was definitely going straight to Brewing Classic Styles. I'm going to the mild one, and then I'm taking it to Doc and asking.
That's a good idea.
And then I'm asking what else I might adjust. That's my game plan. I'm just laying it on the line for you, Nate, so you know what you're up against.
I'm up against Doc, essentially.
I'm calling Doc as my lifeline. You call somebody else.
I know. I can't now. He's off limits.
Yeah. I knew right when we picked the style. I thought, well, Brewing Classic Styles. I'd be stupid not to pick that Schwarzbier base.
I'm calling Tasty then, and we're going to discuss this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
no one wants to call Scott. That's weird.
I call him an asshole.
Hey, Scott. Yeah, what's up? Asshole!
Click.
Yeah. So I am excited about this. I get to use my More Beer conical for the first time to do a lager. Yeah.
Yes.
Which
dial in that temp and you're off to go, right?
Yeah.
I'll be doing the same. It'll be cool. They're so good at that.
Oh, you have a conical from the
Yeah.
So mine's I just got it all upgraded to the ultimate thing.
Right.
And all I've done since it got upgraded was my losing beer, but that was an ale anyway, so I barely had the thing barely went to work.
Well, you got to break it in.
So I broke it in with that, and now it's still cool out here in the Bay Area. So it's not that it has to work too hard, but still,
yeah, it's like almost 70.
That sucker's going to rock it.
Oh yeah, you'll do great. Yeah, it's a good time for it for sure.
You got double cooling on that thing, huh?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, I got the double. All my insulation is new.
Isn't it called Imperial cooling?
It's Imperial cooling.
Imperial cooling.
Yeah.
Oh man,
I really wish you get your terminology straight, bro.
I'm down in the dro. I don't have
Are you
that.
sure it's not
you know?
double cooling?
It's not double.
I don't know.
It's definitely Imperial.
Nicole, what is
What's the difference?
what you say is
apparently one of them is sweeter than the other. I don't fucking know.
One you have to pack a bunch of ice around it. The other one just works.
Right. Yeah. So, I don't know. Believe it or not, I'm kind of looking forward to this, Nate.
This will be good.
I think it'll be fun.
Looking forward to it also.
So here's how it's going to work. We're doing the loser bracket and the winner bracket simultaneously, but clearly our beer is going to take a little longer to finish out. Don't worry about that, guys. We'll give you guys your IPA schedule here after the show. We'll announce it to the rest of the world when we come back for the next show. Nate and I will start right around the same time, but we'll clearly finish a little bit later, and that's okay. We'll get more content and shows out of it. We actually then spend some time on Imperial IPA as a subject, and then separately in other shows, we'll spend some time on Schwarzbier as a subject. I definitely want to get Jamil in here for the tasting when we do the tasting on the Schwarzbier.
Oh yeah,
since we're clearly going to be looking at his recipe.
He can look at both of us and say, yeah, you fucked it up.
Yeah.
Well, he might be the only one to have like a Schwarzbier in Schwarz, I think is where it's brewed, right? The town.
Oh, good point. Yeah. No, is it? I think Franconia. Is there a Schwarztown? JP was almost got me to go, yes, it's Schwartz.
Franconia is the name of the brewery that had the exploding tank earlier.
No. If it's Franconia, I don't
it's
even
the region.
Mel Brooks
anymore.
Lives there, actually.
The region.
I think it's Franconia is the region, yeah.
A regional from southern Thuringen and northern Franconia in Germany.
Yeah.
Is where it, and probably a variant of the Munich Dunkel style.
Right.
It's weird. The word Franconia came up twice this show. It's interesting.
It's never come up before, and all of a sudden twice in a show.
Scott.
Moscow's got the word tally over here.
Jawohl.
Jawohl, you betcha.
Yeah. I don't know, Nate.
Come on. Bring it.
Oh, I'm going to bring it.
Talk some crap.
Taking you down.
Do it. Yeah, there we go.
Down to the ground.
It's too bad I'm too late to enter into the NHC after I beat your
I
ass.
know. You could slay me and then go collect a medal on this thing.
From the ashes of the loser category.
Yeah, and and my legs could fall
straight
off
to the podium.
I feel like if I beat Nate, I should get a second run at the champion from the winner's bracket.
Like an honorary.
Because it's friggin' Nate.
Don't worry about that because that's not happening.
Listen to Wifey getting all up in that junk.
Going to bed.
But
man,
really,
if I don't take you down, I just have no credibility though either, man. You don't no point in asking me technical questions about anything. I'll be like, I don't know, you already know, dude.
Could you imagine Nate loses to Justin after the loss to Tasty? Where's his credibility now?
He's going to quit the show. That's what's going to happen.
No, be like, well, guitar's pretty good. I guess it's better than beer.
Always got to look forward to his marriage.
Great. Yeah, and putting his flying V back in Hawk.
I know.
That means so much coming from you, Doc.
You have my blessing.
Yeah, I love pudding. Right. Doc will marry you if you guys want. He's available.
Yeah. As we all know, we'll probably see you on the other side of this thing, but if you want to get married,
say I do.
I wonder if any of us assholes will even get invited to their wedding.
Probably not. Because I'm sure Nicole's in charge of the guest list. She's like, no.
None of these Brewing Network guys.
Yeah. Sorry, family only.
Nicole, Justin gave a speech at my wedding.
Oh, it was good.
That at the end, I think I stood up and took the microphone away and wouldn't let anybody else talk afterwards.
Yeah, but Sam's side of the family loved it. They thought it was funny.
Well, they were all drooling in their beers.
So I revealed that you used to bang his brother before you married.
Didn't bang his brother.
Sam.
Oh my god!
At your wedding.
Was that before or after the black guy? Was that before or after the black guy?
It was. Did I mention the black guy?
No.
I don't think I went that far.
I'm really glad you didn't because his parents were there.
But he wasn't.
Wait a minute. We thought you guys were just studying.
Did he pick up the guitar and sing the Sugar Valley Brewer song to you?
Oh, it didn't exist.
Wacko, wacko.
Sam and I have been married for 6 years, and it only feels like 6 minutes underwater.
It was a good speech. I'll give one of yours too, Nate, if you want.
All right.
Don't worry. I'm good at them.
Yeah, so it's going to be a destination wedding.
Yeah. Destination Mars.
It's in Concord.
Yeah. We're gonna have it
close.
We're gonna have it at that place I was just mentioned, Thuringen, Franconia.
Yeah,
No, that's a good place.
It's gonna be in Schwarz.
It's actually in Schwarz.
Yeah, Schwarz, Germany. We'll be there. So fly
Jamil's been there. I don't know if he's told you. Yeah, he has a sticker.
Yeah, he does.
I just figured you'd have it in your backyard. That way you could keep the guest list down because you can't fit anybody in there.
That's true, yeah.
Or at least from the winner's bracket, right?
The winner's bracket only. That's the only people who get invites.
Probably not because I'm included in that, so.
All right.
Yeah, but we know you won't show up.
Right. Huh?
You're a safe invite, yeah.
Pretty safe.
Yeah.
So there we go. That's our next Brewcaster challenge.
All right. I love it.
Right.
I love this. I think it'll be great.
I think it's going to be good. I can't wait to announce what. So the other ones are Plissé versus Jamil. That's a good beer challenge that we gave to them.
Yes.
So Christmas beers.
And Tasty versus JP.
Yes.
One question.
I think you guys are going to like your beer selection too.
Yeah. So if I lose this one, does it keep going or am I done?
I think in the loser, we're done. We're just done.
Oh, really?
The only
you want to have a loser?
The loser?
The only one. No, what's the point in the loser bracket? We're just. I don't know what we're doing this for. We're doing this so I can beat you.
The Imperial loser bracket.
Yeah,
Imperial loser bracket.
If we crowned a loser of a loser, I wouldn't have anything to do.
But the winner bracket will definitely. They will go against each other.
Chicken dinner.
So Doc versus Tasty will probably happen. Later.
Really?
Later on in the
carpet
in the show.
Whatever.
Loser. Right. All right. So a couple things left to do. We've got another good brewing disaster. To do tonight. If Bevo's working on that for me. Yeah. Is it sponsored?
Yeah, but you picked the sponsor. Who needs a segment tonight?
Oh, that's all right. I picked all our sponsors. So if you don't have one, we're good.
Brought to you by the nuptials of Nate and Nicole.
I think it should be brought to you by the losers bracket.
Yes.
The Imperial
Crowd. We're bringing you the Brewing Disasters segment.
And we're unable to connect on the phone, so I guess we're just moving on.
So it's a segment disaster. Even.
Oh, hey, we have, speaking of disasters, not really speaking of disasters, but we have the opposite. We have a really nice sour beer. Would you like to try some sour beer?
Oh, I would.
Go get it.
Who gave us sour beer?
The guys at the Rare Barrel over in Berkeley, Jay and Alex.
Wow.
Sent us a few of their brand new release called Excuse Me, SKU. Excuse me.
Oh, it's a
pun
on skews.
Yeah,
right.
God love those Rare Barrel guys.
Why am I the only sour-loving moron in the Bay Area that has not been to the Rare Barrel?
You haven't been there yet?
No,
I don't know. Low IQ.
I've been there like 4 times.
Doc, you haven't been either.
I've not been there.
I even talked you up to these guys, figuring that you would go there and get.
They know.
Get some
they
great
know
treatment.
Yeah, they're fans.
Doc, if you go without me, I will write you a very stern letter.
Well, that's why I've not been. Nobody's been invited me.
Yeah, me neither. Tasty goes all the time. He doesn't ask us to go.
You guys
Cue
sound
the
like
violin
JP.
music.
Well,
he doesn't want to screw his reputation up. They like him.
I got to travel late,
Good point.
Yeah.
Do I have to pull
Tasty
up
won't even have me in his entourage. He's very selective.
Well, that
He's
doesn't make sense. You weren't engaged until recently.
all he's
You're
gotta
allowed
do
to
is-
have an entourage.
All he's got to do is walk out. All he's got to do is walk out the door, and there's 10 people following him. If he shows up at there with all you guys too, they'll be like, "You're rolling too deep. You got to get out of here."
Do I have to pull up the JP clip about no one called me to hang out with me yesterday? No one invited me.
Right.
You know you can drive there.
Yeah. Where is it?
It's in Berkeley.
It's in Berkeley.
Unfortunately.
I've
but
been there like
everything
4
else about
times,
it's
dude.
great.
Come with me next time I go. I'll take you.
Anybody else want to invite me? Like on the other side of the tunnel, Berkeley?
Yeah. Like the mountain. You have to go over it.
There's a
it
mountain.
depends. You can go like around San Leandro. You don't have to go through the.
Is there a part of Berkeley that's before the tunnel?
No.
Right?
Yeah, Fish Ranch Road
I
exit.
feel like we've established he is a retard.
I don't know. I don't feel like this show's going very well.
Not for you.
I feel like this show took a wrong turn.
Wait till the
in
loser
segment
bracket
1.
show.
Oh, yeah. Then it's going my way. You'll see. I'm not even going to think about it.
Just take my advice.
Right. How did we get this beer from the Rare Barrel?
Alex sent us over a few bottles. Yeah. They just sent it. They're big fans. They Jay, the one of the owners and the brewer.
Yeah.
They're
he's a
such
big
nice
fan.
boys.
And they decided, hey, let's send some Excuse Me over.
Are they handsome?
They're pretty handsome. Yeah, Alex is very tall. He cuts a really nice figure. Jay's a little short, but still ruggedly handsome.
Do they wear skinny jeans like Nate?
Well, they're in Berkeley.
Yeah,
dude.
Berkeley, man.
They're from SoCal. Of course they do.
You get handed it at the city
From
limits.
SoCal.
They sew their own skinny jeans. Right there in the brewery.
With hemp thread.
Out of hemp, yeah.
JP and I went to a event that they did with New Belgium called Wood is Good, where Jay, the brewer there at Rare Barrel, and Lauren, the head at New Belgium, picked their 3 favorite wood-aged sours, and so we had 3 from each.
Wow.
And it was, wow, this is the best ticket at SF Beer Week right there in the basement of La Trappe.
Oh, yeah.
So it is a Wood is Good 3-way?
Yeah, it's
nice.
And believe me, the wood was good, my friend.
Oh, yeah. It was plentiful, too.
Awesome.
This beer is amazing. Why have I not been to the Rare Barrel?
They do not miss, do they? Every beer's like a home run.
Do you want to go? We can go tomorrow. I know some people there. I'll phone it in.
I can't go tomorrow. I'm golfing tomorrow.
You got to do it quick, though.
Well, then I'm not going to invite
Wow.
you. To golf.
Great to know your priorities are straight, Justin.
I'm golfing with the White Labs people. That's a priority.
He's networking.
Yeah, I golf too, right?
They it might be a limited time that you can get it. Jay was saying that they are going through their inventory quicker than they anticipated. So you might have a limited time to get there.
They're going to run out of beer?
Yeah, that's what he said.
They're only open 2 days a week.
And he said it's just wall to wall all the time, and their per hour pour rate is just higher than they anticipated, which is a good problem to have. But now there's no beer, and it's high turnaround time.
They're only open 2 days. They're creeping up on my success at only being open 1 day a week.
Yeah, can you imagine? But they've been working 2
And it's the
years
wrong day of the
before
week.
And it's only 3 of them a month.
It's 1 day, only 4 hours, though. You're good.
That's true. Oh, so I still got them.
You still got them.
Fuckers.
They'll be on the show in June, I guess, right, Scotty?
Yes, they are coming on in a couple months.
Okay.
They won't like us after that.
All right, let's do our brewing. Do we have a open for this too, right?
Yeah.
What's it called?
Happy hour, probably.
I thought so. I knew it was called something. It's going to take a minute because the computer is tired and.
You want me to play Nicole since she's never coming back? Oh, there we go.
It's time for the BN Happy Hour.
Happy Hour is brought to you today by the Losers Bracket. That's right, bringing you the best in homebrew.
And now, let's see who f***ed up this week.
Moscow, who did fuck up this week?
Well, now it's going to take me a minute to pull it up here.
Jason Simmons
There
from
you go.
Pennsylvania
Thank
fucked up
you.
this week. And he's got not just one disaster, but a couple of good brewing disasters. They all sound a la Justin Crosley. Definitely things that, like, you hear the name of a beer and you go, oh, so you have to throw milk in it. I'll do that one. Sounds like an awesome disaster story. Jason, what's happening, brother?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're doing all right. Welcome to the program, and thanks for being with us.
Oh, thank you.
So, give me the lowdown. What happened? Give me story number 1, milk stout.
All right, so this is our couple batches into here, starting to homebrew, learning about stuff. I'm drinking a milk stout from the Lancaster Brewery, and I'm like, oh, check this out. There's cow in there. We can throw milk in here. So I didn't really understand the style. I just thought you made it with milk. So we started brewing away, and I made 3 gallons of this nasty shit. I realized that milk does not ferment very well. It turns all oily and cheesy-like. So.
All right, wait.
Did you go get 3 gallons of milk from the store and start with that? Or?
I started with 4. I had about a gallon boil off.
Wait. So, was it all milk and no water?
Yes, sir.
So you're basically making pudding.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Did you have a recipe?
Yeah, it was stupid.
No, we're just making beer, Bevo. It's cool.
Okay, I'm sorry. My mistake. He wins. Justin, you don't win anymore.
This is the first time the disaster has been more than mine, right?
It started out bad, and I'm getting it's probably going to get worse.
I assume it was an extract batch, or did you?
Yes, that one was, yeah. Actually, both of these were, because they were both at the very, very beginning of my brewing nonsense.
Did you also steep grains in the milk?
Yeah, it was supposed to be a stout. So,
yeah, you had to steep grains. Yeah.
I bet it tasted really good before you started boiling it. It was like malted chocolate milk.
Yeah, when it was boiling, I grabbed a tiny bit of that just to taste it. It was pretty much like chocolate milk.
Oh yeah,
you were like, oh, this is going to come out good.
And then he went right to sleep. And he's like,
it was good until you add yeast to it. That didn't fare well.
So, what did it taste like? So you fermented it out.
Yeah. It fermented out, and I tasted a little cheese curd there just to make sure that I wanted to to see if I can make myself some cottage cheese. But
So
it
just
didn't work.
Wait, so it did literally curdle?
Oh, it curled. It separated. It did everything.
I'm intrigued by this idea, though. So when I go to the store, should I get 2%, 1%,
what kind of
whole milk?
You got to do whole milk.
Okay, had to be. I knew it.
Yeah. You kind of just
do it right.
But if you want to make a light beer of this, you probably should go with the non-fat.
But the carboy, like, it didn't all turn solid, did it?
Some of it did, yeah. Towards the bottom, it was just a gelatinized mess.
Floaties.
Oh man,
The cleanup sounds horrendous.
Right, I was going to ask, did you use that carboy ever again?
Actually, it was a plastic bucket. I threw that whole thing out.
Attaboy.
Straight to the trash.
Did you taste the fermented product?
I tasted the little cheese curd looking thing. Just, I was kind of curious. I might as well if you're going to go that
boy. Yeah.
It wasn't worth it. At least I know never to do it again.
Do you? Now, let me ask you a question.
This is amazing.
Do you think stout is made with fat people?
Oh, right.
Good question.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Bebo, he didn't take your advice. He didn't think before he went about his brew day.
Oh, man, I had no idea about
it. He got whole milk instead of 2%.
Yeah, I had a recipe. It just wasn't good.
Yeah, more accurate.
In my brain, I'm just imagining this being in a pitcher and him pouring it into a cup and it just going thump.
Yeah. Oh, no, it didn't even leave the bucket. Like, it was...
When you were telling your friends that you made a beer, were you super bragging? You're like, yeah, I'm total brewmaster. I got this fucking stout nailed, dude.
Oh, hell no, man. I was only a couple batches in. I was learning everything. I was messing up left and right.
Oh, see, because that's exactly what I would have been like, yeah, I'm like feeling good about myself, like branching out into a weird style. Like, yeah, I've just told me this milk stout. How do you do that, fucking dude? Well, you just put a little milk and you do the whole thing. And like, you're educated. I would be like educating my friends and I would feel my cats, and I would feel real good about it.
Sure.
And then I would taste it and go...
And your cats and Kurt, they'd be like, milk? Down with that.
Yeah. Hell sick.
What did it smell like when it was fermenting? Did the whole house just reek?
Smell like this.
Actually, no.
No?
No. You would expect more. I mean, it really wasn't bad at all.
Huh.
I love that. I love how it started. He goes to his local and he has a milk stout. And he goes, this is awesome. I'm going to go home and brew one.
And I see the word milk.
And then he did.
And stout. And I make one.
Turns out I had all the ingredients on hand.
That
milk.
Works, sometimes it don't.
Had a fat guy.
All right. Tell me about disaster number 2.
All right. So this is me and my buddy were going to make a beer for St. Patty's Day, and I was looking at all these different recipes.
But I ran out of patties.
Yeah. So I ended up putting 2 batches into one by accident with all the DME that went into there. And I was looking at all the hoppings for a 5-gallon batch, and I was like, oh, you could use an ounce here, 2 ounces there. Well, I might as well throw an ounce of peppermint into a 60-minute boil.
As well.
Yeah, that didn't turn out well either. The beer came out to be about 9.5%, and the peppermint just reeked. It was so bad. I ended up tasting it. I threw up everywhere.
And now you can't even deal with peppermint anymore.
Exactly. Can't choose spearmint.
It's been over 10 years, and I'm still getting to the point where I can start having it, but it was just overwhelming to the point where I can't even. It's awful. But my buddy did saved a bottle. In about 5 or 6 years, it actually conditioned out to it was drinkable. But it's not even worth it.
Define drinkable.
He didn't make him.
It didn't throw up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. After all that aging in time, it was fine. But oh boy, right away it wasn't too good.
Do you think it would have been possible to make peppermint work had he not put it in the beginning? Like, what if he put it in secondary or something?
Oh yeah, the right ounce. Yeah, I can see that doing, but not an ounce.
I think the best place to use peppermint would be in the tea after your brew day.
I was just going to say, not beer.
At all.
Is that a common thing to put peppermint in beer?
No.
The toothpaste.
No.
Yeah,
it seems like it would burn.
I've done it.
Well, if you add a whitening agent also, it's
Yeah, that'd be great.
Rub it on your teeth.
Doc, you say you've done it?
I've made peppermint beer.
You have?
Yeah, chocolate peppermint stout.
Oh yeah. To serve at fucking Burning Man.
No. It's for Christmas stuff.
Oh, okay.
But it's
same thing.
You got to go light on this thing on the peppermint, and otherwise it's just
It'll make you throw up.
Probably.
Apparently, you'll puke all over.
It's just too much. So I experimented with dosing it back at the end, so I knew how much it would take against the malt.
Is it like one of those candies with the red stripes, or is it two?
What you do is you put it in your mouth and you get it all licked up, and then you spit in the bottle.
Doc just ducks into Benihana, grabs a handful, and runs. I got a brew day tomorrow.
More importantly, nothing says St. Patrick's Day like peppermint.
Yeah. Or gingers. Should have made a ginger beer and just grabbed all the gingers you could find.
Doc, did you use peppermint? Actual peppermint?
Yeah, I used peppermint extract. They didn't make peppermint extract.
It was just a few drops, probably.
Yeah, just a couple of drops. And when I figured out how many to put in there, I got 10 in a row, and you put one drop here all the way up, and I know what he's talking about on that 10-drop beer.
Yeah.
You can't get it out of your mouth. It's just your burns and
goes into your sinuses.
It's in your sinuses, and then you can't even taste anything anymore. So you got to guess which one's the better one at the 2 and 3 range.
Yeah. Wow. Well, listen, you know what you kick ass at, Jason?
What's that?
Brewing disasters, my friend.
Oh yeah.
Now, how long ago was this? How long you been brewing now?
Oh damn, that was back in like 2004. I've been brewing for over that since 2003.
Okay, attaboy.
He's almost made a drinkable beer.
Yeah,
he's almost there.
It sounds like he would do very well in the losers bracket. I feel like he'd win in the losers bracket.
You're welcome here, sir.
Just call it a Jason
bracket. Came a long
bracket.
way since then.
We're now changing the name of the losers bracket to the Jason bracket.
All right.
Jason Memorial bracket.
Yeah. All right, brother. Thanks for sharing. Those are good stories, man.
All right, take care, folks.
Cheers. Take care.
Stay frosty.
Wow.
Yeah,
all
good.
milk, whole milk. I've never heard of such a thing.
That's so
and he
awesome.
actually tasted one of the chunks. That takes guts.
Oh, he's got
He's
balls. He's like, listen, I made it. I got to
You have
taste it.
to at that
you
point.
do have
Yes.
to, don't you?
I mean, can you imagine, what is it, $4 a gallon?
For the milk.
For the milk?
Yeah.
Jesus, I would try more than one chunk just to get my money's worth.
He didn't even ask at the brewery. Like, he had it at a brewery, and he's just like, milk stout, I got it. I got this.
Yeah, I got it.
Done.
Well, and also, normally you look online for recipes, or you actually look for the recipe.
No, I know, dude. I know.
I already know how to make a stout. I'll just amend it to put milk in it.
Whatever.
How hard is that?
I like milk. I like stout. Just put them together.
I mean, to be fair, it is kind of deceiving. It is. It's milk sugar. It's not really milk.
The only difference between him and I is that I didn't have a milk stout until several years into the fucking thing. This is definitely something that I would have been like, this beer tastes great. I'm going to go home and make one.
I'm not going to lie. Terrence made a milk stout, and I had some, and I'm like, why is it clear?
Oh.
Why can I see through it? Like, I was expecting it to be creamy.
It's supposed to be a stout.
You thought
I don't
all
mean
stout.
like clear. I just mean I was expecting it to be like milky.
Right.
It wasn't. I was real confused.
At least he didn't say he used all half and half for 6 gallons.
He's like, I wanted it as fatty as could be.
It was heavy cream.
Next Christmas, I'm totally going to make some like malt extract sweetened milk steeped with some dark grains. I bet that would be real tasty though. I'm not going to ferment it though.
Don't ferment it.
I'm just going to serve it hot.
Well, he admitted it like a boss, and for that we appreciate it. Thanks for participating in our happy hour segment and bringing us your brewing disaster.
Yeah, I think his cats should have tried some of that.
Yeah.
It's another weird thing where milk in beer came up twice in the show. Coconut milk earlier, and now milk and Franconia.
I'm telling you, Nicole's pregnant.
Well, coconut.
That's what I take away from this.
Don't know.
The coincidences are too much.
It's not really coconut.
Too many.
It's not really.
Well, I haven't been here for a while, so it's some
I was just
other
saying,
dude
just 'cause-
then.
Yeah. No, I'm speaking from knowledge that you don't have, Nathan. Nicole is pregnant. Trying to
You
help
can't
you.
say no just because you can say it's not you.
Right.
Exactly.
And Nate's like, no. I mean, wait.
Maybe.
No.
Hold on a second.
That's why being
wait.
single is the best thing to be in the world.
It is.
Besides a winner.
Nate just got back like 2 days ago. You guys are making me really nervous.
I'm very nervous.
Don't curse me.
Oh, you guys been going like rabbits, haven't you?
I was just about to say that. Glad you did not.
Yeah, Nate almost shot her in the eye when she walked through the door.
Oh,
and he was like, red eye, bitch!
It's the second time red eyes come up. We didn't even know what it was at the beginning
Instead
of
of
the show.
putting like a glass of water like on the half-open door and you get wet. She's gonna fucking get it right when she walks in that fucking door.
Yeah.
What if I hear her drive in?
And Nicole's like, again, really?
Really? That's getting old.
Really?
Is that why that trend
no
of like
idea what was coming.
No, sweetheart, I swear I didn't know it was coming.
That's really why I got glasses. I know that.
That's why you need glasses.
Did I mention how goddamn good this rare barrel is?
No, you haven't. I can advise you, but you're golfing tomorrow, so.
I got a phone call while you were on the call with the other guy. Apparently, they make a cocoa nibbed sour beer that is quite delicious, even though we've been informed by other people.
Wait, who does?
The Rare Barrel. Sorry. The Full Sail, Flat Tail, the Oregon guys.
Yeah, Flat Tail.
Thank you. They advised against cocoa nib sour beers, how they could be bad. Use caution. Apparently, they succeeded, and it's worth an effort. It's worth a try.
Sounds like Flat Tail's in the losers bracket.
Sounds like it.
Doesn't the brewery make one?
They may.
They might.
They'll tell you these guys are doing. They're going at it the right way. They're doing a lot of experiments, and they want to focus on figuring out how to drive different flavors, and they want to get everything down. They can get one specific flavor from all different types of beers. Then they're going to move on to the next kind of thing, and they're really trying to get the science behind it and get a lot of input. And a lot of different beers. They're doing a lot of different styles.
It's working.
Absolutely.
It's very ensorcelled. All of it. It's very good.
All right, I got to get us to a break. At said break, we're getting Moscow's recap of SF Beer Week, the Anchor Brewing Party, where they released a brand new beer to the Anchor Steam lineup. Tasty. Here's what we're going to do very quickly. Highlight reel. What? SF Beer Week, what did you like the best?
The best? Let's see. I went to, was there like 10 nights? I went to like 3 events a night. So
you did? You went out every night, didn't you?
Every night, some days.
What a nut job. I didn't go to any of them.
He posted some lunch, early brunchy kind of thing.
You went to lunch events?
I went to a lunch event at Triple Rock.
I couldn't even afford the gas to go to 3 different
that was there, like hop
day.
soup, hop salad.
Yeah, they had 3 lunch-named beers. They were all like either 9 or 9.5%, I think. Yeah.
Did you get the AARP discount on those?
I do get a nice discount there.
Nice.
I don't know what they call it.
Yeah, they call it the Tasty discount, I'm pretty sure.
So then they pair that with like a corned beef sandwich and some soup that was, I think, was made with some of the hop soup beer. And I think the dressing might have had some of the hop salad in it as well. They tried to, I think even I don't know, I think they had it all. Each element in the lunch had some association with the beer. That was a nice event. Then from there I went to Faction, where Stillwater and McKellar were doing a collaboration beer with Roger Davis there, and that was a good stop. That was a great day.
They were actually brewing it when you were there.
They were brewing a batch of the Saison that it's part of a barrel project doing, but they'd already sent the recipe ahead, and they were basically racking another batch that was already fermented into barrels there. So it was fun to watch them, bring the barrels in, fill them up, stuff like that. So it was fun.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Nice event. Okay. That was a big day. Of course, the opening gala is always a fun thing because a lot of the brewers attend and they bring special beers, and that's always a fun event.
I wanted to go to that. I was out of town. That's the one. So I didn't go to. There's only 2 events I wanted to go to. The opening gala, and Sour Sunday, of course, at Triple Rock. I was out of town for both, but you're right. The gala is always a good time.
It is a good event. Wednesday I had a unique experience. There was an event that nobody was talking about that I thought I just wanted to go by myself. So I did, and I ran into the brewer owner at Telegraph Brewing out of Santa Barbara.
I've seen their bottles of beer on the shelf.
Yeah.
And
he's got 3 years running GABF Gold for other barley wine category.
Really?
And what he does he does like Belgo-American style. He's using the Belgian yeast for his IPA, his double IPA, and his barley wines.
Interesting.
But he's, taming it down so it doesn't have those phenolics that I personally hate in Belgo-American style beers.
So what does it still have? What's the point?
Well, what he's doing is using Northern Brewer to bitter rather than using a citrus hop. That's what's making the beers to me much more palatable.
Okay. So it does still have some of those Belgian...
Oh, yeah, it's got the phenolics. It doesn't have this citrus character that doesn't go well with
it. You're getting that nice esters, but not kind of the harsher phenolics, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Anyway, that was good fun talking to him. He was 100% available. I talked to him for a long time. That was a great stop. I got his contact information. We'll get him on the show.
Okay.
It'd be great.
Yeah.
So what were your favorite beers?
Favorite beers? Well, I had two favorites because I had an association with two of them. The Evil 3 from Heretic, which I went to like 3 events for that.
That's you, Jamil, and Mitch from Stone.
Mitch Steele, yeah.
Great beer.
Then I did another collaboration with Half Moon Bay, 4.4%, my session pale ale.
I saw your new avatar for that beer.
Did you see that? Yeah.
Scandinavian hipster. Fucking
hipster.
Brilliant. You looked great. I think you should keep that as
I think
your
I should
avatar.
take that as my look.
Yes.
Oh, I could, I guess.
That's your Halloween costume next
It's pretty
year.
easy.
Yeah, just look stupid.
Let's get a scarf and...
a scarf and, some glasses, maybe.
Glasses.
Borrow Nicole's glasses.
I can use her glasses, or goggles, as she calls them.
And the hacky sack.
I wear.
And definitely a hacky sack that you have to have with you at all times. Yeah. And when no one's talking to you, you have to play hacky sack by yourself.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
What else was...
so those are the two best beers, is the ones that you made?
They were both really pretty
serious?
good. I had other people try them. They agreed.
Come on, there's better beers out there.
The younger.
I had the younger.
Give me two that you didn't have a hand in at all.
I had the,
what should we be looking for on the Bay Area?
Yeah.
What's good? Janice Brown? The beers.
Well, there's that one, but
that wasn't in the market.
You're right.
It will be next month. What I like.
How about Faction Pale? Was that out there?
I didn't get much Faction Pale. I don't know why. Maybe I've already had too much. The Faction, what's it called?
Beer.
The 2-hop beers. That. Faction had this event. They did. They got 10 different brewers to make a 2-hop beer, single malt beers. So they have this event that they had like 3 different places where you could go in and try Mosaic and.
Yeah, it was the same
Matuka or something.
The same recipe. they brew with a couple of breweries.
Yeah, each one did two different hops.
Had 2 different hops,
right.
but the same grain bill, right?
Right. Yeah. So each brewery's house flavor is associated with that, the yeast they use, and their process. So it was kind of a fun event. I went to 2 or 3 of those.
I really like the Drake's version of that beer, the Face Palm, I think it's called.
Yeah, that was good. I like the Stone beer actually. Really
I think it's a category at Adam and Eve, Face Palm.
Yeah. So I have the DVD.
Is that when after you finish, you hit yourself in the forehead? Because you're like, shit, I wasn't supposed to.
And then you get it on your face.
Not him.
And everyone laughs at you. It's a whole category.
Yeah. I went to an event at Trappist where Julian Shirago was there and pouring his
from Beechwood Barbecue.
From Beechwood down in Long Beach.
He has a nice head.
He has a nicely shaped skull, for
nicely
sure.
shaped skull.
Yeah, he's a little aggressive, but I love him.
Yeah,
he's an interesting, fun guy.
Yeah,
he was there with his IPA called Hop Jitsu.
Okay,
really good.
Ooh, that sounds really good.
And I also liked his beers when they poured it. The Triple Rock Triple IPA category. He had a beer that was really good.
Did you have the best time of all people at SF Beer Week?
Well,
I feel like you did.
No.
I feel like you went to all the things and had the best time.
He may have been
mostly drinking his beer.
He's a prom queen. Tasty
I had
a prom queen.
a unique time, yes.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the best.
There should be an SF Beer Week event where you have to follow Tasty around. And you get more points if you can keep up.
A punch card.
If you can remind him what he drank.
I did write all of my stop for you.
We should issue a punch card to BN Army members next year and give Tasty like a stamp.
Yes.
And everywhere they run into Tasty, he's got to punch their card.
Well,
and the listener with the most punches.
Nobody will be able to keep up.
But clearly, all the stops he doesn't forget, but it's the beers. I want to know the beers.
But you know how this goes. When I go to like one thing,
right,
I forget half the beers. He's gone to every night, everything.
Yeah.
Of course he forgot.
That's because Tasty drank one beer
the whole time.
Talked to 15 people.
Right.
So it wasn't about the beer.
It's not about the beer at all with me. It's about the people. It's not.
Okay. Who were
I'm not on a beer adventure.
What were your 2 best people that you ran into? If you can't answer the 2 best beers, not even that.
Let's say Julian and the
I did enjoy Julian.
All right, that's one.
Brian Strumke from Stillwater.
There we go.
Met him several times. Really interesting guy. Nice to talk to.
Okay.
There we go. We got a top 2.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome. Sounds awesome.
I seriously want a Tasty punch card next year. I think this should be our participation in SF Beer Week.
Yeah, he's going to have that puncher. It's going to be on a chain on his belt.
Yeah.
Like some weird train conductor.
Check. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I like it. All right. Well, good job, Tasty. You represented for the rest of us. I did not go to a single SF Beer Week event. Not one.
Man, even I went to
30 of them.
And even JP.
I even went to one.
I made it to
Really?
one. I made it to one.
Which one did you go to, Doc?
I went to the one at
Ool.
It was.
Of course you did.
Did you see for the Peoria artisanal ales or no? The cheese Iron Springs.
No, it was one before that.
Old Night?
Where you paid $1,000 for 12 milliliters of beer?
He doesn't remember those kind of things.
No.
What were your top 2 beers that you had?
He can't remember the one event. Top
Exactly,
2.
right.
Yeah.
No, it'll come to me because as soon as I walked in, Doc, I got 2 of his beers and they're both just awesome.
Of the brewer that's there.
Calicraft?
No. Yeah. Berserkly.
Yeah.
And so he had a couple different kinds of Berserkly up there.
Yeah.
And barrel aged one and a different one. He had his Kolsch. He had his brown.
Yeah.
I had all their.
One was in a bottle, one was on tap.
No, they're all on tap.
Oh, one was on one tap and one was on the other tap.
No, they're all in. It's just
They're all on one tap.
All in one tap. All in one glass.
Right. One was in this one glass, and then later on it was in another glass.
Yeah, you should have seen this one. It had like a stem on it, and then there was this one that had like a heavier bottom to it.
One was in my left hand, and the other was in my right.
There was this barrel-aged one and a different one.
They didn't actually serve it in a barrel, though. I was disappointed.
Yeah, it was. Meanwhile, it was called barrel-aged, but I didn't see a barrel.
This is Doc's 8th year of being a broadcaster.
I preferred the different one.
I did not perceive wood in the barrel of beer.
I love it.
All right. And that is your highly professional Brewing Network SF Beer Week wrap-up, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, we didn't talk about it.
And we didn't really go to much. But other than that, there's your wrap-up.
But you are going to get an in-depth story about the Anchor beer release from our very own Scott Moskowitz, who went to the Anchor party here at the break.
Yeah.
When we come back, we may or may not do a game. I haven't decided.
You're a piece of shit. If you want to check out some photos of that Rare Barrel New Belgium brewing escapade that Scott and I did at the at La Trappe, check out Facebook/Brewing Network. There's like 10 or 15 photos. It was a great event. It was a great time. I mean, it was $25 to get in.
Yeah.
And then unlimited sour tastings. They had 6 sours on tap.
And it was 6 for 6 on the quality. I mean, they were just out of this world good.
It
was great. And it was awesome to hear the story between, how New Belgium inspired Jay at the Rare Barrel to kind of start their own thing. And then it was really kind of, it was real cool.
You could see how stoked Jay was to be up there with Lauren from New Belgium. Because
Lauren Salazar? Yeah. She's like in charge of their sour program now, right?
Exactly. And here Jay is with now, I suppose, a peer, but he still sort of looks up to her like a hero. And I guess she's both.
Well, and she talked about how New Belgium actually started the sour beer program and how they work it and the things they kind of look for. And it was really, really informative. It was a great time.
Okay. Yeah. We have some of that coming up in part 2 of our SF Beer Week coverage next week. Is that right, Moscow?
That is correct.
This one, but right now you can go get all the pictures on our Facebook page like JP's mentioning. This one at the break will be about Anchor. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hang in there with us. Nathan, good luck.
Loser bracket, you're going down, buddy.
The Jason bracket.
The Jason bracket, that's right.
Changed it. Not JP, don't worry.
No.
Hang in there. It's the session. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hey, Jack, what you doing? Playing Warcraft?
No way. It's TBG time, buddy.
TBG?
Get with it. I'm playing that brewery game.
What brewery game?
No, that's the name of the site. Thatbrewerygame.com.
What?
Yeah, check it out, man.
If you've ever brewed beer in your dreams or wish you could mash in right from your desk at work, you can. Kind of. With That Brewery Game. You can brew up a great batch of beer from anywhere, virtually. Then you can sell it, because in That Brewery Game, it's legal to sell your beer to the public. Create recipes, brew virtually, upgrade your equipment, upload labels, and test market your brand at thatbrewerygame.com.
You still slinging pissed off birds into buildings from your phone? Forget that. Try making beer.
Sweet.
Register right now for your free account at thatbrewerygame.com. Brew, drink, play. Thatbrewerygame.com.
get? More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping.
Well, yeah, but...
the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
the Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
The wine-making supplies. The distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah. Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot.
Oh, yeah.
BN Army, I'm here to talk seriously for a second. You all are partially responsible for something explosive, and it's time you answer for it.
Moonlight Meadery is exploding.
Yeah, exploding across the country with insane quality meads.
With nearly 70 different varieties of mead on the market, Moonlight Meadery has blown up the mead category and completely reinvented it.
Seriously?
What?
Seriously?
What?
You're paying money for that watered-down mead when you could have a Moonlight mead?
Moonlight doesn't stop at 14% like most meaderies to save 40 cents a gallon. Moonlight meads explode with quality and flavor.
They're a party in a bottle. Did someone say party?
If you want mead and want the best, you want meads from Moonlight Meadery and will accept nothing less.
Be a part of the BN Mead explosion and ask for, demand Moonlight Meads at your favorite bottle shop.
Moonlight Meads. Girly names, manly meads.
Hey, sign me up for that party.
As a brewer, you already don't settle for second best. You want great tasting beer and you want great equipment to make it with. So don't settle for the second best grain mill. You want a Monster Mill from Monster Brewing Hardware. Monster Mills are tough, come in 2 and 3 roller designs, and are made right here in the USA from superior materials for longer lasting performance. Pick the mill that's right for you at monsterbrewinghardware.com and take Bevo's advice.
Trust me, it's always better to have a bigger tool than you think you need.
Monster Mills have the best warranty in the business. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Visit monsterbrewinghardware.com now and check out all the mills and mill accessories. Don't settle for second best. Get a Monster Mill from Monster Brewing Hardware.
Hi, I'm Jason Harris, the proud owner here at Keystone Homebrew Supply. We're thrilled to be entering our 20th year of supplying this great industry, and to show you, the Brewing Network Army, how much we appreciate your support, we're offering you 10% off your first order on our website, KeystoneHomebrew.com. Just use coupon code BNARMY at checkout, and I'll get your order out the same day. My goal at Keystone Homebrew Supply has always been to have a complete supply of everything a brewer could want. When you place your order online or when you come into our store, it's our goal to have everything on your list and more. One aspect of KeystoneHomebrew.com that we're really excited about is the ability to fulfill customers' exact grain bills. Do you hate to wait? Keystone Homebrew Supply can get your precious yeast and hops to you within just one day if you live between Connecticut and Virginia, and within 2 days east of the Mississippi. KeystoneHomebrew.com. Coupon code BNARMY. I'm Jason Harris, and I approve this message.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
Yeah. I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
Radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
Now it's Short and Stout
with Scott the Jew.
Yes, indeed it is. And on this Short and Stout, whether you like it or not, I bring you my coverage of San Francisco Beer Week 2014, which once again was not really a week, but more like 10 days, 12 days, actually, if you count the Anchor Brewing Company IPA release party on Wednesday night, 2 days before the official start of the week.
I will bring you coverage of that excellent shindig, as well as my other favorite event from the week, the Wood is Good wood-aged sour beer event featuring Juggernaut New Belgium and newcomer The Rare Barrel. But let's start it off first with coverage of the Anchor Party. I just can never get enough of the Anchor guys and the Anchor Brewery. Both the people and the location are legendary, and man, do they know how to throw one hell of a party. I started off by asking our friend and longtime brewmaster Mark Carpenter how this newly released IPA compared to all the other IPAs on the market, which I thought was a great question, and then I promptly forgot to hit the record button until he had already started speaking, so we're just going to come right in on the middle of it.
Now, our Liberty Ale today may seem out of standard, but at the time, no, it was way too hoppy. We got all kinds of complaints of way too many hops.
Please forgive the gravelly nature of Mark's voice. The poor man was fighting a cold and was still gracious enough to sit down with me, and the content is just too good, so bear with it.
So many of our beers, the Humming Ale, the Harvest Ale, could easily have been called IPAs. For whatever reason, we never did. Whether it was Fritz or Keith, we just never did. But now they want to do an IPA. So that was our challenge. And it's a hell of a challenge because I was judging at the GABF recently, and I was judging in the first round of the IPA categories, 253 entrants in the IPA category. What do you do to make something of interest? And so what we did is we certainly had a knowledge of IPAs, and we just tried to concentrate on which ones we liked and which ones we didn't like, and then kind of set out a path more on the line of the ones we liked. So we wound up with what you're tasting today.
Was it a regimented process, trying all the ones, seeing what you liked, what you didn't like, or was it just sort of anecdotally over the years?
Both. It was certainly anecdotally over the years. So we just, we had in our mind which ones we really cared for and which ones we didn't. But then as we started to design this beer, then it became a little more formal. Well, let's get these beers in here and verify which ones we like and which ones we don't, and so it was a kind of a combination of both.
What were some of the beers that you really liked and wanted this is the direction we should go?
Yeah, I'd rather not name individual beers. Come on! I know, but it's like, which one of my children do I like best?
I know there's an answer to that, too.
I don't know if it's that bad, but, I have so many friends that make these beers, that guys I have a lot of respect for. And if you mention one, you should. If I forget one, I should not forget. So I'd rather not leave those beers, Basically, I tended to like the ones that had a little more body. I tended to shy away from the ones that were just straight hop forward and not much beyond that. And we tried to go for something with, more towards a little body. And then you have to decide, well, do you want caramel malt? Is it going to be strictly pale malt? And then what else are you going to do to it? What hop varieties? I knew that I wanted to use some modern hop varieties because recently we did a brew, the Harvest Ale, with the 431 hop, which was unbelievable. It tastes just like peaches. And we used it to make that beer, and I loved it. But it's not a hop that I would want to just make an IPA with the 431. Sure. It's too much peaches. Yeah. But for a Zymaster series, it was just perfect. So, but we wanted some of that. We felt that, we should have something like Cascade with that, because we have such a tradition with Cascades here. The first one really to use it is an aroma hop. And so it was kind of fun to add that. And so that was our starting point. We don't have a pilot brewery. This is our brew house, 100-barrel brew house. So we just went for it, what we thought was the right thing. And then we made a couple changes. Now, some we could blend, or some we could get rid of completely. But mainly you can come up with something you can blend in and go for it. So that's what we did.
What did the malt bill look like in the end?
Well, the malt bill is a combination of pale malt, a little bit of Munich malt, and some crystal malt. And that was the malt bill. We put in a small amount of Munich because hoping to get a little more malty flavor to it. I like the idea of crystal from a color standpoint, but I didn't want a real lot of caramel flavor, so we were careful with the type of crystal we used and the amount.
Well, so this is the first batch then, right, that we're tasting?
Yeah, this is the first release batch, which we made a couple changes over the production cycle, but yeah, this is it.
And are you happy with how it turned out? Was it what you envisioned?
I am. I don't know if it's my personal self-doubt or whatever, but you're making something, you're tasting it, and you're thinking, God, did I achieve it? Is it really good, or what is it doing? And one day we were having a little tasting, and Lynn Lackey, who is head of marketing here, said, let's taste it compared to competitors. And I didn't want to. I thought, no, let's just taste it on our own, do we like it or not? In hindsight, I was completely wrong, because when we tasted it, compared to so many of our competitors, so much of my doubt just went away, that it really did taste good compared to so many beers, many that I had great respect for, that I thought it brought back my self-confidence, I was kind of second-guessing. Am I achieving what I wanted to achieve? Is it as good as I think it is, And I was just being doubtful, because you're just so involved in this. If this had been a Zymaster one-off, I wouldn't have worried at all. Sure. I would have been quite relaxed, and let's see how it goes. But this was a real commitment from Keith Greger and Tony Folio, the owners, and I didn't want to let them down when they're coming out with a full-time product.
Sure. Next up was Dave Burkhart, who is the in-house historian. You've heard from him before. Yes, Anchor has an in-house historian. Here, can you state who you are?
Oh, sure. I'm Dave Burkhart, and I've been at the brewery not quite as long as Mark, only 23 years. And I'm in charge of design and graphics, and I'm also the brewery historian here.
Did it surprise you guys that the owners weren't 100% on board with the IPA, or not even 100% on board, but bugging you guys to do one before this? I mean, it's such a given for the current craft beer market.
Well, it's interesting because if you'd asked Keith or Tony a couple of years ago, when are you going to do an IPA, they might have said never. And I think it's a market that we weren't sure about, and we wanted to be sure about it and sure about the beer before we went into it. And now we are.
Does that concern either one of you, like the oversaturation, although there doesn't seem to be an end in sight in that regard? But I kind of ask this to anybody who's, especially if it's a new sort of thing for the brewery, the IPA, I would say that's what made Anchor stand out in my mind, is that you've gotten along all these years and built a legend for yourselves without that sort of staple.
Well, I think right now, although IPAs are popular, IPAs are somewhat generic. In other words, when people walk into a bar, they just say, give me an IPA, or I'll have your IPA, or this and that. There's not a super amount of loyalty to any given brand. And what we'd like to do is we'd like to be the IPA that people call for, that they ask for an Anchor IPA. Or if they forget the name, hopefully they won't, they ask for the one with the elephant on it.
If I could give my opinion on that, I think we've made so many good beers here that have probably not gotten the attention they deserved because they weren't named IPA. The Humming Ale jumps right out in that category. I just think the Humming Ale is a fabulous beer. And had we come out with Anchor IPA instead of calling it Humming Ale, I think it would have gotten a lot more attention because that's what people are looking for. And by not calling it an IPA, I think we were losing out. And I'm not talking about just in a cash sense, but in the sense that relevance. That the poor Humming Ale, I think, was a fabulous beer. So I think that we by calling it an IPA, it's going to get people's attention. I think if we had simply changed the name of Humming Ale, we would have made a fabulous IPA. Sure. But I think that by taking out on that path, which, as I told you, I thought was a real task, as a full-time product. Yeah, I think it's okay.
Boy, you're sounding rough, Steve. I know he's had the flu. He's in a mess.
Just then, Keith Greger happened to wander into the room, and I had him shuffle up to the mic. Can you come closer so I can get you closer on the mic here?
Yeah.
It's nice to see you again, Keith.
Hey, Scott. Hi. Good to see you again.
Can you just say who you are for the thing?
I'm Keith Greger. I'm the co-owner of Anchor, also president and CEO.
These guys were telling me that when they ran it up the flagpole, the IPA idea, that you weren't resistant, I don't think, but you weren't 100% on board, which I found really interesting given how it's just so many breweries' bread and butter. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I can. When I came through the door here and started learning about our beers and what they meant to people, and what went into those beers and what they stood for and how long they lasted, I realized that we had to focus on those great qualities that we had. And certainly I was aware of the IPA craze, and probably I've only been asked 100 times per month about when are we going to be doing an IPA. But I felt no need for us to rush in to do an IPA. Of course, we already had one, Liberty Ale, and that was the first. And certainly, having introduced Cascades and dry hopping to America again, it set the world alight. But eventually, everybody started saying, but we really want Anchor's interpretation of an IPA. And the last thing we wanted to do was go copy somebody else's IPA. So we spent a lot of time and effort trying to figure out, what an Anchor IPA should be about. And there was a lot of discussion about what that should be. But I think Mark has done a phenomenal job in bringing that balance together. The balance between the hops, the flavor of them, the aroma of them, and the malt balance is just incredible. I mean, there's people drinking glass after glass out there. Nobody's hitting an IPA barrier of an unbalanced beer that's overly hopped in a way that becomes difficult after the first half.
If I seem nonplussed, it's because I expect superb results from Mark at this point.
Yeah, no pressure, Mark. no pressure.
I was just telling you, the story about how when we were making it, you're trying your best and you have your ideas.
Yeah.
But as we were tasting it, I had, you have a lot of self-doubt. Is it what we want? Is it what I'm doing? But then the day that we did the tasting against the competitors, it just really reinforced that we were doing the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to be different. We know how to make Lagunitas IPA. We did it, so we know how that's made. But, they've done a phenomenal job doing what they're doing, and we wanted to do our own interpretation of an IPA that was clearly an IPA. There's no mistake that it was an IPA. But in the Anchor way, which is more balanced, more sessionable. And yes, we did have a lot of debates on it, but we did have a few moments of breakthrough where suddenly we realized that we're on the right track. We got on the right track fairly quickly, but getting us to the final finishing line was quite difficult. We really weren't going to compromise on what we could achieve. Having developed developed basically where we were headed, we then decided we needed to try some variations around that to optimize the delivery. And just in time, I think we got there. We were bottling the day of our release with our wholesaler in San Francisco.
Well, Mark said that he had the self-doubt going even when he was just trying the finished product on its own, but that self-doubt went away once he had some sort of relative equivalence.
Yeah,
Did you have the same reaction?
Well, I think that's one of the great things about IPAs is that there's such a broad interpretation of them, probably more so than any other beer style that I can think of in terms of variations. And as we sat down and tried the competition, we could see, what they were, where they were headed, what they were trying to achieve. We could see the aspects of the brewery, the more extreme breweries, how they would tackle it. Super high IBUs, very hop forward, very in your face. And so we wanted to have something that people would say was distinctly Anchor. To us, what that meant was a great, balanced, sessionable beer. Now, whether our IPA is as sessionable as Anchor Steam, I'm not too sure. I haven't put that to the test yet.
It is for an IPA.
Yeah, as much as a 6.5% beer can be sessionable, I think we're pretty sessionable on that.
You've got a very cool India theme going on, which I don't know why nobody has really done that. I've never been to anything where they're showing the sort of history of India Pale Ale as part of the IPA release or showcase or whatever, but you're doing it here. How early on in the process of creating an Anchor IPA did the idea come to mind to do the elephant?
I'll say almost immediately. While Mark's busy working on the beer, I'm busy working on a concept for the beer, a name for the beer, particularly a story for the beer, and also ultimately a label and all the packaging. And my feeling about every Anchor beer has always been, and probably always will be, that there's got to be a compelling reason for us to do that beer and to make it our own, to make it distinctly Anchor, not only in flavor, but in story and in look. And you'll notice all of our beers, despite the fact that they come from Anchor Brewing Company, they all look different. They're like the children in a big family. They all have different personalities in their look and also in their flavor. So it made sense that India Pale Ale, our India Pale Ale, would be special. And I thought, well, gee, the choice is pretty much Bengal tiger or an elephant. And I sure like elephants, and I like the idea of an India elephant right on the label. And it tied together in two ways. Obviously, India Pale Ale and Indian Elephant makes sense, and then you could just leave it at there. But what I discovered in some research about early San Francisco is something that nobody knew. It's rare that you can find out something and search for it on the internet and not find it. And that was that gold miners, 49ers, were drinking imported IPAs from England. A lot of them brought their tastes with them when they came over from England. What's interesting about it is that there's, in doing research on this, I was able to find out that IPA came all the way around from England, all the way around Cape Horn to San Francisco, pretty much throughout the 19th century. But oddly enough, there was never a brewing tradition in San Francisco of IPA. The obvious answer to that, why, is because all the brewers were Germans. Right. And God forbid they should brew an English ale.
And they didn't have to put their beer on a ship for 3 months.
Exactly. So what you had was a kind of a taste for IPA early on, and I really liked that idea. And ironically, it wasn't until 1975 that the brewing tradition of craft brewing, a dry hopped, wonderful, delicious pale ale in San Francisco started with Liberty Ale.
And Dave has done a phenomenal job in terms of researching everything that we do here. And I think what was absolutely staggering to us is in how many situations back in the gold rush that elephants appeared in all of these different drawings. The code of the miners, the 10 commandments of the miners, was delivered by somebody on an elephant. The elephant was part of that whole kind of scene, and I think that was what was so much fun. Just thinking of that people talked about elephants and used that as a symbol all those times back when Anchor was just starting, and you have the connection with India, of course. So it just became such a fun thing to do. But I don't know how much more history we can dig up, Dave. How many more beers we do like this?
I'm going to wrap it up here for part one. That's right, this bad boy is a two-parter. Next week, I will bring you audio from the Wood is Good event. Stay tuned for that one. I'm Scott the Jew, and until then, l'chaim.
Hilo, what's it feel like?
Take awesome and multiply it by 2.
Yeah! Spraying live beer radio all over your face.
Can't get any better than this, baby.
It's the Brewing Network.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
All right. Thank you to our very own Scott Moskowitz for going out to SF Beer Week and taking some interviews. Anchor IPA, huh?
Yeah, I mean...
How about that?
Like you heard in the segment there, I can't believe they've gone this long. I guess I can. They can do whatever they want. They're Anchor.
Right.
Yeah. They're category defining. But this is their first foray into the IPA category.
Yeah.
What is Liberty Ale?
Well, that's what they were sort of saying is that,
I'm sorry.
you
should listen.
No, that's okay. Yeah.
You could call that an IPA. That was kind of their thing as well. We've had... Right. They're not strangers to the hop forward style.
True, but it's a very different beer. I also went to the release party for a little while. I tasted the beer. It is very different than their Liberty.
Is it good?
It is good. Anchor, Anchor's one of those breweries that they're like Sierra Nevada, in my opinion. Their house flavor dominates everything that they do.
Mm-hmm.
And so even though this style, aside from Liberty's little foray into it, this IPA style's somewhat different for them, their house flavor just it really dominates. It still tastes like Anchor, which is a positive, except that I would say I liked the beer, and I think you should try the beer. I would have liked something completely different, something completely outside, but maybe that's not possible.
It's not how they roll,
And or
would I have liked?
Maybe they didn't want to.
Again, it's the same with Sierra. So even like when Sierra, for example, came out with Tumbler,
right?
Loved the beer. It was not completely outside of the box for them. It was still very much a Sierra Nevada house flavor beer with some other characteristics, right? Ruthless Rye. Love the beer from Sierra. Not totally outside of the Sierra box. Still has to... So you see what I'm getting at? Like, maybe they just can't even break out of that house flavor for Anchor. They're one of those breweries that has such a house flavor.
Well, then you have... which I imagine most of that comes from the yeast. So I think the problem, or the decision is, how many different yeast strains do we handle?
Yeah, and then you start messing with that. Yeah.
Would I like it?
Yeah.
Would I like the IPA? Because you've kissed me, you know how my tongue tastes. Would you? Would you say that I like that beer?
Hang on, I'm thinking about your tongue. When you put it that way,
real gross.
Do you like regular Anchor Steam?
I do very much so. Yes.
Then you'd like it.
Really?
You would like their IPA.
That, okay.
As much as you would like an IPA. Yeah.
Okay.
You would like their IPA.
I'll look for it.
I had 2 pints. I'm as non-IPA-y as JP. I had 2 of them.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Well, I was also talking about it, so the situation called for it. But it was good. I mean, it's as drinkable as IPA gets.
Yeah. All right, what's up for part 2?
Well, I'm going to bring you the Wood is Good sour event with the Rare Barrel and New Belgium.
Excellent.
Talked to Kim Jordan and Lauren Salazar and Jay Goodwin, and I was a little drunk, so... it might really suck, or it might be fantastic.
Were you?
Now, does that mean... Now, did you show up drunk, or you did your interviews later in the night?
Well...
Because I've made both mistakes, by the way.
No, I didn't show up drunk. But I did... I suppose that they will get progressively either worse or better as the interviews go on. It was a lot of beer. I mean, there was 3 each from each brewery, and they were coming out rapid fire.
Well, and sour beers aren't known for their low alcohol either.
Yeah.
Well, some,
but
not
like
these.
Usually they're 6.
Not these, yeah.
7.
Did you embarrass us, Moscow?
Yeah, I know those guys a little
Less,
bit. So.
More than normal?
Well, let me put it this way. Will a statement be made something like this among any of the people that you interviewed? Wow, those Brewing Network guys, they kind of drink, huh? Like, will a statement like that be made?
I don't think so. And if there is, we'll just label them anti-Semites and move on.
Right. We'll spin it.
Yeah.
Well, the question is, can that statement be made to anything you have said that is worse than anything Jay has ever done?
Oh, God, no.
Right,
Oh,
okay.
my God.
Well,
I'm
then there you
the
go.
height of professionalism.
Right.
Well, okay, then I guess we're fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
We also slow down a little bit. That's rude.
I meant drunk for me.
Okay.
Not drunk for the Brewing
Drunk
Network.
for Scott is going back for thirds for the free buffet.
I was food drunk.
Yeah.
All right, then we're good.
He was price drunk.
That was a fun event. You got hammered too, JP. We were in rare
Of course
form.
I did, yes.
Yeah.
How'd you guys get home?
Bart.
Nice.
Yeah.
That boys.
We had Taryn in tow. She probably got a little buzz on.
Yeah, we went to Rogue first, had a couple pints, had some beers.
Did you guys, did you Chinese finger trap her? Did
no,
you,
Scott doesn't roll that way.
Oh, he doesn't?
No. Taryn was down, but...
she was like, hey, can I get a little Jew in me? And JP was like, I don't know, Scott's not into it.
She's used to it because I'm real cheap otherwise. It's our anniversary today. Ask me what I did.
Oh.
Yeah.
What, did you leave home before she got home
You
from
made her
work?
drive you over here.
I did nothing. Yeah.
Oh, well, good for you. What did you do last year?
Nothing.
Okay.
I don't remember, actually.
That's
It's
cool.
a tradition.
I don't believe in anniversaries when you're not married anyway. So
Ask me what I did for Valentine's Day.
What?
Nothing.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I did none of these things, too.
Ask me how much trouble I got in today.
Oh, how much?
A lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you get yelled at?
Oh, yeah.
Were there tears?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Did it start like this? Nothing's wrong. Nothing.
Yes,
Nothing.
I'm fine.
Okay. All right. Do you want to know what's wrong?
I don't want to tell you it's stupid, but I have a here. Hold on. When you get out your diary to like read notes about what's wrong.
Oh, no.
I'm kidding on that part.
I'm kidding, except that
look
when
right
you get
here.
out your diary to...
And here, and
But
here.
What argument with a woman doesn't start out with, no, everything's fine, but.
No, it's fine. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So shut up. Just shut up. The
I
football
need to
game's
go back
on.
to work. I got a bunch of shit to do.
Wait, now, did Valentine's Day pass without even an acknowledgement that you didn't do anything? Like, in other words, so you didn't, like, say at the end of the night, like, hey, I realized I didn't do anything, but it's just it's a day.
No, it was something that we had agreed upon originally.
Oh, like 8 years ago.
But the problem is Facebook. This is one instance where Scott is correct. Facebook does more harm than good because she looked at Facebook and saw everyone going, oh my God, I have the most amazing paper in a whole world. I got pen and jet and red. Here's a picture of me enjoying all the flowers and chocolate and wine and little stuffed animal and some balloons.
So she watched Charlie Brown? Like,
I got a text messaged picture of a kid with cerebral palsy that says, my knees get weak whenever I think of you.
The beauty of Vivo is she loved it. She's like, isn't this romantic?
She's like, that's my Sam.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can't, what are you going to do?
So what I did in the very beginning was like, listen, we started dating right before Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
So I got her like the worst thing I could think of. Like I got her like a broken bag of tea or something. Because Kate is her name.
Gay.
Kevin, I got
Freudian or?
Well, Kevin, I got a dildo because him and I both like that.
Yeah. Or you got a full bag of tea.
Yeah, but Kate, I got like a broken bag of tea.
Right.
And anyway, I was like, yeah, so it's Valentine's Day, but I don't give a shit. I did this because I'm supposed to. Right. And just so you know, and I'm not like the guy who was like, oh, every day's Valentine's Day. It's fucking not.
Right.
But I was like...
and Valentine's Day isn't either. There are no days.
But I was like, I just think it's retarded if I buy you flowers on Valentine's Day and I never... So here's the thing. If I never ever get you anything else, then I'm the asshole.
Right.
But if I don't do it on Valentine's Day, you get the point.
Right.
The other thing I said was, and this came about like our 1 year anniversary, which I didn't know was there or not, because who fucking marks down the date that you started dating?
She does.
People with which anniversary is it?
Because there was because at the time there was like 8 dates I would have had to mark down like with other people. Which one am I supposed to remember?
Right.
So I was like, look, if we're married, there's an anniversary. In the meantime, aren't we just people, having sex?
We're having fun.
Well, then the anniversary should be the first time you had
take
sex.
this all too seriously.
So I was like, so there will be no anniversaries and there will be no Valentine's Day. Okay. That's how I went about it.
Yes, I agree, and I thought that's what I did too.
Oh,
apparently I didn't. Well, because we met
Facebook.
Well, and we met on Valentine's Day.
Oh, you did?
Oh, so now you got the double whammy.
Yeah. Well, at least you could get it over with in one.
Well, yeah. Well, that was our, and then we're like, well, but that's not really the anniversary.
Get her a broken tea bag.
Just throw her some Lucky Charms.
I feel like I already have. It was just a big miscommunication. Air quote.
Are you in trouble?
I'm in. Not only am I in trouble, but we had a big argument about it, and I'm still really mad about it.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
So you're not getting head tonight?
I never get it. It's like we've been married for 4 years.
So you're like, well, you didn't get flowers. I didn't get to cum in your throat. How about that?
Have we already done Adam and Eve? This would be a good segue.
Yeah. Now, what do you mean 4 years? 1 day.
Was that overboard for
4
our
years?
show?
It was 4 years ago. Today is when we went on our first date.
And when I got head.
Yeah. So I'm in trouble and unhappy.
Well, at least you're cancer-free.
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't done the blood test yet. That'll be in 6 weeks.
Okay. Well, at least...
Maybe that should be your anniversary.
I'm not as cancer-ridden.
At least you could eat fast food on the way home. I don't know what to say.
It's starting to sound like cancer would be a welcome reprieve.
From no head and yelling at you for...
Yeah. Well, it's not her fault.
That she's not giving you head?
Necessarily. No, the yelling. I mean, I guess But I can't drive. I can't go anywhere. I can't do anything. I'm restricted from driving, so I'm kind of relying on her.
Or pro
I couldn't do anything.
Did she give you a ride here?
Yes.
After the fight?
Yes.
That's a tough ride.
Yeah, ask me how that conversation was.
That was a quiet car ride, wasn't it?
Yes.
So
Scott's giving me a ride home, by the way.
So I was wondering, could you take me to work now? After the fight.
I was trying to get Scott to do it, so I didn't have to have the quiet car ride. But whatever.
Would you like us to write an apology letter on your behalf? Like it'll be in your name.
Yes.
Can we post it on Facebook?
Maybe we should have Bevo write it.
Oh, Bevo, get me out of
I'm
this.
not touching this with a 10-foot pole.
Bevo, help our brother out. He needs...
How about a foot-long boner?
I can't. I'm not a normal person. I'm not a normal... My wedding anniversary is Sunday. I don't think we're doing anything.
All right, but think like you have a vagina for a second.
Pretend it's not a long clit.
Rude.
Ew.
Mine's Wednesday.
Which one was overboard, mine or his?
Yeah, sorry, that was mine. I was overboard.
Visual words in regards to my junk.
Yes,
come on.
we can.
Yes. Let's not do this anymore.
To answer your question, yes, we can. Will we?
No.
I hate you.
We'll try. All right, think like Taryn for a moment, and how would his letter start? Would it be something like this, Bevo? Like,
oh shit!
I'm sorry I didn't do something on Valentine's Day. And then what? What would he say to make it better? You have nice skin?
No. It should say
Are you
something.
saying she doesn't have nice skin? Is that what you mean?
She has
by
great
that?
skin.
But okay.
Would it be something like, I'm really glad that you don't have a scar on your neck?
No.
That wouldn't...
No.
I'm trying to think of I'm being creative.
I know you are. But this is the problem with the female mind.
How would it start?
I really don't know their situation. I really don't.
Taryn, the other day, just so you know, I noticed I did look at your tits when you got out of the shower.
Right.
Like, that's a good start, right?
No.
How about
Never.
What the hell?
I'm sorry when we fight. When we fight, it makes my scar hurt.
Oh, that's good. That's good, right, Bevo?
But I'm not sorry.
That's okay.
Well, you're sorry that it makes your scar hurt.
No, and if he's not sorry, he shouldn't say he's sorry.
Semantics. Yeah. You need to learn how to just, you're like an actor.
Walk around
Just pull it out from somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something that Sam and I have talked about recently is that we need to communicate better. So, if
about what?
Everything.
Oh.
So, if I wanted him to do something for Valentine's Day, I should have said, I would like to do something for Valentine's Day.
What do you think?
Here are
the
some
answer?
options.
Oh.
That's exactly the conversation that we had.
Oh.
And then
I thought you guys were going to make McMemories.
Oh, God.
Hey, I thought you guys were going to
thing.
McDonald's.
He's an idiot.
But
to me, that's
I thought you were going to McDonald's.
Hey, he planned it out.
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was funny, though. See, I like stupid stuff like that. I'm not a normal girl.
Yeah,
I don't.
She's not
I'm not the right demographic for this.
Yeah, she's not representative. You can't ask her.
Because I know them really well, and this is making me very uncomfortable.
Moskowitz, what did you do for Valentine's Day?
Oh, I don't want to make it. Is Taryn listening? I don't want to make it.
I don't know. Well, there were flowers and chocolates.
Yeah. I laid rose petals down from the driveway to the bedroom.
Right. Did her laundry that day.
We drove out to Oakland, and on the way, I threw rose petals underneath the tires. So she would only have to drive on rose petals.
When she got home from work, I was laying in a bathtub of rose petals like American Beauty. You know,
Yeah.
they were coming down from the ceiling.
You did a big thing, though, didn't you? You did a thing.
It wasn't a big thing, no, but it was something.
Right.
We went to dinner in Oakland and then walked around the corner to Beer Revolution for an event there, a sour beer event.
Yeah.
And so, some sour beers and some dinner. But see, I mean, that's not that much different than any Saturday night. You go out to dinner, you know?
Right.
But it's something. It's like, you know. went to a slightly nicer restaurant than we would go to on any given Friday night.
It's still not a fair comparison because Jews don't have other holidays, so they can pick and choose.
The Kwanzaa, they do the Kwanzaa thing in the Rosh Hashanah, the Shish Hashanah.
The latter is correct. The first one was made up by a Berkeley professor in the 70s. Not a real holiday.
He was handsome, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Just saying.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand.
All right, we got a game to do, and then we got to get out of here. Is that right, Tasty?
Yeah. We're going to leave in exactly 6 minutes.
Did you have a Valentine, Tasty?
Friday night, no.
Okay. He's a player.
Every other night.
I was working at the field.
All right, it's time for, what's it called?
Find the Fake!
Find the Fake. JP, how does it work?
Well, I read you 4 news stories, and you tell me which one is not real.
Okay. And we have 4 contestants. How does it work with our 4 contestants? They all pick one?
They all pick one.
And then, what if there's multiple winners? What do we do then? I forget.
I don't know. We've never really played with contestants before.
I think last time they paired up with a Brewcaster. You just assign caller 1 to Tasty, caller 2 to Doc, etc.
If we have
Let's let them play.
If we have a tie, I do have a second round. We can do 2 rounds if you would like.
All right, let's take it one step at a time. We'll go to line 1, which is Gay Kyle in Washington. Gay Kyle, what's happening?
Oh, not much. Just being gay and whatnot.
Okay.
Full-time gig.
Balls.
Working hard at it.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
What else are you going to do?
Yeah, in Washington.
All right. Do you know how to play the game?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Good enough. Yeah. All right, let's go to Scotty in California. Scotty, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, buddy. We're going to read you 4 stories. Is it 4? You tell us which one's the fake.
Hello, who's this?
Let's go to Brewtat. Brewtat, what's happening, buddy?
Hey there.
Brewtat's in it to win it. And finally, let's go to Ray. Ray in Oakland.
Shit.
Hey, Ray. How are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
Got some Oakland action.
How many people, Ray, have you shot this year?
Please.
Just a handful.
See?
Trying to cut
That's
back?
about the average.
Yeah, he's low.
You get them all in one place, or do you have to, multiple?
You drive around. You see what you see. Shoot.
Wow, he really is from
Ray
Oakland.
wins, everybody.
All right. All right, guys, here's what's going to happen. JP's going to read us 4 stories. You're going to tell us which one is the fake story. You are each allowed to ask one Brewcaster their opinion. I'm making up the rules as we go. Does it work for everybody?
Yes.
Okay. And the Brewcasters in the room are JP, although you can't ask his opinion, can he? He knows the fake. Moscow, Tasty, Doc, myself, and the Beaver. All right, what are our stories?
This first one is called Beer Bottle Coolness. While we all understand the need to have our beers well insulated from warm weather and outside temperatures while we drink, putting a beer koozie over that bottle or can is about as far as we go. But cousins Adam and Matt have taken cold beer one step further, introducing Brutus the Bottle Keeper. Brutus is essentially a thermos for your bottled beers. Simply pop the cap on your bottle, slide it in, and you are drinking in cold, cold style, my friends. The lid has a stopper hidden inside for those must-savor beers that you simply can't sit down for or be expected to put into a glass. No longer will you have to rinse out that insulated growler. Brutus, the Bottle Keeper, does it for you.
All right, what's next?
This one's called Do You Drink It or Eat It? Welsh brewing firm Conway Brewery has created a brand new beer for Christmas time, celebrating its country's most well-known export. No, not Sir Anthony Hopkins. This beer is all about Welsh lamb. The Sunday Toast is a beer literally infused with the juices of Welsh lamb during the brewing process. These juices, combined with the roasted malts and sugar, is exactly what the brewer was hoping for. As a brewer, it's great to be able to celebrate this by bottling the essence of Welsh lamb in a beer, and we're truly delighted with the end result, says the brewer Gwyn Thomas. It features a hint of roast lamb alongside the taste of a winter warming ale.
Okay.
Wait, are we supposed to be picking the one that's right or wrong?
Wrong. You're picking the fake. You're finding the one fake out of 4 stories.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Okay.
Carry on.
This one's called Winter Beer Blues. Despite the rise in craft beer over the years, winter beers have been falling out of favor with the craft beer elite. So much so that bars who specialize in the upscale beer trade have started to reduce the spiced concoctions even from their local brewers. Tom Muslix, owner of Tom's Beer House in Macomb, Georgia, shuns any and all Christmas beers from the burgeoning craft beer scene of Atlanta, or as I like to call it, Hotlanta. They simply don't move, says Muslix. I'm all for supporting the little guy, but when I can turn over a keg of IPA in a day, why would I want a spiced beer sitting for 2 months? Needless to say, this decision has sparked some outcries of protest among Tom's regulars, many of whom started going to his place specifically for his spiced beer selection. There's even a group on Facebook started by some locals hoping to have Tom reverse his decision.
All right, and story number 4.
This one's called Little Japanese Creatures. Despite the stagnant and at sometimes negative growth of the craft beer scene in Australia, according to some articles, one brewery is expanding. Little Creatures Brewing out of Fremantle has recently received an injection of cash from their parent company, Lion, owned by Japanese giant Kirin. The Aussie brewer spent that cash, a cool $60 million, by the way, $60 million, on a new brewery located in Geelong, which is across the country from Fremantle. When asked why the brewery was expanding when sales have been less than stellar all around in Australia, CEO Stuart Irvine replies, "We believe in craft beer." Well said, but is it well thought out? Only time will tell.
This one's tough.
These are all very believable.
They're very plausible stories, even in their ridiculousness.
Yeah, they're all equally ridiculous, it seems, yes.
All right, well, let's go right down the line. We'll start with Gay Kyle in Washington. Gay Kyle, do you need a recap?
What was the first one, just real quick, the overview?
So the first one was bottle coolness from the folks that make Brutus, which is a thermos for your bottle. It also, when you put your bottle in it, you could cap it again because you're willing to save. You want to save the special beer.
Yeah,
Brutus.
for some reason.
That's number 1.
That seems like something some like bro dude would think of. I think that's probably real.
Some bro dude.
I thought you were going to say that one must be fake because JP's a bro dude.
It's called Brodus, the bottle keeper.
All right. Go ahead.
There you go. I'm thinking it's either 2 or 3. 3 seems very plausible, though, because people like to bitch and make stupid fucking bullshit up like that. So
number 3 being no more
like
winter spiced beers.
Yes.
Yeah, the whole Facebook group thing, that seems pretty real, but still real ridiculous. I want to take the advice of the most wise man in the room, Mr. Tasty.
Yeah.
Well, I'm leaning towards the Welsh lamb-flavored beer. That just
yeah.
I don't see that as
Me
a particularly
too.
big
That was the one I was
seller. Even where the Welsh people live. Where is that? Is that
No, you mean in Welsh?
Scotland, right?
No.
Wales?
No.
Wales.
Yes.
Wales.
It's south West England.
It's
Northern Ireland.
England.
It's Northern Ireland.
Thank you.
It's Wales.
Who the fuck? What
I'm
do we
not sure
know?
where it's at right now.
We are idiots.
But
United Arab Emirates?
No.
yeah, I call BS on number 2.
All right, so no lamb beer. Would you like to take that advice, Gay Cow?
Gay Cow.
Yeah, actually I will. That was my first one, was that.
Yeah. Okay, Kyle says
I'm going to
lamb
go no
beer.
on the lamb beer.
You got it. That's your fake. Someone writing this down for me,
Yes,
Moskowitz.
Yep.
Thank you. Scotty from California, what do you think? Which one's the fake here?
Doc's there, right? He's one of my people I could ask.
You can ask Doc, absolutely.
He's pretty wise, too. I want to see what Doc has to say. I think either 2 or 3, but
Doc
has to say.
I'm going with 2, the Welsh lamb thing, because that's going to be like a savory flavor, which means oils and grease.
Yeah.
How are you going to get that into the beer?
Okay.
And without
It's going to kill the head with all that oil, too.
Yeah, it's kills the head on the beer and everything. That's why it seems a little unplausible for me.
Well, how you do it is you infuse it. It's infused.
It still kills the head. It's still that savory taste in a beer like that. Yeah, I just don't. That's the one that just is weird.
All right, Scotty. Dr. Scotty says number 2 is the fake. What do you think? What do you want to go with?
I'm going to agree with that. It sounds gross as well as fake, but yeah.
Yeah. All right, Scott Squared also says the lamb is bad. Brutat, what do you think, buddy?
Hey, well, first of all, I know some Welsh people, so that's not all that outrageous.
Okay.
Number 2.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. And nobody wants spiced beers, and I didn't understand what the hell that Little Creatures was about. So
Okay.
Do you want
I'm
to
going to
recap?
go with. I'm going with number 1.
The bottle thermos.
The bottle thermos.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you need a lifeline? Do you want Brewcaster advice? Are you good to go?
Well, they're going to say number 2 like they have, so.
Okay.
Which is entirely plausible, but I'm staying with 1, and that's my final answer.
Do you want a recap of the last one?
No.
Okay.
All right, Brew.
He's fine with not
God
understanding.
damn it, I'm going with 1.
All right.
He's trying to steer me wrong.
All right, Brewchat says the bottle cooler is no good. And that brings us to Ray in our very own Oakland. Ray, what do you think?
Can I get a quick recap on just
Sure.
the whole thing?
You got it. Number 1 was bottle coolness. The boys over at Brutus, or girls, we don't know, made a thermos for your bottle. So it doesn't sound like a koozie, but it's a thermos for your bottle of some kind. Number 2, it's a lamb beer from the Welsh people. A lamb type of beer. It's infused with lamb. Number 3 is the beer blues for winter beers. That's right. No more spiced beers at this pub. No one's drinking them anyway. Why would I put a spiced beer on tap when I could sell more IPA? And the final story, number 4, Little Creatures in Australia received $60 million from their parent company to expand in Australia despite lackluster sales.
Okay. 4 sounds plausible to me. I went to Australia recently and actually met somebody who worked for Lions. Sounds like how they operate. The lamb thing? Sounds gross. Welsh people? You know?
No, we don't.
Would you like
That
the
was
advice?
profound.
Would you like the advice of a brewcaster? You can call out one of us besides Tasty and Doc.
Both Tasty and Doc say lamb. For the hell of it, sure, Justin. Tell me what you think.
The backhanded.
I'm going to ignore whatever you
It's a
say.
Backhanded choice, isn't it? Well, I'm glad you asked, Ray.
You sound like you have something to say, so
You
let me
sound
know.
like you have crazy ideas.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think the goat beer, the lamb beer, whatever, doesn't matter, exists. I don't know why, but these people are insane.
Yeah.
And it's too obvious.
Yeah.
Home of Sir Anthony Hopkins.
JP put these stories out. He's going to throw you the curveball.
I see what you're saying.
The winter beer thing, totally. People, I can see that stuff not selling very much either.
I agree with the guy, by the way.
I'm torn between number 1 and number 4, and I gotta say, $60 million on a small Australian brewery.
Exactly.
I'm thinking number 4 is the fake.
Yeah.
Well, as Lulu Gumshoe puts it in the chat, how much is that in kangaroos? We don't know.
We do not know.
That might be kind of a dissuading point.
But Ray, that's
the
just
only
my 2
reason.
cents.
The only reason I question number 4 is because I went to Australia for a wedding. I met somebody who worked for Lions. They had recently bought Little Creatures.
Oh, okay.
And they're basically one of the companies that go around and buying smaller companies and infusing them with money, whether they're doing good or not.
You got some good info. Then maybe I would then switch it back over to number 1. This stupid beer bottle cooler thing that doesn't.
And number 1 sounds like one of those Indiegogo campaigns that some dude came up with, and
But isn't
was
there
successful
already like
because-
a cozy for beer bottles? Like I don't even understand.
Exactly.
But this is double insulated. It's twice the insulated.
Oh,
well,
I
put it
have
that
to
way.
give JP props because this is actually pretty tough.
Yeah.
What do you mean, actually?
All right, it's up to you, Ray. Ray.
And I'm in Mensa, so when I say it's tough,
I'm going to go with...
I just cracked myself up.
I'm gonna go with the. I have to go with the crowd. I'm gonna go with the lamb. Fuck it.
Okay. So that's everyone going 2 except Brutat.
Where did Brutat go with
He
again?
went number 1.
He went number 1. All right, JP, tell us the fake.
Well, while I do admit that a lot of bottled beers are not treated very well, in fact, you can absolutely purchase something called Brutus the Bottle Keeper. If you want to carry that Imperial Stout on a hike with you on the Lime Ridge Open Space right here in lovely Concord, California.
What's the difference?
You can pop the bottle in your car, put the cap on in the Brutus, and take your hike and drink your 11%, oatmeal stout or whatever you have it.
All right.
That still sounds stupid to me.
All right, Brutat 2 is
funding
out.
from Brutat. Also, like whatever the guy's name was saying, there is in fact an infusion of cash injected hotly, a hot injection of cash into little creatures from Japan-owned Kirin.
$60 million, huh?
$60 million, despite quote less than stellar beer sales in the continent, Australia.
We have less than stellar advertising sales here at the Brewing Network. I feel like we could use $60 million. Don't you think, Tasty?
Point Kirin our way.
We need a hot injection.
We need it. We need that infusion.
Well, for $60 million, you can make the beer better, I would think, wouldn't you?
Right. You would think.
I've heard that Little Creatures is a really good brewery. They were one of the first microbreweries to really kind of make it big down
the lackluster sales issue? Just the market?
Actually,
in the market.
I had the beer out there. It was really good.
So it's the Australians'
The problem
fault.
is Australia's, the way they deliver the beer to the customer is you have to go to a specific store. If you wanted a 6-pack, it's pretty much like $15-16 for a 6-pack.
How much is that in Kangaroo?
Is this Ray or Gay Kyle? I can't
$5.
tell.
It's Gay Ray.
This is Ray.
Okay, it's
Gay Ray.
Gay Ray.
Gay Ray.
Not Gay Ray.
Gay Ray.
Straight Ray.
Straight
Ray. Confused Ray, but...
Yeah. Hit you in the face, Ray.
Hey, I know it's gay when I hear one.
Thank you, Kyle.
Kyle's gaydars
It's
went off.
experimental Ray.
Red Eye Ray.
It's listen, I'm just checking it out, Ray.
Is Kyle really gay, or did we just dub him Gay Kyle?
He called himself that.
I'm just
No,
here.
you dubbed him.
I'm just here written in a room, Ray.
It's in my notes. I didn't make him
No, I
gay.
know-
You'd made him
well,
gay.
yeah, because when he called in, he said, "This is Gay Kyle."
No, we made Kyle gay.
We made him Gay Kyle a few back
can't
when
make
he called
anybody
in, and we're
gay.
like, you're super gay.
Yeah, Gay Kyle's Theo.
That's all right. I'm comfortable. It's good.
Gay Kyle's
Roll
Theo
with it.
Brew's partner, isn't he?
Yes.
Or his partner.
Yeah.
I
His
see.
life partner.
Well, they're allowed to get married now.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, anyway, Tasty, yes. It is overall in the craft beer industry, there's lackluster sales in Australia.
All right.
Supposedly.
Okay, so Ray was on to something. Go ahead, please, JP.
And those fans of Sir Anthony Hopkins and Lamb can now get their fix. Conway Brewing is, in fact, a real brewery, which makes Tom Muslicks, owner of Tom's Beer House, the fake beer.
Really?
There is, in fact, no spiced beer-centric bar in Atlanta, Georgia.
Well done, JP.
I thought that was the most believable story in the whole bunch.
The winter beer.
Yeah, a guy not stocking winter beers.
I would have picked all 3 before that one as the
I
fake.
totally agree with that story, by the way. That's why I think.
You know what? I almost changed it.
I like that fake story.
Right.
No winners. No,
I
losers.
almost changed it after I heard Justin reread it, though.
Yeah.
Because he said the line, "I can sell a bunch of IPA," and that just sounded like JP taking a stab at
I'm
IPA.
all for supporting the little guy,
That is a
but
good
when
point.
I can turn over a keg of IPA in a day, why would I want a spiced beer sitting for 2 months?
See, I paraphrased, but it's the same message.
But he's right. That does sound like
When
JP
you paraphrase
writing
it, though, it just sounded like JP.
I see. Yeah. Maybe you're right. I channeled JP in my paraphrasing. Well, that means you all lose. You're all in the Jason bracket.
I kind of want to try this lamb beer.
No, you don't.
No, I really do. Like as he was saying, as before I knew it was fake or real, I was like, that sounds.
It's called the Sunday Toast.
Awful, but I
think the Welsh. I
would
think the
try.
Welsh lose in all of it.
That's right. They're the real losers in this game.
If Phil from Beer Merchants is listening, send us some Sunday Toast, please.
Yeah, we need it.
I don't want to drink a pint of it, but you did make me try a beer with raccoon penis in it once.
That's true, I did. Well, listen, the downside, guys, is none of you won. The upside is that we don't have to send you any prizes. So thank you for playing, and we'll see you next time.
All right,
thanks, guys. Cheers. All right.
Wow. Good work from my part.
JP, well done. No wonder you wanted to play the game so bad. You knew you had done well.
There were some good ones.
They were good, really good.
I got another round. I'm ready for it. Let's do it again.
All right, we're out of here.
All right.
And, okay.
Twitter game.
What does this say about craft beer? That between find the fake and beer or not beer, no one knows what the hell is true and not.
Anything is possible.
We're so over the top. That's a much better way of looking at it.
Which is
it
weird
also says all the stereotypes are true about our little things.
Stereotypes are there for a reason.
Yeah.
They're not made up.
All right, what was our Twitter game?
Our Twitter game was Tasty and Bevo have a secret, special, super secret, cloven-footed love child.
Yes.
What's its name? I want you to name it.
All right, what did we get?
Well, Mark Adkins wrote Porter McBeef Curtain.
Was that after you were talking about Bevo's anatomy? Or did that come early in the show?
No, that came early in the show.
Wow.
I think the beef curtains was from the last when the Arby's model decided to chime in.
Beef curtains brown ale.
See, Bevo, they talk about your anatomy even without us. Go ahead.
No, that was from us.
Oh, yeah. But the last episode.
John Indish writes Abigail.
You know, she is a little...
beefy.
She is perfect. Don't talk about my baby.
Slow and lethargic.
Likable and personable is what I was thinking, which is not really Sam, is it?
She does talk about herself a lot.
Justin and JP wheeled around simultaneously to look out the window at Abby.
We're trying to get a grip.
Trying to figure it out.
And Sam's like, wait a second.
Wait a minute.
I think they're right.
She's real. She can read already.
She does have
I'm
a great
still working
beard.
on it.
All right.
Adam Mills, our friend Adam Mills over at Crankers Bring, writes Cookie. Oh, fuck. Cookie McBig Butt.
That's not even funny. It's just stupid.
Hilarious. Cookie McBig Butt.
What's funny is that JP went to hold his throat before he read the answer.
He wanted to tear his scar open.
Yeah, it turns out now every time JP laughs, he has to hold in his insides.
Yeah.
They're all J's.
Which is weird.
Starting to ooze out.
Lucky Goat Brewing wrote Num Nums.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's cute yet disturbing.
Right. TJ Jewell wrote Dave. I don't think Bevo is clever enough to come up with anything good.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Dave.
Take a dig on Bevo's intelligence. Or something.
Dave. Bill Kuhn writes Sugar Valley Brewer.
Oh. Right.
Jared Lambert says secretly writes Tasty McD secretly writes Janet's Brown McDole on the birth certificate while Bevo is giving birth.
So it would be Janet Brown.
Janet Brown McDole. Yeah.
I like that.
Our very own Bevo decided to chime in on this mess.
Okay.
She says her name would be Roofy because that would be how she would be conceived.
Let's face it, that's how Abby was conceived. It has nothing to do with her partner.
But Roofy was spelled Hawaii.
Right.
Nico Brew wrote Albius. Viagra was required for this to happen. Gryffindor McBooty.
Okay.
Craig Keeler wrote Old Dirty Bastard.
I like that.
And last but not least, Effing Beer writes, can't think of a good one, but with the weed and old age, he wouldn't remember its name anyway.
Right. Hey, what's that thing?
Look at this thing.
Yeah.
And that's it. Who's
I like
the winner?
wait, what were the first two?
The first two were Porter McBeef Curtain
I don't like that one.
and Abigail.
Abigail's good. Bevo's is good too. It's between those two.
I really enjoyed Cookie McBig Butt.
I don't know that one.
That's just stupid.
Well, I need someone to draw me like a go to the Jim Henson workshop and make a Muppet.
The perfect hybrid.
Cookie McBig Butt Muppet. What would that look like?
I like Abigail and Tasty wouldn't remember anyway.
Like Roofy.
Chocolate. I like roofie too.
I like roofie.
Can Bevo win her own game?
That's 2 roofies.
Pretty good.
Moscow,
I like Bevo's too. It's between that and Abigail.
Jip, where's your vote? Your vote.
I
is
really enjoy Cookie McBigbutt.
How about Rufagale? Rufagale.
Yeah, well, it was 3 votes for Roofie. I think Bevo won her own game.
Wow! All right.
No, we should give it to somebody else.
All right, runner-up. Did anybody else get 2 votes?
No.
Can we find a 2-vote consensus?
I'll vote again.
So I'll run them through. Porter McBeef Curtain, Abigail, Cookie McBigbutt, Num Nums, Dave, Sugar Valley Brewer, Janet Brown McDole, Albus, Viagra was required for this to happen, Gryffindor McBooty, Old Dirty Bastard, or Tasty, can't remember anyway.
Abigail's good. That's one word. You just said Abigail.
I'll second Abigail.
Great. Yeah.
Abigail.
I'd second.
All right,
John.
Abigail's our winner. Well, our runner, our Jason bracket.
Jason.
Is where Abigail is. All right, well done, everybody. Next week we got the other doctor, I should say. Charlie Bamforth will be in the room with us. That's right, he's hanging out talking about his new book, and every show we've ever done with Charlie Bamforth, not just, we've only done one on the session, but we've had him on Bruce Strong and the Jamil shows. The guy kicks ass. So tune in next week as we talk to Charlie Bamforth. If you got beer questions, scientific questions, questions about how to grow old gracefully, things like that,
be English.
Charlie's your guy. All right.
Or also, apparently, if you have questions about old English football firms, ask Charlie. He's a big, giant football fan. So
He knows.
soccer, right?
Soccer.
Interviewed a lot of these guys.
Okay.
I think I'm going to ask encourage one of my doctors that I work for to listen to next week's show.
Yeah?
I usually try to steer them as far away from us as possible.
But you feel like we're going to be tame?
No, I'm actually telling you this to please not objectify me too much.
Oh.
Hey, 2 tips. Tell us what's happening
Just because
next.
I saw he was reading Dr. Bamforth's book on his desk.
Oh.
So he's a fan. He's
All right.
a brewer.
I have logged your request into the system. And
wipe with it when I get home.
The invites will be going out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
You're
make
a
sure we
douche.
get a new song from Sugar Valley Brewer to sing.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Bevo, next week's requirement is that you do the show topless. It's part of the rules. I don't make them. I just follow them.
Also, I
Chris.
want to map my cross-country journey, so stretch mark. Okay, are you ready?
That's rude.
See, sometimes your jokes are so harsh that I don't even get them.
No, not harsh. Meta. Just over your head, dude. Right?
All right, Thin Dick, let's go.
Oh, I wasn't ignoring you. I was hitting the button and it wasn't working. I just was looking away. All right, Jippy, take us out of here, buddy.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. A big shout out to our buddy Sven over at Kinetic Brewing in Lancaster, California, for talking to us about how to make a fantastic Imperial IPA. Let's see if it worked. Help the California Brewmasters Project publish its beautiful coffee table book by supporting their Kickstarter campaign. Go to cabrewmasters.com. JP is good. He has his ups and downs, but he's good. Follow him on Twitter at Major Chip. There's a good beer inside at Homebrew and follow Nate Smith and Nathan Homebrew and Mike McDowell at Tasty McD. Production director on the session has been Push Eject. Tonight's show has been produced by Scott Maskowitz. JP was bringing sexy back all show long. Your call screener and virtual parent was Bevo, and your host was Justin Crossley. You're shipping in the Brain of Adventure.
Justin's a nice guy and winning the